We have the merch, the swag kit, the
Yes.
squad.
Yeah,
It's just so
I mean,
nice.
every single caster we want that also. I mean, the Dimension Spirit Swag Kit
Riot.
for the top 16 teams, Riot, and for the top 8 teams, there will be a total prize pool of $3,500. And of course, you will get a national pride because you will earn the title of the strongest team in the country, of course, and the opportunity to advance and join the country's influencer team in Phase 2 Rally Day. And don't forget, for today's tournament, we will drop a challenge. So you have to do your Demacian challenge because you have to able to win the game with the Demacian champion in your team.
Just one. Doesn't have to be like every single champion, so you can spice it up. I would love to see a lot of Garens, because there are a lot of content creators here actually in the Philippines that loves spamming Garen in the game because it's a spin to win. Team.
And this is the tournament bracket for the 8 participants, aka the top 8, that will be casted today and also tomorrow. So every single match except the grand final will be best of 1 series. So it's either you go big or go home. But for grand final, we will use the best of 3 series.
We have the players as well from KK or KhanKluay. From Thailand, we have Dobby, Gon, Hexerens, Akihiko, and Gojo. I do love that we're seeing a variety of photos as well. God has this childhood photo. You have a casual photo from Dobby, Hex, and Akihiko has like very, very intimidating pro player vibe.
Yeah.
And Gojo seems to be like the coach.
Well, I was going to say that. I mean, now I know the reason why Gojo Satoru being sealed by Geto Suguru, because he wants to play in today's tournament. And for the opponent will be Team FF. We have a Weak Side Volley, the Blueprint, Arikeli, Gentleman 1x1, and also Wyrail as the support. So in League of Legends, may I know what role you?
I'm an ADC in League of Legends, so I spam ADC champions a lot. But I'm also a one-trick Senna in League of Legends. So whenever I don't get ADC and I get autofilled as support, I just use Senna. And a lot of players usually don't like that because I get their kills.
Well, yeah. Most of the ADCs don't like it to get their support. Still killing his money. I mean, but I'm also a support main. And what would you like to ask my favorite champion?
I think I don't need to ask. What's your go-to role / champion, Abigail?
Oh, you can see it. It's
You see the merch?
Yeah, you see the merch? I have a tons
everything.
Every single collection of Yumi's merchandise. So I'm a big fan of Yumi. So if you say something bad about Yumi, I'm gonna slap you.
No to Yumi haters. # no to Yumi haters. Or
yeah,
else
no
you'll
Yumi haters.
You'll get slapped by Abigail. You have every single item, like every single thing that can be collected, you have collected already. Oh,
you want this? You want this?
It's yours. It's yours.
You want
it's yours
the doll?
to keep.
You want the plushies? You want the figurines? I have all of it.
You have everything. I actually want to collect a couple of stuff myself. After I saw your collection, I got interested in maybe collecting items as well, because I'm a bit of a hoarder, but not on like items. Like, usually I just hoard myself. Whenever I buy something, I don't throw it away. But I never tried collecting something.
Okay. And since the very first match of today, Battle of Sea Proving Grounds, will start soon, I think we're gonna jump into the very epic station. This is the best of one, so you have to give it your all. And I'm kind of curious which kind of champion that they will ban. And Rengar, no kitty.
Oh,
too bad.
So one of the 2 cats are gone already.
Yeah.
At least Yumi is still open. And a while ago, actually, there was a team that used it. DK, I believe, used it against Genji in the LCK Cup of 2026. They lost, but still, it was a unique and impressive input being paired up with an Ezreal. So maybe that's something that both of these teams can maybe try out later. Both of them actually has no losses just yet. Both of them has 5-0. Team FF won against almost all the regions as well. KhanKluay won almost against all regions as well, and it's going to be a challenge because all of the teams right now in the upper bracket, they have their games almost at one-sided wins.
Yeah.
And now
Yeah,
they're
so this
gonna
is gonna-
clash. If then inevitably they're gonna clash against each other.
Exactly, and that's the beauty of a battle of sea. And I also love the bands from KhanKluay and also the Team FF because they just ban every single powerful champions like Zahin. I to be honest, I kind of disappointed with the Zahin ban because I really want to see how Southeast Asia region playing this kind of champion because he's still sort of like an overpower. But Varus ban is also very good because he possessed a strong lane control as well as for the early game, and not to mention the chain of corruption that plays a big role in terms of the team fight.
I love the well-rounded composition that I'm just going to say Team KK. I think that's going to be easier to say as well. But there's a short trivia about Team KhanKluay as well, because it's a short film from 2006 about an elephant, animated film about an elephant that wandered away from his mom. Something like that. I wasn't able to go into like the details, but it's best not to mispronounce the name
Exactly,
as well, because
the
it means
Guiang.
a very, very, very different thing as well. So I'm just gonna be saying KK from now. They have a well-rounded composition. They have really good shredder, which is Serenara is one of the most popular champions right now in the ADC department. Someone can help out in terms of shielding, which is the Orianna. They can maybe even go for another utility support here because they just recently banned out Lulu. Milio might be nice as well, and they have a good solid front line, which is the Hecarim.
Yeah, I mean the Lulu's ban is very makes sense because as a Yunara, it's very hard for her to secure early game of the landing phase. So if you have a good enchanter, this would be a perfect pair for Yunara, and not to mention they also already have a Hecarim as the semi-tank. So I think for KK's team side, they want to secure the team fight because they already have Orianna to secure the late game insurance, and also they have the Hecarim that can provide a very solid jungle rotation and also the team fight. Guiang, I think there's something wrong with your voice.
Oh, my bad.
Oh.
My mic got cut off. What I was saying is because Ash got banned out by Team KK, right? Team KK is removing some of the late game potential carries that can be a threat to Team KK as well. So that might force out Team FF to actually pick up something like Illusion. They settled for Jinx, which is still a high priority late game hyper carry as well. So this is a strong lineup already by Team FF. They have the Execute as well from the Viego. They have Initiating Power from the Scion and the Thresh as well. So many people can protect the Jinx from the back line. And I think Team KK is doing a really good job as well in answering that. They added in another frontline power, which is the K'Sante. I was thinking about maybe picking up a Rumble, maybe a Renekton, but K'Sante is much more sturdy.
Yeah, I mean they just want to play it a little bit safe, and when the Nautilus pick, it is also very makes sense because they also want if considering the late game team fight, they also want something that can also have a very good combination in terms of AOE evac and especially AOE skill from KK's team side, because they already have Orianna and Hecarim.
Will they go with the Talia instead? Oh, they went with Ahri. So much setting power for Team FF, right? Especially on small skirmishes, the Viego, the Thresh, and the Ahri can do wonders. And that's where Team KK needs to be very careful. Especially the Orianna, especially the Yunara. If both of them got taken down, even if it's just one, it's going to be a huge threat already for Team KK.
Yeah, I mean, I think this already explains a lot the way they want to play this game, because the team for that they want to really go very aggressive at the start of the game, because if you have Jinx and if you can make her have lots of items before middle game, that will be a very big advantage for FF. And also you also have Ahri as the single targeted setup, and also not to mention to trust, because this will be a very the good aggressive early game combination.
Yeah, it's I'm really excited to see the fights later on. So many initiating tools, so many ways to protect their backline as well. Team KK going extra aggressive, Team FF doubling down on having that capacity to initiate fights, favoring to them. They just need to be very careful of the hooks. I actually both of them, because the Nautilus has a hook as well, the Thresh has a hook. I think the Viego is going to be the biggest problem here for Team KK. If ever this Viego gets a reset, the Ari actually has a little bit of a reset as well on her Spirit Rush, so it's a double reset composition here for Team FF that really relies on having that leverage in a team fight, getting that first takedown. When they get that, they just snowball.
Exactly. So the main objective for KK is to hold that kind of snowball. They actually cannot be snowballed by Team FF. Otherwise, this will be the end of them. Because most of the champions from KK is setting up for late game. So if you are falling down at the early game, that will be very hard for them to rebound.
Guys, let us know in the comment section, who do you think is going to be winning here in this game? Which team are you rooting for? Which region are you rooting for as well? Because we're going to be loving to see the result of this. And it's just a best of one. One game to determine the victor. One game to determine which team is going to go to the next round in the upper bracket 6. And which team is going to drop to the lower bracket. In which they're going to be battling, I believe, against 57 or Sweet 57, 157. Or whoever wins between 157 West Point Esports Academy. So it's going to be an important thing for those teams as well that surely is watching this match right now.
Yeah, so grab your popcorn and your snacks, because we are going to jump into the very first match of today between Team KhanKluay and also Team FF. Who will win the very first step to become the champion of this Battle of Sea? Let's check it out.
I just love seeing those kinds of intros, right? Or we see like the 3D setup, the cinematic view of the game. Those are the things I'm actually trying to learn as well, as a content creator as well, when I host events or tournaments. But I haven't really gotten to it as well.
Well, yeah, I also love that. I mean, since the theme of current season is Demacia, I would like to encourage every single participant of this live stream to don't forget play League of Legends, because the Battle Pass of season 2026 is already up, and don't forget to claim your rewards, baby.
Claim the rewards, right? Also, don't forget to enjoy the game. I mean, it is Valentine's Day, so it's a time to enjoy and not to be sad. You know, you can also find your future partner in the game. Be a duo, not only in game but also in real life.
Yeah, and I think Team FF, considering how aggressive they kind of champion composition, I think this is going to be very solid if they can secure first blood and also the following kill. And in terms of the talking, they already have Jinx and also Trash. Trash is actually very good at early game laning phase, because they can just Team FF can just harass the both lane of KK.
Yeah, I mean, they're already dominating, or at least being very, very aggressive, controlling the lane into the bot lane. Iril is doing a really good job denying some CS, maybe XP as well from Akihiko, in which it gives gentlemen one by one a lot of leverage already. At least as they slowly crash the wave, now they're getting engaged. Iril took a little bit of damage. Akihiko is following up very well. Gentleman one by one is just gonna clear out the wave so that they can go into a much safer position.
Yeah, I mean that was a very dangerous move from Team FF, considering the position. They really want to inject towards the bot lane of KK, but in the middle of the game, especially at the middle lane, I think our colleagues sort of like having a very big problem in here.
Oh, yeah, it's a charm. Really good charm by Ari Kelik. Nearly got the Inda, but it's still gonna be out with a flash by Hex.
Yeah, I mean that was something that actually Team FF couldn't do at the early of the game, because actually First blood is something they really need the most. And not mentioned to do that, they need multiple kills to make sure Jinx or any other characters like Ahri or also Viego can secure items more than the KK. Because if you want to drag this to the late game, the chance of you winning this best of one series will be less.
Good folks coming in, but you need to be very careful because the blueprint is just here with a follow-up dredge line to get out. It looks like both of them are going to be fine, at least for now.
I really love the way KK trying to pull a very stable game and also very keen to see the opportunities and chances to kill their opponents. But considering the bot lane side, I think we're gonna jump into the middle of the game.
A good charm actually to deny some damage from Hexerens, but it's not gonna stop all that aggression that Team KK is doing so far. 2-0 start. And right now we're starting to see Team FF having a bit of a hard time. Usually when you have this kind of composition, it tends to be this team getting the aggression, right? We saw their attempts in the bot lane trying to get a gank onto Akihiko and Gojo, but with it not really succeeding, it gave a chance to Team KK to actually pull off a good engage in the mid lane.
This is starting raising a red flag to Team FF because the 2 kills is actually something that the Team FF needs the most, and they're still not progressing after seeing Oriana's already taken 2 lives from Ahri.
Yeah, it's a bit of a hard time already for Arikelik, and the Oriana did pick up the boots already. He's at least a couple hundred gold ahead from the Ahri. At least he's doing a really good job in catching the wave despite dying 2 times already. So he's trying to maintain, at least mitigate the amount of lead that Hexerens is having in the lane. Later on, he will have his chances, especially when he groups up with Iril.
And back to the Baron lane, it is a very stable game between 2 parties because they just walking towards each other, and Team FF really need to make a progress.
It's the bot lane. I think it's gonna be the most important lane here for Team FF. So far, Gentleman 1 by 1 is actually ahead against Akihiko. So even though they didn't really get a kill in the bot lane, at least they managed to at least control the wave. Now Kiss and Prio over the dragon. Gunlock needs to be extra careful. Looks like they're just gonna be giving this objective away. It's free buff for Team FF.
Yeah, that's also a very wise decision from KK because not every single player from KK are ready enough to contest the first dragons, and since the Team FF already started first and the timing is not given for KK, so they just want to play it really safe, and I really love that kind of decision because you can still have a Reef Herald later after the first dragon, and to make sure you can secure the first turret.
And for Team FF, I think their biggest priority right now is to just deny scaling capability from Team KK, right? That's why they already, since they got leverage already in the bot lane, they fully utilized it. They got the dragon, and then I think they're just gonna be doubling down. What Team KK needs to be extra careful with is Arkelik going to the bot lane. Because so far, the only gank we've seen is the Blueprint going there, right? But when the Ahri's involved, things gets a little more complicated, especially in dodging, because there's so many things flying around, going towards you, so many projectiles to try and dodge, and it might be a big hassle for Team KK.
Yeah, but I kind of worried with the pace that Team FF brings to the game because we are talking about you already have a very aggressive early game champions that can set up for skirmish and also killing a single target, but I don't see that kind of setup from Team FF up until now.
And just some setups in Vision so far by Iril. Setting up Vision in the bot side river, a little deep as well towards the right side jungle of Gon. They're trying to get information. I think they're just giving all their efforts and resources into this bot lanes, because if this Jinx gets ahead, when he gets his first item, maybe the Kraken Slayer, then the damage output is gonna be insane already. And maybe they're prepping for the Herald later on as well.
Yeah, but I kind of worried with the team fight. I mean, the big team fight between these two parties, because if you jump into the big team fight, the Joker from Oriana will play a very big role in here, and this will be something that can annoy the formation of the team FF. So they really need to secure a big lead in now.
So far, they are trying to secure grubs. 1 out of 3 already done. Iril though getting charged. Here comes the onslaught of shadows as well. Full investment by Team FFF or Team KK as Dobby might actually be successful in taking down Iril. There's the charm already. And Akira getting shot with the shockwave as now Hex trying to disengage. Team FF getting the leverage already into this fight as they get the reset. However, Team KK still pursuing, trying to get along in this lines as Archelic actually being able to disengage. Dodger's gonna be the one to chase him down. Looks like Gon is just gonna try to finish up this grub before it actually gets taken out. And it's gonna be a big win actually by Team KK so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's very fair for a KK. I mean, they got the kills, and then they also secured lots of grabs in here. And I really love the way the KK set up the Team FF. They just let Team FF to start the grabs first, and not to mention the movement of the K-Sanze. They just, pulling out several players from Team FF. So the only thing that FF can do is just jump into the fight, and KK took that advantage very beautifully. And also, the Hecarim, once he noticed that the Team FF not really progressing to the Freud drops, they just, taking it over.
Can he actually stay alive? Akihiko stays 1 HP away from dying. And Team FF looks like the rest of the squad are gonna be here, but to no avail. Really good protection by Gojo. Rocket gonna push through.
Oh.
Will it hit him? It does. But, good dodge.
Oh, it doesn't.
He won't die, but
It doesn't hit it. I mean, for me to see that kind of skirmish attack, I mean, it's kind of the off timing. And let's take a look at the replay. I mean, the beautiful setup in here is the beautiful role in here is on case taking the attention of the two players and making them suffer a low HP, and that's the moment of Hecarim after he got some drops. They just, securing kills and making Team FF in a big loss.
Team KK actually got 2 grubs in total, just because Gon took 1 grub before he actually involved himself into the team fight. Before he died, he was able to get the last one as well. Now, Archelic getting a charm, and that's another shutdown towards his Hecarim.
That's the only thing that we want to see from the very start of the game, because you already have Ari, and with charm you can do a lot of skirmish, and to see that happen in 10 minutes, I mean, it's kind of late, but still, we're considering the gold economy between the two parties is not really in a big gap, and I mean, it's nice to see that FF actually finally do that.
Yeah, Team FF now slowly getting their tempo through Archelic as well. That's been involved in all of the kills that they have gotten so far. Those charms really land well against Team KK, and now it's going to be second dragon. This time Team KK has the leverage in position, and looks like there's not going to be any contest from Team FF.
Yeah, 1 dragons for each parties, and since the Team FF position, they are not really want to take it to the second dragon, so it's actually the free dragon for KK. But I don't see any big progress between these two parties. So because the only objective for Team KK is to hold this game until the late game, waiting for Oriana and also Yunara have enough items to jump into the team fight. And for Team FF, they just need to not only considering the team fight potential from KK, but they also have to make a lead in here.
Yeah, speaking of lead, like weak side Wally 3-0-1 already. Sunfire completed already. There's 2 Kraken Slayers on Team FF as well. 1 on Blueprint, 1 on Gentleman 1x1. So that's a lot of DPS later on in team fights, and KhanKluay might need to be extra careful in targeting them, because there's so many targets here for Team FF, right? Their champions kind of have to thresh, but the Viego, Ari, and Jinx are going to be the primary targets. Speaking of which, in KK getting targeted, but it looks like they're being able to retaliate really well. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but it's much better though for Team FF, as now Awesome Shadow is going to be used for the disengage, still going to be taken down. That's 2 by the blueprint. Looks like they're going to be happy with that.
Beautiful setup. The box is open to make the exit way from KK's player is already close, and the team have did a very good job to focusing on one champion. And even though there's a threat between those parties, but still the win is still on the TMFF side, because KK actually couldn't handle to make another trade.
Oh, that was really close, but I think you kind of have to respect Hezreren's. I mean, that Orianna is kind of fed, and even though you already have your Kraken Slayer, this one Shockwave might put you in a very critical HP condition. But speaking of critical, Blueprint having so much confidence right now. Needs to be extra careful though, as Gojo is on the way. Lantern gonna be used, and a really good smash there by weak side Wally. That's a guaranteed kill, and Blueprint just secures its 4th kill.
Oh my god, a mispositioning from the Nautilus, and this will be bad for KK because they are now progressing down. But on the other hand, Orianna successfully got the trade. You lose the Nautilus, but you still able to get Jinx. That will be for me, still a win for KK.
And it looks like Gentleman 1 by 1 didn't learn his lesson from a while ago. Still went a little too close for comfort onto Hexerens, and this time he got what we anticipated was going to happen. Just one shockwave and he's dead.
Yeah, and then for Team FF, I mean, I really love that they are finally playing a little bit more aggressive and giving a lot of pressure actually to Hecarim. I mean, like annoy the jungle path of Hecarim is a very big thing, because you actually want to deny the Hecarim as he will play a very big role as the initiator of the team fight.
Arcalic bought it on the rewards, well. Like no one's gonna check the area, at least for now. MFF, even though they kinda had some odd casualties, they're still the one ahead, still the one calling the shots. 1,000 gold lead, equal in terms of objectives, but now Rift Herald is gonna be very important as well. And Team KhanKluay, I think they need to maybe establish their control in terms of vision. So far, it's Team FF that is leading, taking all of their vision on the top side river out. Hex Flash charging, Iril not getting the hook. Looks like they're walk off.
Yeah, and the players are ready on their position, trying to find an information, but Team FF actually already started the Rift Herald, and we are not sure if KK is already noticed that, and finally the information from Orianna is already transferred to the other players.
They decided to just fall back, not contest anymore. I think they're starting to feel the pressure being demonstrated here, at least shown by Team FF, and now they should be able to use Shelly into the mid lane to bash this tower down. That's an easy tower. Lots of gold being transferred onto the members of Team FF, but looks like they want more. They just disengage instead. Team KK doesn't want any part of it. Or maybe they want. As Dobby actually gets a teleport in, the Thresh is already gonna get taken down, and they're just gonna be waiting for Arcalic, Big Flash, and the Spirit Rush already thrown out.
Yeah, everyone is disengaged on the Team FF. Team FF already got their objective, the first turret, and especially a middle turret will play a very big role in here, because if you got your opponent's middle turret, it actually open the access to your opponent's jungle. But Akihiko got a little bit of mispositioning and will be punished right away with Jinx.
Just in time as well for the objective, but Team KK, they already maybe have anticipated that, because they lost their ADC, but at least they got the dragon. So it's a bit of an okay trade for Team KK.
Yeah, an okay trade, a fair trade. I mean, if you secure lots of dragons, this will be aligned with the composition of KK, because they are focusing on the late game, as you have already Orianna and also Hecarim, not to mention the Kisande. The only objective for KK is to hold the economy. They couldn't lose any big gap economy towards the Team FF, and Team FF, even though they already do a very good job at, in terms of repressing the movement of Hecarim, but still the progress of Team FF is not that big. So for me, it's still everyone's game.
Yeah, the biggest problem though, or biggest threat right now, is the potential Infernal Soul objective. on anyone's side, once they get the Infernal Dragon Soul, especially with all the stacks of dragons that come along with that, it's gonna be a scary feat for the opposing team, especially that both of them does have a lot of explosive power. Now, Team FF might want to contest the next dragon, in case. Looks like they are interested in maybe taking down this tower on the top side, with more on the gold that they have been acquiring for quite a while now. The 1,000 gold lead for the past like 16 minutes has finally been increased to around 2,000 in 18 minutes. And their primary goal is to just expand on that. Have the higher gold lead, especially if they can funnel it onto the Jinx or onto the Viego. That's gonna be nice for their side.
Yeah, but I think I can see the struggle from Team KK to handle the lane, and especially Hecarim is being pushed over and over by Team FF. I mean, the presence of Team FF towards the jungle side of KK is very big, and it makes a Hecarim kind of need to rework his path.
Yeah, it's kind of hard right now for Gon, to be honest. It's one of the primary initiators for the team. But just one mistake, and even if he actually goes in, there's so many tools on Team FF side that can cancel him out, can suppress him massively, and can render him useless. And it's not really that tanky just yet. Has a Spear of Sojourn, has the Merc Boots, but nothing really to prevent him from getting just decimated early as he goes in. At most, Dobby can actually tank a lot, even though he just has the Icewind Gauntlet. It's AK Sante. It's always gonna be tanky. It's always gonna be hard to kill it with all those shields and mobility. But for the Hecarim, it's a one-way trip most of the time.
Yeah. Now talking about the tank from each parties, I kind of worried with the Team FF City. Well, yes, Trash is a champion that actually kind of tanky at the early of the game, but during late game, he's not that tanky. I mean, he's kind of a squishy one. So Team FF need to work really fast in terms of the team fight. They could not pull a very long fight with KK later in the late game.
Warwick nearly got killed there. It was
scary.
treading on fine lines. Yeah, it was a scary moment, to be honest. But he managed to get away with just the ult. I think he's still gonna be fine. Will have his flash and available in a short while as well. So nothing really to be scared about, at least for now, especially since objectives are getting up. Baron, I think, is going to be a massive objective here for both of these teams. So right now, we're already seeing Team FF establishing, or at least attempting to establish, a couple of vision topside river-wise. And Team KK kind of struggling to deny those.
Exactly, and but Team FF, if they want to secure another big league in here, they really need to secure the Baron Nashor, because if you take a look at the map itself, actually the land pressure is already pulled towards the KK side. So if Team FF able to secure Baron Nashor, this will set up a lot of things for them.
Oh, good hook, good setup by Team FF, trying to take down Gojo out. Looks like they're not going to be successful at it, at least for now. Just chunks his HP to 60%. As top side right now is going to be the rotation. Team FF trying to get this blue buff, but Gon will say, nope, this is ours. Helps out his mid laner as well.
Yeah, another turret destroyed by Team FF, so it means another land pressure for Team KK. And since Team FF want to secure this Battle Nation badly, I think to make a very good setup, like killing one or two champion first from KK will be an important part in here.
You know, if there's something that I've been noticing on Gentleman 1 by 1, he's very independent, I would say, but oftentimes gets into a really bad spot, what was capitalized a while ago by Team KK. This time though, they're leveling down onto this dragon as Team KK is looking for Ari Kellic. They're not going to be successful in taking the Ari down, and it gives a chance for Team FF to at least equalize the dragon stacks.
Yeah, I mean, they just lose one dragon, but I mean, it's okay as long as they can trade it with one turret, and this is gonna be kind of very hard for Team KK if they play this kind of slow. But Akihiko once again punished by Team KK as he mispositioned himself.
Yeah, the CC chain from the Nautilus is just insane at this point, right? You have so much crowd control. It gives so many chances for an Orianna to just put the ball down and click R. Once you press R, it's done already. The damage output is insane, especially with Shadow Flame already.
Yeah, but the death of the Ahri doesn't give any big effect to Team FF because, well, yes, they lose one life of Ahri, but on the other hand, the trade of Ahri's life is the turret. So, considering the trade is not equal, KK need to work on something, and finally they get the Thrash as another kill, but I think they still need more.
Yeah, they were able to take down Thresh. It's what you get after, right? More important. So far, they haven't really done that just yet. They're now starting Baron though, so maybe this is it. No initiating power, at least reduced initiating power here for Team FF. And they have to force this fight 4v5. I think the Baron debuff though is going to be a problem for Team KK. They need to be wary of that. Except Wally's going to be the first one to actually check. Dobby got hit by the charm. Also the shadows are so good. Ball delivery with the shockwave. That's how Gentleman 1v1 is going to get... It's still going to stay alive. One actually thought he was going to be down. But Akihiko got too greedy, trying to 1v1 him. And he just bit the nail. Now, Team KK has to back away. They weren't able to get the Baron, and they weren't able to get any kills after that.
They got nothing actually. I mean, that was a very good opening from Hecarim, but sadly they couldn't escalate it to kills. And the Team FF did a very good job of punishing the mispositioning of the Yunara, aka Akihiko. And for Team KK, since they couldn't get the Hecarim back into the team fight, once again Team FF just pressing it back, and now the Baron Nation is open widely for Team FF, and there's no way KK can contest it.
Akihiko got too greedy, too overconfident with his item Fin Hunter Bolts. Thought he could actually just 1v1 and shred Gentleman one by one. But yeah, you don't do the name. You don't do the 1v1 against the Jinx because it's never going to be a 1v1. There's always going to be backup. There's always going to be the other teammates. Shockwave going to be used by Hexarens. It actually blows up Abigail. What?
Oh my god.
He's not going to connect. He stays alive.
What? That was another scary moment from this Oriana. I mean, I couldn't handle my heart each time I'm watching Oriana playing solo to clear lanes and having, you know, a shock and a surprise from Team FF to take his life. But now is a good job for Oriana because it's actually Oriana is kind of very fat in here, so. I can tell why Team FF want to secure another skirmish towards the Oriana, but it's kind of hard for Team FF to take down Oriana, but they still open to another chance. Like you can take down Akihiko, aka Yunara, because here's the weak side in here from KK side.
I think the only thing lacking from Hexaren's combo a while ago was a mastery emote. Or any emote, right? A thumbs up would have been so nice. Like, good try on the gank, but I'm strong. I'm 6-1-1 already and almost reaching towards a potential death cap or Zonia's. Either way, it's gonna be it's a lot of ability power on this Oriana. So far though, Team FF not really letting that affect them so far. They managed to push bot side as Abigail being the target into the mid lane. Soaking up a lot of attention there as the rest of his teammates are just pushing bot lane, maximizing their Baron buff. Well,
yeah, and considering we are almost entered the late game, I can tell that the different tempo from KK, they are now playing a little bit more aggressive and matching the tempo from Team FF. But for me, it's still kind of late for KK because the Team FF already secured all of the first lane threat from KK. On the other hand, KK is still not really good. Great progress with the turret, but now the Drake is already slain over the Team FF. No team fights and no contest at all from KK. Now, I mean, it's like starting a time bomb from KK because they tend to give away lots of objectives towards Team F.
Just one ult by the Sion, and all those frag controls are just negated. So with the shockwave down, Team FF can maybe start a fight, and they know they know so far from the 2 objective fights from the past 7 minutes as well that Team KK will not start a fight. They're gonna wait for Team FF to actually start a fight, and maybe that's where they can actually like set a trap against them.
Yeah, and at this point, it's kind of tricky for Team Effort to do the team fight. I agree with you, and the Team Effort do very a good job in here for waiting Oriana to spam this shockwave, or at least waiting Hecarim to miss position so they can jump into this fight, or initiating a fight, more comfortable.
It's a hard time to be Team KK right now. Soul Point, Infernal Dragon Soul on an Ari Viego Jinx. That is gonna be wild. That's gonna hard to resist damage. Especially the Jinx right now is really loading up. Almost completed on his items as well. He's on 100% crit rate, right? When he fixed that Lord Dominic's in, and he's just gonna hurt so much already. Let's see though, as Arkelic is always a target for some reason. It's like they're bad at only Ari Kelly. Only target is this Ari.
I mean, Ari Kelly is a weak side from TMFF, so I think that's also very makes sense for KK to gaining points and also economies from these players, because the progress from the Team KK is actually very slow in here. They're often to failing securing turrets, and even though they jump into the big team fight, they couldn't secure any big leads in here, even though we are already entered the late game. So KK just trying to find any possibilities that they could grab.
Well, a kill is a kill, right? And if they're gonna be able to deal some damage onto a tower, then that's something that they can latch on. Akihiko though, getting latched with the hook by Irel is just perfect timing for Team FF. Their punishment is just too severe, and it's just the thing that gives trauma to Team KK. It's tremendous.
One mispositioning, one nice hook, and you got your life way taken by the Team FF. And now the Team FF, just dragging and driving their lanes towards the Team KK. And I think we will see another big team fighting here after the inhibitor from KK successfully taken down by the Team FF.
Yeah, they're already chipped down a couple of HP onto their inhibitor tower. Arcalic needs to be extra careful though. He attempts to land a charm onto Gojo. I don't think it Nautilus though is going to be the primary target here. So far in terms of damage output, I think Team FF can actually turn onto anyone here on the side of Team KK. Maybe the Nautilus, maybe the Hecarim, maybe the K-Sante. I think they already have the damage output to shred any one of KhanKluy's members down. And that's a scary part, especially with the added 2 Infernal Dragon Sacks, potentially 3. If Team KK doesn't contest the last dragon, it's just gonna be a landslide from there.
I mean, it feels like a KK waiting for too long to get a call. Okay, let's contest that, because I can tell that KK actually want to contest, but they just kind of like waiting for the call, and the call is not coming until the objective is taken by the AFF.
It's a tough situation. Another hook! Oh my god, Hexerence! This time it's gonna be the target. Gone, trying to pick up the slack, trying to get the attention here of the members of Team FF, but it's not gonna be enough. It's forced to use this ult away. Dobby trying to get the attention this time, but everyone is just gonna turn on him. They'll happily give the attention that he wants, but he still was actually able to take down Iril. That's a good job. It kind of dismissed the supposed push of Team FF. Gentleman, one by one though, is just picking up the slack, flashing in onto Akihiko. He might have been too overzealous though. He did pick up the kill onto the Jinx, but he was shut down.
Yes, but it's okay, because now the second variation widely open for Team FF. They still have 3 players online in here, but on the other side, the KK only got Hecarim alive. And even though the dragon spawn, I don't think this will be a good thing for Hecarim to take it down by himself. And since the Baron Nashor already taken by the Team FF, it will give them a big advantage to give more pressure towards the lane of KK.
And they can now start pushing again, push away back all 3 lanes, maybe a 1-3-1 or 1-1-3, because Dragon is already available as well. There's a pause initiated here. Not sure where.
Yeah.
But I think that's a breather that is necessary for Team KK. It's a replay though.
Yeah, the replay. I mean, it's a very good initiation from Team FF, but if you take a look deeper at how Team FF works and moving and how KK move and reacting, they already play a very different mindset in here. Team FF moving around together is always to find another chance to skirmish or at least to start a team fight. But on the other hand, a KK, I feel like the mindset that they have during this game is just to react what FF will bring on the table, and it is not actually good because after jumping into the late game, it has to be KK to start, to initiate, but instead they're playing very passive and not initiating anything. They're kind of afraid to contest a lot of things too.
Hexatopics as well picked up already by the Jinx. It's 100% crit with a Kraken Slayer, Abigail. This Jinx is already unstoppable at this point. Infernal Dragon Soul with 3 Infernal Dragons as well. It's just ridiculous amount of adaptive force added into the already buffed up members of Team FF. This Jinx is gonna be, it's like a big boss right now.
Exactly, Jinx is gonna getting wild here and there, and there's no way for KK to stop her. And I mean, they actually have a way to stop it. They need to win one big fight in here and still able to secure one of big objectives. To it and I think it's not to closing the game, but just to prolong the breath in this game because KK still have a lot of things to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's a long journey for Team KK if ever to come back here in this game. Especially that they're down around 6,000 gold. It's not really a whole lot, but it's where the gold that's the problem, right? Now there's 3 members piling on to weak side Wally. But it's holding on for so long. There's already a push initiated into the top side, and with 3 members here in the bot lane, there's only 2 on top lane, and it's not gonna be enough to stop the push of Team FF. Inhibitor tower is gonna be taken down alongside with this inhibitor, and it's an easy push, a very worth it trade, to be honest, for Team FF.
Yeah, a very easy one. I mean, it's okay if you want to take it the life of a Sion. Yeah, I'll give you that. But what will happen with your inhibitor? Inhibitor will play a big role in here for Team FF because they can play a big macro in here, pushing the turrets and also making the movement of a Team KK lesson and a lesson, and that will leave KK in a very desperate way. I mean, and it's also talking about how long the time that they need to take down one Sion is already a red flag. A big red flag in here. I mean, like the time bomb from KK side is almost bombing.
Yeah, it's a well-fed Sion with unending despair. One of my favorite items actually in the game because of the ridiculous amount of feeling when you're surrounded by a lot of people. Good takedown though, or attempt to gentleman one by one, but it still stays alive! This guy is just unkillable at this point, and he's excited to run down the member 0 of KhanKluay. The backline's gonna be breached. Here comes Blueprint trying to take them down to get the reset onto this Vieg, but Akihiko still staying alive. Jay gonna be popped as Dobby as well. Popped like a bubble because this Jinx is just so fed right now. Gets a triple kill. Might even want a quadra kill here as Blueprint just stole it away from him.
But sadly, there's no first quadra kill, but an ace for Team FF. Every single player from Team KK already wiped out, and there's no way for Team KK to defend the Nexus as Team FF happily reaching the Nexus, killing every single inhibitor and giving a big statement that they will secure the win of this best of 1 series and progressing and proceed to the next stage.
Wow, almost a one-sided beatdown. By the time they reach like mid to late game, Team FF definitely is a strong team, and they're gonna proceed towards the next round, which is the upper final for tomorrow's match.
Yes, I mean that was a very scary game, to be honest. I mean, we are kind of skeptical with how Team FF playing at the game, because we are considering this kind of competition should be very aggressive at the early of the game. And to be honest, KK already had a good lead. because they already secured 2 kills from Ahri, so they already opened a weak side from the team FF, and after they got the 2 kills from Ahri from the team FF side, they actually can play it safely. They play very safely, but I think it's just too safe until the late game. And the team FF, after they got the first dragon and then they got some confidence, they just don't want to put that chains away. And I really love the way they trying to abuse that kind of confidence and also the chains. And considering how passive team FF, team KK playing, and I mean it's kind of sad to see the lead that you already have during the early of the game just vanish in vain.
Yeah, it's kind of sad, to be honest, as well, right? You had already this kind of composition, but they still have one chance, right? At least Team KK will have a chance in the lower bracket. They're gonna be battling to whoever wins between 157 and West Point Esports Academy as Team FF proceeds to the next round on tomorrow's broadcasted matches as well. I believe we're gonna have a short break, so we'll have Faerie Charm next and SSS coming right up. You're still watching Battle of Sea Proving Grounds, and we're still your shoutcasters, Guiang and Abigail. We'll be right back after the short break.
spark of joy once lit the dusk in crimson flame and soul, where voices rose like echoes deep in halls where we belong. Yeah, 海角公里遇见你，我共此时光，愿此情长似月流芳。Where we belong. Until I see you again, to the end we begin. Take this way, stay home and
Welcome back again, Summoners, to Battle of Sea Proving Grounds with us, Abigail and Guiang as your caster, and we already finished the first Best of Fun Series match between KK and also FF, with FF proceeding to the next stage, and now we are going to continue to the second match.
It's a match of Fear Charm versus SSS this time around. Before we dwell into the matchup though, I just want to say the cinematic video of the Lunar Revel is so aesthetic. It seems like an animated film already. Please, right? Give us another movie. Give us another film. We're still waiting for the next Arcane, or like what's gonna happen after Arcane. They just produce so many really good contents.
But I love the details. Like how they pull this kind of cinematic for today, because since today is Valentine's night, and they just pull a cinematic where two people, like one woman and one man, enjoying the time together. Ow, so sweet. But moving back to the game, we gonna have a team Triple S SSS with us Arashi Nekodesu and the other two players, and Faerie Charm from Malaysia and Singapore as well, one JWP as Evoski, Quake, and Born This Way. This is a very solid lineup, and we've seen their performance last year during the LCP qualifiers, and their opponent also a very strong player too. And I think this is gonna be a interesting match, because it kind of gives me a LCP qualifiers vibe back again.
Yeah, exactly. The moment I saw LJW or 1JW and Born This Way, I was thinking, the guys from LCP. These guys were really strong. And just a little bit of insight as well.
LCP?
Yeah, they were at the LCP wildcards and at LCP, or supposedly for LCP promos as well. And they were, at that time, they were representing Inferno Esports, which was a PH team. But Born This Way did get the finals MVP at the LCP wildcard at that time. It was an interesting one, because I believe they battled against Full Sense or Fear Charm at the time. So this is going to be an interesting matchup, because Team SSS is going to be against Fear Charm, and this time 1JW and Born This Way are gonna be with Fear Charm.
I love this. This is a respect band towards each other, because you want to deny the Vi and also the girlfriend from Arashi, and also for Team SSS they also deny Nico. That's very good ban, because Nico can play a very big role in terms of the team fight, as she could change the towards the appearance of the other opponent, so another appearance, and that this will be lead the Faerie charm into a very tricky situation, and Team SSS did a very good job to deny that. And Varus ban, like the first game, is very reasonable. I mean, considering the power of a Varus, yes, Varus at late game is fall off in terms of damage, but it will be substituted with his ultimate, the Chain Corruption.
I like that this matchup right now is giving like LCP vibes from the banning, and of course for the players as well. It's just gonna be LJW Akali or Sevaskis, because LJW also uses Akali.
Come on, please, lock Akali, please,
just lock it in, man.
Please, lock, please, please.
Yes! I think they locked it in.
No, it's not
with
locked
the
in yet.
Lee Sin. They did.
I love Akali. I love Kitty. I love Akali the most, and I really love the Lee Sin peak. So you have Akali, and also you have Lee Sin. So Lee Sin will provide the team fight in a scrimmage at the early of the game. But Akali, once she turns to level 5 or 6, she will have a very good time with Lee Sin comboing toward each other and find a good scrimmage. And if you pick Rise for Team Triple S side, this will be a good late game insurance, to be honest. But they have to be careful with the positioning of Rise, because in the early of the game, Rise is also very easy to bully.
Yeah, but once he gets his actualizer, he's the bully. Actualizer is such a broken item for Rise at the moment. It's been spammed out on not only on just rankings, but all over every tournament, including the LCK, including the LCP as well. This champion is really strong, and so far they have really good champions that can complement the Rise as well. Really good initiating power with the Xin Zhao, and of course the Rumble has that long range capability. And looks like it's gonna be LJW Sakali, because now they locked in the Anivia for Sevaski. Wow, this is hyper aggressive composition. Yeah, it's wild. It's wild.
It's wild. And I really love the way Triple S pick Rumble, and you have to remember Rumble is a very independent Baron lane. Okay, so Team Triple S can focus on other things like the weak side, and or probably just pampering Rise, and a good pick for Xin Zhao, because the Xin Zhao also can deny the team fight from Faerie charm, even though it's just once, but once sometimes can be a very good thing for Team Triple S.
Man, Triple S, they have to respond with maybe a safe ADC. I'm not sure if picking a Yunara is gonna be a good option here. Maybe Corki is gonna be enough to at least have some sufficient backline access, but it's banned away a while ago by Faerie charm, so it gives little to no choices, or at least reduced choices for Team SSS, right? Maybe Ezreal's gonna be a good option, at least to not get easily latched on by the Akali, by the Lee Sin, and not get cut out with the walls as well of the Nivea.
Yeah, Ezreal will be a good pick, because he also has an escape skill, and for Team Triple S, they tend to just denying Born This Way, denying Leona and also Nautilus, which we already saw during the LCP wildcard. Born This Way played very good with aggressive support and aggressive tanky support.
It's so good on those champions, and can also use like utility champions like Renata or Lulu, depending on what ADC is accompanying, right? And in this case, looks like they're just doubling down. They keep doubling down on very, very aggressive champions. We saw the R1 Akali and R2 Lee Sin. They added in the Anivia for extra, crowd control presence as well, with the slows of his ult, with the walls as well, and the stun of his Q. Now they added in a Jhin that can disrupt team fights with his curtain call, disrupt fights as well with his long range snare, and all those traps can be a big hassle to Team SSS that will be trying to get close to Faerie charm.
Yeah, but very charm. Actually, I can tell that they really want to play this wild and hard because you have Jin with the curtain call. It will give a conditioning towards the team fight, and not to mention you have to be aware with the two assassins from Fairy Charm, which is Akali and also Lee Sin. But now Fairy Charm lacking of a tank champion, so you can't secure Enchanter champion here. Probably Alistar or Braum will be a good pick, but Thresh, I kind of worried with the late game. I kind of worried with the late game because there will be no champion from Fairy Charm side that can hold as a frontliner during the team fight.
I'm still gonna be excited about this, man. Especially because Born This Way on his Thresh. I think I saw him already use Thresh before. Not sure if it was in the local tournament here in the Philippines before when they participated, or when they were at wildcards or while LCP promos. But he's damn good on this champion. With the Jin, it's just perfectly paired as well. So it's a hyper aggressive, fully
Exactly.
doubled, and like everyone all in on this composition for Fury Charm. And Team SSS, they're playing it very conservatively, right?
Yeah.
They have a decent amount of early game power, decent amount of laning pressure as well, with the Rumble, with the Rise, Wave Clear, and late game insurance definitely on the Yonara and the Rise. What they need to be very careful of, though, is the very mobile, very disruptive, very destructive lineup of Fury Charm. How do they contain, control, and mitigate Fury Charm is the question.
Yeah, exactly. And for Team Triple S, I agree with you. This is kind of a very balanced lineup from Team Triple S during the early, mid, and also the late game. But for Fairy Charm, we already know that this kind of lineup, you need, the only objective that Fairy Charm needs to do is just close the game as fast as possible, and this is gonna be wild. I mean, I will expect a very chaos early game because with Lee Sin and also Akali, not to mention Thresh, you can set up a lot of skirmish towards your opponent, and that would be crazy.
I'm hoping for invades. I'm hoping for a lot of invades coming in from Fury Charm. You guys have to charm us, pun intended, with your prowess in the game. And Triple S, well, it should be it may be a tough time for them in the early game, especially with the composition so far. Lee Sin, Thresh are strong initiating ganking tools as well that can go on all three lanes. If we look at the lanes, at most maybe top lane is the least preferred lane for them to actually gank, but for mid lane, bot lane, I think bot lane is gonna be like the sweet spot for Fury Charm. Guys, let us know in the comment section, who are you rooting for? Will it be Team SSS or Fury Charm? Make sure to share the live stream as well. Thank you so much for your support to League of Legends as we get closer to determining which of these teams will be the representatives, of course, of their region as well. I believe both Fury Charm and SSS are from Singapore, or Malaysia, Singapore, MYSG, similar to Team FF. So either one of these teams, they will battle against Team FF to determine the representative for MYSG. Because in the lower bracket, DokoTCG is also from MYSG, but they're not really in a good state right now.
Yes, and don't forget, for every single participant in this live stream, wherever you are, play League of Legends, because the 2026 Battle Pass is already up. Same goes with the game. The second match of today's Valentine Day, as we are watching, a Team Triple S will be facing Fairy Charm.
I just like this. Born This Way, he's already had this kind of character from before when I first saw him as well. He always spams his mastery emotes. And yeah, he's a true League player by heart. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's one saying that if you want to get a good support, let him or her playing Thresh. And if this player plays a very good Thresh, then this person will be a good support.
Yeah, absolutely. Thresh actually was one of the first support champions I used in the game when I was first introduced League of Legends. It was recommended to me by my dear neighbor or friend from before. And I really like this character as well. And to see it right now again just gives me a little bit of a nostalgic feel. Born this way.
May I know? May I know what did he say to you when he introduced Thresh to you? Did he say, "Oh, this is a very easy champion to play"? Is it like that? Is it like that?
Because my friend knows that I'm like really into MOBA and I'm good at MOBA games. So he specifically told me to use Thresh because this is one of the most complicated supports.
Okay. No sugarcoating and all. Because sometimes people just trolling you with saying that, "Oh, Thresh is actually very easy to play," but turns out that no, ain't no way Thresh is easy to play.
Yeah.
You need a big brain to play Thresh.
Thresh is the squishiest engaged champion in the early game because you kind of have to get the souls to get some armor. You don't build MR as well as you scale up, so you kind of need MR items. Your range, so you don't get a benefit from melee items or such, especially before. And you basically don't deal damage that much. So it's a weird situation for Thresh. But when you land your Q, the cooldown reduction is insane. That's one of the reasons why I also like Thresh. It's like an only hook, basically, when you have enough cooldown reduction.
Yeah, and then I think if you are very confident with how good you are as a playmaker in your team, Thresh will be very fit for you. And I mean the options for support champion in League of Legends is very wide and various. So it for me, it's also down to your personality as a supporter, whether you are a very supportive one that can play Enchanter, or maybe the one who can set a plane here as the bottom lane. Finally start a little fighting here. Lee Sin trying to give some support, but now the fight already avoided by the Faerie Charms player.
It all started with a hook missed by Born This Way. And it's actually a good thing that they placed a ward on the Tribrush in the bot lane that gave them information that Arashi was actually going bot side. And PS did respond accordingly. Took some damage though from the Xin Zhao as Born This Way was trying to get away without using flash. They're still relatively safe and okay. But in top lane, actually LGW is doing a really good job in the top lane. Not getting pressured at all.
But if you take a look at how these two teams are playing, they're actually kind of very keen to a chance to take down their opponents for both parties. Even though Team Triple S sort of like a balance, but in terms of the early game power is less than Faerie Charm. But they are also trying to match their tempo with Faerie Charm, which is a very good thing.
And thus, I think the Rumble needs to just pressure down more. Quake! Good flash by Born This Way to give like extra distance away from Team Triple S as well. It was a scary moment though.
Yeah, that was a scary moment, but I really love how this Yunara and also Lulu. I mean, this is a very good combination. I mean, Yunara will be having a very hard time during the laning phase. So having a good enchanter like a Lulu, and especially that can help during the team fight and giving a lot of supports, a lot of buffs. Not to mention to that, will be a perfect pair for Yunara to at least have a little bit of breath during the early game phase.
I just can't get over with Born This Way spamming the mastery emote. I don't think I know any player that does that in League of Legends.
If I were him, I would be very proudly, showing and spamming my mastery for Yumi.
Yeah, and you can always do it as well. Like they can do anything because you're latched onto the ADC.
Exactly. The first dragon is already up from Team Triple S, but I don't feel like the Team Faerie Charm will have enough time to contest that. So I think they just will let it slip.
And they kind of are not interested anymore in testing, or maybe they are. They're actually grouping up. Will there be a steal? No. PS was a little late by a millisecond, but they were able to at least take down Arashi. Trying to get the next kill. Elia was able to slow them down. It's a dragon or a kill.
Yeah, I mean, but that's still a good trade for both parties. I mean, if your opponent get a dragon, they couldn't use the effect of this dragon until the late game. So I think there Team Triple S will need longer time to maximize the potential of the dragon that they just took.
Oh, plans already popped there for Blaze the moment the hook landed onto him. So I think that's at least a summoner spell denied by Fury Charm. And they can look for more picks. This time it connected onto Felia. They might actually commit here. Ignite, ticking, flash in! And the 4-shot by Quake. And even the combination with the Mastery emote. It's the full combo by Fury Charm.
Yeah, now the game is up after got the first kill. Now they're finding the second kill. And today, in the second game of Battle of Sea, second match, Faerie Charm trying to find a way to secure the third kill. But sadly, you know, the skill is missing towards the Rumble. The Rumble still have a very good day in the Baron lane.
Yeah, Quake is having such a tremendous time, especially in terms of the gold that he has been getting with that kill, with the assist a while ago onto Arashi, and also the CS. Everything so far doing great on Fury Charm. Even though we didn't really get the first dragon, I think it's okay. I think that their bigger priority is the Grubbies or the Rift Herald later on. Something that they can use to push. But speaking of push, right? Neko pushed to the edge on that wall. Fury Charm, like you're just happy with just applying pressure onto Team SSS.
Yeah, no, they are setting up for Faerie Charm, trying to setting some skirmish towards the Rumble from Team Triple S. But since Team Triple S already noticed that feeling, no, Faerie Charm couldn't do anything with that.
It's a bit of a sad thing for Triple S as of now, right? A while ago, they kind of were confident getting through the maps here, like roaming around, looking for picks. But this time, they're kind of forced to respect Fury Charm. They might turn into the bot lane though, as multiple members from Team SSS flash in by Arashi to try and shut down Quake. It's taking a bit of a long time though, as the lantern was barely there. It was just a little too far away.
Yeah, a little too far away to grab the lantern, but a Team Triple S actually just trying to find a trade because they couldn't contest the void grafted already taken by a Faerie Charm, but now they are demanding the lives that they just taken, Jin's life from Team Faerie Charm, and Team Triple S trying to play a little bit more safely here as they don't really want to give a big lead towards the Faerie Charm.
Yeah, you have to shut down the Jin as much as possible because there's no really tank members on the side of Team SSS, so no one can really resist the burst damage coming in from this Jin. It just amplifies how good the drafting is actually for Fury Charm, because if there's no one that can really zone out the Jin later on or soak up the damage that he's giving, then it poses a big threat onto potential team fights, especially when he's using like the curtain call, he's using those traps as well. When it gets into the phase of play, just like a while ago, and they really need to shut them down. Maybe this is the attempt as Blaze flashes in. Quake doesn't have any utilities and he's shut down.
Well, I mean, that was very quick from the Team Triple S to see that Trash already leaving Jin behind, and that's the right moment to punish the single left Jin at the dual lane. But Team Faerie Charm seems very calm with that. They just are playing it along.
Yeah, it's basically knowledge, right? That they just fully utilize. They know that Quake doesn't have flash, doesn't have barrier. Born This Way does have flash, but I think they saw him like remove some wards on the bottom side river, so he's kind of far away. And Blaze just immediately acted with that information. That shows how fast they can decide based on the information that they actually have. Just good, a good sign so far. 2 kills on Blaze on this Sionara with a Kraken Slayer already.
Yes, and this will be a good sign for Team Triple S for securing the late game too. And the second Grammy is already pop up already. Faerie Charm, now is the time to take the second big objective as they're already securing the 3 crops. Now with the 1 dragon, this will give them some kind of a solid late game performance.
Oh man, LJW deals tremendous amount of damage as Dust desperately trying to dodge. But LJW knows that already. Just waited patiently. Got that kill.
Yup, and finally we see the duel of the Baron lane as they already, they are the most calm, the most safe lane. Because I can tell that the Faerie Charm actually trying multiple times to find how to take it down Rumble, but the time is always off because as a team Triple S always put the right position of ward to make sure they always know the jungle path of listen from Faerie Charm.
Actually want to know. I think that we should have like a fun trivia here in this game. Like at the end of the game, how many times did Born This Way use his mastery emote? Right?
I couldn't count to be honest, but I think it's already passes
Million
20
times.
million times.
I mean, 20 is low.
More
It's
than
spamming it
20
every
probably.
Actually, thinking, does he have like an auto clicker for that, or does he just spams it whenever, like for the additional APM?
Probably he's a special shortcut to spam the mastery.
Yeah, he merged it with like the right click. They just cast it every time. Man, this guy, he just doesn't stop, man. It's just completely intentional at this point. It's so fun to watch. Arashi, getting cut out. Nesudo trying to help it out as PS getting low with HP. Will disengage. Flash hook did not connect as the Lee Sin gets taken down. Curtain call, blowing up the members here of Team SSS as now here comes LJW, getting snared, getting taken out. And Faerie Charm losing 2 members already. That's a lot of firepower to do on the side here of the red side team. But Sebaski trying to stay alive, but they will lose the threat. That's 3 kills by Team SSS. But they're still fighting back. Arashi will actually get taken down here by Quake. Sebaski very low in HP, but still fairly helping in this fight. Now he's all alone. It's gonna be potentially an ace here for Team SSS, and they get a lot of gold.
Oh my god, that was absolutely chaotic situation. And especially for Faerie Charm, yes, I know the objective was to take down 1 player. I mean, they really want to shut down Rice in his mispositioning, but sadly, when you talk about a big team fight, Team Triple S already got a big handicap in here. They got Lulu. They can give a full support with a wild throw towards the players that already in low HP. And Faerie Charm was players from Faerie Charm was kind of a little bit late to give a protection and also follow up towards the listen. I mean, that was a very good start to be honest with Faerie Charm. Don't get me wrong. I mean, they focus on Arashi, but the follow up from Team Triple S is 1 step ahead, like not like the Faerie Charm. Even though you have a curtain call, it blocked nicely with the players from Team Triple S. And Faerie Charm actually kind of greedy at this point because they actually couldn't win this team fight, yet they still pushed toward it.
It was so hard for Born This Way as well. Wasn't able to land a single hook in that entire fight. In this case, it did happen once again, but it's still, at least Faerie Charm did get a shutdown onto Arashi as they are mobilizing into the top lane. From that previous fight, right? It's a lot of gold Team SSS did acquire. A lot of gold that they can use on their items. That's why they are building up strongly now. And they are 3,000 or 2,000 gold up against Faerie Charm. Now we're going to be taken down as well into the bot lane as Faerie Charm potentially going towards Bit of Terrell to attempt to bash down a tower of their own. Still, Team SSS now taking control of this game.
Yes, yeah, Team Triple S taking control of this game, but Faerie Charm still have something to turn the table as they already secured the Rift Herald, and this will give them a big momentum to at least secure another turret from Team Triple S to even the game. But they need to place refer carefully, because whenever Team Triple S set up a big team fight, Faerie Charm will be the side that get in a hot spot.
Yeah, this is one of the problems that that you did mention a while ago, right? During the drafting phase, you mentioned that yes, this composition is really strong, but is also kind of squishy. It's like a double-edged sword. Is what I absorbed from what you mentioned a while ago, and it's true to this case, right? When you're ahead, Faerie Charm definitely can snowball. They can easily burst down anyone from Team SSS, but when they're behind, it gives them another big problem because no one can actually fully commit. The Thresh is not as tanky as other support champion that can be used into the game. The Lee Sin, yeah, it deals quite a bit of damage, but when you're behind, it's hard. And he's gonna be the target this time around. Arashi going in with full commitment onto the Lee Sin, trying to take him down as the curtain gets called here onto the backside. PS still trying to fight back, but still not gonna be enough to take down Arashi. Or shot will not be used, at least for now. It does hit Felia, but not much was felt by Team SSS. As now Neku still trying to fight back. Good to engage here by LJW, but the immediate snare, even with a perfect execution, it's not going to be enough to get him to safety. And that's 2 kills by Team SSS.
It was pretty much the same with the big team fight that we saw earlier with these two teams, Triple S and a Faerie Charm. I mean, it's very hard for when you have 2 assassins. The only thing that you can do during the early game is to set up and snowball, skirmish, ganking, anything else, except big team fight. And whenever we jump into the big team fight, Team Triple S already got a full loaded AoE effect. I mean, you have Lulu who can polymorph the core champion from Faerie Charm, and also not to mention to the Wildcraft that also can knock up a player so during the big team fight, and that will stop the momentum of Faerie Charm. And that's why I mentioned, I mean, Faerie Charm lacking in tank, yes, but when you have Thresh actually falling down in terms of a tankiness at the late game. Same goes with Lee Sin, so you need to maximize the potential of these 2 assassins as fast as possible, and yet Faerie Charm seems like failed it already.
And that engage by Team SSS was just not handled well by Faerie Charm. It's hard. It's hard at this point. They tried, but in multiple areas of teamfight, they couldn't really get synergized enough. The target selection wasn't really on point, and we saw more decisiveness on the side of Team SSS. LJW kept on getting, baited into an engage. This is the second time he actually died, getting snared after he went in and just completely blown up before he was able to do any damage.
Exactly, and these 2 assassins from Faerie Charm is not progressing. Not to mention they are also very single target champion, and that will put them in a very hard spot, because when you could not give a ganking situation towards your opponent, this is something that will happen. Born this way need to be saved by Anivia, but I think that will be hard.
It's hard, really hard, especially with low HP and no one there to actually help him as well. And it gives just a couple of gold to Team SSS, probably as well into the top side, as Team Triple S getting the tier 1 tower in the top lane. LJW trying to take one for himself as well in the bot lane, but it's gonna take some time as well, especially with the relatively healthy HP there. Mid lane though, KhanKluay gonna be the target as Blaze just blazes him up. Help now secure this tower into the mid lane. So that's 2 towers for Team SSS in exchange for maybe just 1 in the bot lane.
Yeah, and that's a very big lead from Team Triple S. And talking about the team fights between these 2 teams, the team fight potentials, I mean, Faerie Charm will be having a very hard time to focus during the team fight, because why not the AoE effect of the AoE skill from Team Triple S, and they also have Sinsao, who can deny at least 1 champion. And at this point, it's also very wise for Team Triple S to focus Arashi to deny Lee Sin from Faerie Charm. And once Lee Sin as the opener couldn't initiate anything, that will be the end for Faerie Charm.
Well warped in by Team SSS as they try to collapse and latch on into Faerie Charm. Sebastian's already low in HP, but he still has some firepower, some will as well here in this fight. PS getting just melted down with the equalizer drop by Dust, as everyone just turns to dust as Team SSS just completely blows them up, and that's gonna be the second ace in this fight.
The second ace. And Team Triple Ace looking very strong in here. And the Real Herald that Very Charm got before just like useless because they couldn't find a good position to release the Real Herald. And after that ace, it also opened a good objective from Team Triple S to push the lanes of Very Charm. And this is when the nightmare of Very Charm starts.
It is a nightmarish of a situation for Faerie Charm. A while ago, they were behind just 3,000 gold, but now it's 12 or 9,000 gold from Team Triple S. They all started here as well. They're just so unstoppable, so confident now. Team SSS, they seem to be at their most pristine condition.
Yes, of course, because if you are on the Triple S side, it's actually very easy for them to set up or initiate a fight. You can initiate it from Lulu, you can initiate the war from Rumble or aka the Sing Sao. And I mean, they have a lot of options to start the fight. But for Faerie Charm, their options now are very limited, and not to mention how behind they are in terms of economy.
Yeah, it's a lot of gold lead now for Team SSS. 917 is the score of Blaze. That's how fed he is right now, with 3 items going already on his 4th as well. Faerie Charm, it seems like their damage is not really that scary anymore as well. Especially when they're this behind. Born his way looking to use his hook to get to safety. And he does, at least for now.
Yeah, at least for now. And then the Faerie Charm. One thing that I also noticed from Faerie Charm, I saw Born This Way moving a lot during the early game, but I don't see any clear objectives why you leave your Jhin behind. But I mean, it's okay if you leave your Jhin behind to create a setup, ganking setup with Jhin or Akali, but I don't see that kind of progress from Faerie Charm. And considering League of Legends, you have to play with timing here. Faerie Charm seems like it's just wasting their time.
They even were able to get that kill onto Arashi a while ago, especially after he used his Crescent Sweep. Now, Soul Point, Chemtech, Dragon, Soul Point. That is a lot of shielding power potentially for Team SSS, especially with the Lulu, with the Yunara, with the Ride that has Archangel Staff, and this Shinzao and Rumble. This Dragon is definitely gonna be benefiting this kind of roster, this kind of composition by Team SSS.
And Faerie Charm also lacking in terms of items and making them whenever they want to lay damage towards the Triple S team. We will see a deja vu like the first match where Sion is just gotta fight with 1v3 situation and he still stays strong. We probably will see that kind of tempo once again in this game.
See if they can still come back here, right? Faerie Charm not really giving up, grouping up this time as 5, not leaving anyone behind on one lane, because it didn't really result in any way good in any shape or form. It just resulted to that lonely member getting assassinated by Team SSS. Now, it's still a scary situation. Even if a hook lands, they can't really fully commit onto it, but they do. They try to, as the damage really just comes from Team SSS. They couldn't really get anyone taken down. Say's gonna be used there by Dust to stay alive as they completely turn around the fight against Faerie Charm, taking 3 members out in exchange for just Blaze.
Yeah, and you can give a crown to Arashi because that was a very good hook from Faerie Charm, to be honest, towards the Team Triple S. They actually want to initiate the fight, which is a very good, but you cannot forget what Arashi as Xin Chao could do. He just denied the formation of Faerie Charm and make Faerie Charm fight into 2 separate areas, which is make Faerie Charm's damage distribution separated to two ways, and it's very easy for Team Triple S because they still clump in one area, so providing buffs toward each other, and it makes the damage can fully focus on the weak side of Faerie Charm.
Yeah, clumped areas can work well for Fury Charm as well, especially because of the Anivia, right? And the Akali can maximize the burst damage from his 5-point strike and perfect execution. But this position is definitely not perfect for LJW. Is desperately trying to stay alive, hunting under the shroud, but still spotted by the members here of Team SSS, especially because of that Oracle lens. So they know where he is. 3 hits by Blaze! And the Jin is down. Sebastian gonna be next as well. The egg is not gonna be enough to save his life. Man, this Yunara is on fire. And Team SSS just blowing up the towers now.
Yes, and very charm. Now they are confused. What should they do to protect the turret as watching Yunara destroying every single inhibitor turret and proceeding make a big progress towards the nexus of very charm in here.
Flash in. Team SSS just full confidence now on this team, on this roster. Nothing seems to stop them. Not Fury Charm, and they're looking forward to their next match tomorrow for sure, because they're gonna be battling against Team FF.
And congratulations from Team Triple S. That will proceed to the next stage. And for Team Fairy Charm, they still have one chance left at the lower bracket. I mean, that was very sad for Fairy Charm for not maximizing the double assassin that they have on their lineup. I mean, I expect a very aggressive playstyle from Fairy Charm because they have 2 assassins, not to mention they also have Tres that can set up ganking situation and also skirmish. But every single of that kind of ganking that and also skirmish that we hope for just didn't come at all.
Yeah, they were getting a couple of leverage in the early game, but when Power Spike came, man, Team SSS just blew them apart, especially Blaze,
Yeah.
right? This performance on the Yunara is just out of this world. No one can stop, especially with the help of a Lulu. I mean, it's a standard combination in the bot lane, right? But despite all the threats that Fury Charm tried to give towards the Yunara, the attempted shutdowns onto him as well, it's not enough. It just fueled the fire even more towards this player.
Exactly. But we still have another matches upcoming, but we will take a break shortly. So for every single participant in this live stream, don't go anywhere until we're back.
Get ready for the 2026 Battle of S.E.A. Across Southeast Asia, teams fight for their region and the pride of Demacia. They first clash at the Proving Grounds Community Tournament with only the best teams moving on to Rally Day for the ultimate showdown. They join forces with regional creators from Thailand, the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore to compete across all game modes. Summer's Rift, ARAM Mayhem, and Arena.
They're just gonna sit by and watch, but perfect executions.
Who will rise to glory and become the Battle of S.E.A. champion?
Grand finalist!
Battle of S.E.A.
Welcome back, Summoners, to Battle of S.E.A. Proving Grounds, and now we are having a guest caster here, my cat, my Yumi.
So cute. Oh, I love cats as
Her
well.
name is Vida. Please welcome
Vida?
Vida as the third caster.
Wow! We have Yumi now. A Yumi.
Yeah, I have three
Hello,
Yumis.
Vida. Oh,
Oh, but
Miss
she
my cat
refused
as
to
well.
become a caster.
definitely
she said,
can.
Yeah, she said, I'm not paid with for this. Okay, now we are gonna
He
gonna
is
jump into
lots
the
of food.
third match of the day. Yeah. She
So-
is wet foot.
We have two matches set in sword
Mm-hmm.
for all the League of Legends fans right now. We have W57 versus West Point Esports Academy. W57 is from Thailand region, which had a score of 8-1 so far. And the only team that they lost to so far is DokoTCG, which is also in the lower bracket. We'll have a match against Full Sense later. And West Point Esports Academy actually has a score of 6-1. So they lost a little late in the bracket. They lost to General Chicken, which was also from MYSG region. Now they only have one chance, one win. One loss will take them out of the tournament. But I think for Thailand and for Philippines region, they're pretty much almost okay now, especially for PH, because West Point Esports Academy is the only team right now from the Philippines that is here in our top 8. So basically in their region, PH is secured already for West Point Esports Academy, but they're of course wanting to reach towards the grand finals as well. It's gonna be tough, especially from the lower bracket, but let's see where they go.
Yeah, but I'm kind of curious with the result of the double bracket, because you mentioned a lot about one 57 team who will compete against West Point East Academy. But if you take a look at another match at the lower bracket, we will have Full Sense and also DokoTCG. Full Sense is also the participant of LCP World Cup last year, and if Full Sense win the game against DokoTCG, they will face Faerie. So this is really like giving a vibe of LCP World Cup.
True. And fun fact actually on both of these teams as well, both W57 or 157 and West Point Esports Academy had a match against an Indonesian team, a Thailand team, a Philippine team, and an MYSG team. And both of them as well lost to an MYSG team, DokoTCG for 157 and General Chicken for West Point Esports Academy.
Yeah, but for West Point Esports Academy, we will having Revelate, Polo, Aragona, Devour, and Relia as the roster. And they are the only Philippine teams left in this bracket, right? If I'm not mistaken.
They are definitely the strongest in the Philippines. Their only rival so far is Naos Esports, but they met against them in the lower bracket 7 and took them down. They're also the back-to-back champions in the national tournament in the Philippines called Liga Republica, one of the qualifiers for the LCP wildcard. So they're really strong, but they are vulnerable. And being vulnerable is not something that you want to experience in an important tournament like this, the Battle of S.E.A. Proving Grounds. If 157 wins against them, they're gonna kick them out.
Exactly, and I'm talking about you can't be vulnerable in this tournament because they only got one chance left. Because if they lose, they will go home. But don't worry, because there's something that I really want to mention about the tournament system. So, because at the 22nd February, we will have a rally day with the influencers from each regions. So we will only take the most performance team. I mean the most the best performance team from every single region who will play with the influencers. So even if you are not the champion of this Battle of Sea Proving Grounds, you will still able to play with the influencers on the rally day.
Yeah. As long as you reach towards the latter parts of the tournament, if you reach the furthest from all the teams that registered in your region, you're gonna be the representative of your region. So for Thailand, 157 and Full Sense, they're gonna be the ones battling for that spot. So good luck to them. For MYSG, it's going to be a tough one because Team FF, SSS, and DokoTCG are the ones to battle for that spot. For the Philippines, they basically secured their point already, or their spot. Indonesia, they have concluded their spot as well. The team that qualified there is Don't Be Afraid. Now, we're on to the match of West Point Esports Academy versus 157.
Yeah, no Viego, no LeBlanc. I kind of sad, to be honest, to not being able to see LeBlanc in the lineup of the champion because, well, LeBlanc is not really fun to play with, but she is really fun to watch. So, to be honest, I kind of hoping there will be a team who play LeBlanc on their lineup, and especially Yumi, because even though I know it's kind of impossible to have Yumi in the lineup,
It's hard. It's possible. I mean, we did see it a while ago. For LCE.
Probably.
Hopefully, maybe.
Hopefully. But the Gallia ban seems like very new to me. Probably it's just the respect banner towards the VPE Academy. But Mundo first pick, this is big because the Mundo pick after rework, it kind of gives him a new how to play Mundo. And for me, in certain situations, Mundo can be so tanky, so tanking that you don't need another tank in your lineup.
Yeah, especially actually a fun fact, because some of the players from this tournament, from some teams, actually live stream their games as well on their social media platforms, and it's so nice because it gives us like a perspective of how they communicate, how they play, how do they perform in this high stressful situations as well. Devoured, which is the jungler here of West Point Esports Academy, actually was live streaming his games as well, and he has spammed out Dr. Mundo in his games.
Yeah, and we are finally able to see a Varus on the lineup as well as Aurora. This is a very good, good combination with the Chain of Corruption, and also Aurora is a very elusive one, and not to mention the late game damage that she could lay towards their opponents is also very big. So we already see what kind of play that WPE wants to play. They really want to engage a big team fight in here, and they are ready with that, with the AoE skill.
I think it's also like if a really balanced front to back team fighting composition for West Point Esports Academy. This can be a poke Varus as well. Polo in one of their games yesterday did use Varus in a poke manner, not the on-hit Varus. So that gives kind of bit of advantage in long range scenarios if you want to step back from a very, very destructive, consistent DPS composition of 157. The Gwen is going to be posing a huge problem for fights, of course, especially against a Dr. Mundo. The Kaisa can shred down the Dr. Mundo too. So Devoured needs to really double down on those resistances, on the healing. I think the Protoplasm Harness, one of the new items here in this season for League of Legends, is going to be very helpful for him. He usually builds as well in that manner, like Heartsteel into Spirit Visage, into like a Bramble Vest Thornmail. then the protoplasm harness as well, and it gives him like a really high sustained situation for a Dr. Mundo to at least sustain the damage from 157.
Yeah, and I love that the way WPE banned Jarvan and also Yone, because they actually want to deny Jarvan because they didn't want to waste a flash or skill just to escape from the Cataclysm, and which will be a very big info towards the 157. And for Yone, they want to make sure their backline is always safe. But for 157, this will be a nice pick. To be honest, I'm not really sure where they put this Lux. Probably at the
This is a Lucksmith?
dual lane, or probably Lucksmith or Lux APC. That could be an option. But why? I think they actually want to play with Lux because we also have a challenge in here. If you win a game with the Martian champion, you can actually get another prize.
Ah, so it's an extra challenge here, definitely for
Extra
157.
challenge.
Yeah, but it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, especially with the answer here. At least a hover so far by Westman Esports Academy. They hovered the Akali, which can easily breach towards these so far front lines of 157. The Braum is gonna provide a lot of protection as well towards the crucial carries of WPEA, and 157. They kind of need someone really to help out in the front line to protect the Kai'Sa and the Lux. So far, Nautilus Kai'Sa in the bot lane is kind of stable, going up against Varus and Braum. But what will their jungler be? Because this Gwen most likely is going to be in the top lane to battle against the Akali, or this Gwen, and actually just switch into the jungle and have a K'Sante match against the Akali.
Yeah, K'Sante pick that's very reasonable and makes sense. Pick it from 157 because if you are in the position of 157, having Lux, Gwen, and also Kai'Sa on your backline, this will giving a hard time for Nautilus to focus which champion that he should protect. So having a K'Sante will lessen the burden of the Nautilus. But on the other hand, WP Academy have a very good composition in here because they are very balanced. They have the assassin, they have the mage, and they also have the AoE effect, not to mention the tank. And I really love the composition of Varus and also Braum because it opens a wide options about how to engage the fight. You can start with the Chain of Corruption. You can set up with the Infinity Stone that a Braum can deploy into the battle.
Yeah, and of course the pressure as well from potentially double circles here for Westpoint Esports Academy. The Chain of Corruption spread onto the members of 157. Also the circle that can be dropped here by Agrana with his or Aurelia, since it's going to be the Aurora into the top lane and the Akali into the mid lane to match against Newell near Slux. It's a tough situation maybe for the Akali at least in the early game, especially being prone to pokes from a Lux. Let's see if they can actually stand out. I think in terms of early game, this is where 157 can fully utilize their Lux and Nautilus to maybe pressure down bot lane, mid lane, maybe even top lane. Because when mid game happens, that's where Westpoint Esports can actually be ahead, especially with their kit.
Yeah, to be honest, judging from the composition from both parties, I feel like this is the most balanced composition so far because they have a very clear objectives. They also have a very balanced damage distribution and also potentials from the early, middle to the late game. But they are also very keen to set the positioning of each players, not to rely on to only one players and not too greedy to put so many damage dealers on the lineup. So probably this will down to the momentum, but since every single team has their own powers at the three phase of the game, so probably we will have to see at the big fight during the first big objectives.
Yeah, for sure, Westpoint Esports Academy is going to be prioritizing scaling more than anything, especially with their Dr. Mundo. Especially if it's going to be potentially a Mountain Dragon Soul or a Chemtech Dragon Soul or an Ocean Dragon Soul, all three is going to be, very beneficial for the Dr. Mundo to survive, because he's going to be one of the main front lines here of West Point Esports Academy. For the side of 157, all they need to do, I think, is to just funnel all the gold to the Kaisa. The Kaisa and the Gwen, because both of them can just, in tandem, shred anyone on the side of West Point Esports Academy. The Lux may serve as a utility champion more than a carry, but it can be flipped around depending on the situation, because Lux is one of the most prone champions to getting picked off as well, with almost zero mobility on her kit, but he has one of the highest range in the game, so we can help out in terms of shield, help out in terms of damage. I love the photo as well of 157, the little doggy that is peering through the camera.
It's like giving like who are you?
Who are you?
Oh my god,
yeah.
This is gonna be solid. I really want to see how they're gonna play this different composition with different objectives. So let's move to the third game of today, Battle of Sea Proving Grounds between WPE Academy against 157.
It's I think it's gonna be an explosive game, both of which actually have tremendous amount of experience already in tournaments, and with this cheesy pick by Newell Near, gives a little bit of a spice towards potential matchups. Devoured, establishing some vision early into the start of the game, but it gets caught out by Newell Near, and also just established vision for himself. Good hook by Bank, as 5-star General is already kind of getting low in HP. Polo needs to be extra careful as well. Like, it's a 157 that won the trade.
Yeah, the beauty of the duel in between these two parties is, I mean, like in terms of power at the early game, they scored quite even damage. Well, Kaisa needs to work on something to make sure her bullets at the maximum damage, but since she has Nautilus on her side, you know, harassing the opponents will not be a problem.
Especially with if 157 can easily follow up with those hooks, it's going to be very important. I think it's one of the problems as well that we did see during the match of Fury Charm and SSS, right? Whenever their Thresh tried to get a hook, it's either the hook doesn't connect, so they couldn't really initiate the fight well, or when he lands a hook, the follow-up wasn't really there from teammates. In this case, so far, at least in the first interaction that we've seen with 157 against West Point Esports Academy, the follow-up was really nice. That's why they were able to dish out quite a bit of damage here towards Revelate, which is 5-star General, and Polio, which is Gotchi here. And have a different IGN in the game.
Yes, and considering the Battle of the Baron Lane from WPE and also 157, 157 actually already have a weak side, which is K-Sante, because melee against a ranged champion will give K-Sante a very hard time in here. As you can see, I mean, the game is just started almost 3 minutes ago, but the pressure from Aurora towards the K-Sante is so real hard to handle from the K-Sante side.
It gives me like 2023 vibes, honestly, when Aurora was initially introduced into the game and she was spammed in top lane to bully out these melee champions, and Ikami definitely is feeling it as of the moment. Meanwhile, Devoured invading Eton. It might actually secure first blood with one auto attack away. That's 400 gold. Straight to the bank.
That was a very good decision from WPE, because they already noticed a 157 as Gwen, one of the jungler from 157, need at least 3 items to join to the fight. So she really needs, you know, every single gold on the jungle, and with Devour her once, this will ruin her jungle path.
He just casually walked into the lane as well, saying hi.
Bye bye. Bye bye.
Both Turb or Agrona and good boy.
Yeah, bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye,
Chilling
pretty.
around. This is the fun thing about Dr. Mundo, right? The voice lines are always quite entertaining.
Yeah,
Good dodge, though, by
exactly.
Church.
I mean, the way he moves is already entertaining.
Yeah. Oh! Wow, Ignite, and that's a kill! Man, Agrona, or Churb, is solo killing well near.
Yeah, that was immaculate from WP Academy, but the duel from botland of WP and also 157 is just like what we saw on the earlier of the game during the first minute. But that was a good move from WPE. They pressured one. I mean, at first, Akali was pressured by Lux, but I don't know what happened during the journey of middle lane battle. But somehow Sharp able to push back towards Lux, and with the right calculation, that was a beautiful kill.
Yeah, it was a well-calculated execution there by Agrona, and it gave no time to react for Mjolnir. He still tried to like flash out, but the Ignite was already there and ticking. Without the shield, he wasn't able to survive. And right now, the pressure definitely is gonna start building. Perfect execution there by Agrona. It lands the 5-point strike. Easy takedown. You can even deny another wave towards the Lux.
Yeah, now the only option for 157 is to make Kaisa as fat as possible, as soon as possible, because they already got a 2 weak lanes, and it's very risky for 157 to proceed the game.
Ron is here. I don't think he can contest or will as well without the help of the Lux. So it's already a 3-0 start with first dragon secured by West Point Esports Academy. Relia taking a bit of damage there from Ityami. He does return some of it to the Keisante. Keisante definitely is one of the tankiest champions. That's why despite the constant attempts of Relia, the best case scenario though for Relia is that he gets so much gold from first strike. Spamming onto this Keisante. Definitely is kinda rich already.
I wouldn't be surprised if the battle between Relia and also Ityami will stay for a long time, because, well, at this point Aurora doesn't have enough item to take down Kesante, so she was just poking here and poking there, and Kesante was just doing his job like, okay, a little bit itchy, but I think I can handle this.
We see an even interesting itemization by Relia. We see a call on this Aurora, just really max gold build.
She wants to
Economy build.
rush.
Rush, get rich as fast as possible. Want to help the family, help the kids.
Yeah, exactly.
How you do it?
I want money.
I want
Help
money.
me rush items.
Maybe he
Because
just
they-
tries
yeah.
to earn so he can like treat his girl well for Valentine's. Let's go.
but I think that movement was is very makes sense, because I mean WP already secured the lead, so they couldn't they couldn't waste any momentum in here, and once they already noticed that 157 already pressured behind, they just want to keep that momentum.
Yep. Later on, when Relia picks up like a Ludens, then the gold accumulation is gonna get higher as well. I still can't move on from this first strike with Kull build on Aurora against a melee champion. I think it's very similar to having like a rumble in the top lane with first strike as well against a champion like Asante or Dr. Mundo. It's just obnoxious in terms of gold accumulation.
and you know the game is just back to a very conducive playstyle for between two parties, because 157 actually want to turn down the tempo and avoid the aggressiveness of WPE, but they need to be aware with the second objective in here, because the pressure from WPE is real hard towards the 157. If they lose the second objective, that will be put them in a very hard position.
Did Relia just drop the circle for the first strike? Really?
Really?
Uses ult just for the first strike gold. Like, because we know, he can't kill the Keisante, but he just do it for the gold. And he does does tremendously well with it. We see a 2,000 gold lead as well, almost, by West Point Esports Academy. Grubby secured by Devoured as well. So far, all the objectives being secured by West Point Esports Academy. It has been a very,
Exactly.
very controlled setup by this blue side
Exactly.
team in this game.
Yeah, and there's no any contest from 157 because they actually really want to avoid a big fight. They are not ready yet because that, and they already know that, and that's why they want to prolong this game. Okay, if the opponent want to play it safe, okay, we will follow that because that will give 157 a good time to take a breath, and so they can just scaling up their goals, items, and not to mention they are not in the position to start the fight.
Yeah, it really gives like a bigger challenge for 157 to now in scaling up, because on objective fights we don't really see them in this kind of condition to actually contest. And with West Point Esports Academy taking objectives really fast, especially dragons, it really just doesn't give any time for 157 to wait and scale, because as West Point Esports Academy gets more dragons, takes more gold away from them as well, it just increases the gap between both of these teams. Blackfire Torch already completed by Relia, Call completed already or cashed out, and he's just gonna get more gold in this laning phase. Like, look at him.
Yeah. I think
Continuously spamming.
Yeah, I think 157 really wants to rely on Kaisa because Kaisa is the most promising champion on the lineup so far. Because Lux is kind of behind, and Gwen is totally behind, and then Mundo, and probably will get booted by Mundo as Mundo already got the first item, Heartsteel, and this will be a perfect item, stacking to late game. So this will give another problem for 157, and for 157. They actually, I can tell their objectives, but they couldn't stay in this kind of tempo for too long. Otherwise, they will lose another opportunities.
And an opportunity arises again for West Point Esports Academy. Dredge line though by Bank, as the chain of corruption was the response here by Polio, as they trying to take down Bank. The damage from that piercing and just really pierced through the heart of Bank, as if out now going over to tower, he can definitely tank this for the team, and also doing a really good job paving a way for Polio to get 2 kills.
To be honest, for me, that was a bad initiation from 157. Well, yeah, you can get your hook just towards your opponent, which means Braum, but Braum is not the priority to kill. Your priority is Varus. I know it's very hard for 157 to hook at the Varus because Varus has Braum as the shield, but the initiation is not followed out by the jungle from 157. So jump into that kind of fight while Kaisa doesn't have enough item to put lay damage. That was disaster for her.
It's also a disaster for 157 now in the top lane. Flash in by Devoured wasn't able to get the auto tap, but does have the cleaver to secure the kill. Epyomi being alone in the top lane and with 3 people surrounding him, it's gonna be an easy 2 kills again by West Point Esports Academy. 7-0 to start up this game. 5,000 gold lead as well. It's a dominating game so far for this blue side team.
Yeah. Actually, the power spike of 157 slowly, turning off. And the power spike already got cut off because Gwen is left behind. I mean, look, if you can take a look at how many CS that Gwen got versus how many CS that Mundo got, but at the same time, the rotation of 157 is not really providing Gwen enough positioning to collect more goals. And they just play by default, playing a casual League of Legends without any progress, and that what makes a positioning of 157 even more scarier because they're not progressing, they're not getting anything, the economy is not on their side, and to kill one champion is already hard for them.
It's
so many red flags.
difficult, like really difficult at this point. the way that that West Point Esports Academy as well is executing macro is that they're constantly establishing vision, they're constantly invading as well. That's why Devoured is very, very far ahead from Iton. Top lane as well, I think their main goal is to just isolate this, give Relia more time to just scale up, because his primary target, it's not gonna be the Kaysanti, it's just his cash cow for now. When he gets his item with the items that he keeps on getting because of his first strike procs, the main targets, of course, are gonna be the Lux and the Kai'Sa, and then the damage output later on is gonna be obnoxiously high. Right now, we're seeing it as not really being that high because of the Kanik Rookrun picked up by Ityami, but onto like the squishier targets, it's just gonna explode onto them.
Yeah, and Mundo is very confident to, invading the jungle from 157. Oh, nice hook!
Yeah, 5-star General or Revelate gonna be the target once again. But like what you mentioned, it's not supposed to be the target. They don't really have enough firepower to shred him down.
Exactly. Well, I got the idea from 157. They want to at least finding a trade, but it's a little bit too late to find a trade in this kind of position because they already left behind in terms of the economy, so it makes them harder to take them one champion, aka even the tank. But now with referral spawn, 157 really need to contest, because if they are not contesting this objective, they just lost 4 big objectives, and that will leave them in a very even tougher position.
Yeah, the only item of Iton so far is a Dusk and Dawn, which is like a mini, another iteration of the Lich Bane. It's kind of helpful so far, but with only that and Devoured already on the way towards Spirit Visage, there's so much damage negation already. 157, like you mentioned, they can only really rely on the Kai'Sa being ahead in terms of CS, not being ahead though in terms of gold, especially with the 2 kills that Polio did secure in the bot lane a while ago. But at least it gives them a little bit of late game insurance. I think we can conclude that in the early game, yeah, West Point Esports Academy, they are stronger right now, especially in this kind of situation, 16 minutes in with all the gold that they have secured so far. But in the late game, there will be chances for 157. They just need to keep mitigating the amount of gold lead that West Point Esports has been acquiring. If they manage to retain it at like 6,000, maybe they have a chance. But if it gets ballooned to like 10,000, 12,000 gold, it's gonna get harder and might even be impossible to come back from.
Yeah, with 5k gold diff, it's already very hard for 157 to engage with 4. I couldn't imagine if they suffer more than that. And now the third dragon is already up. Mundo already, positioning, set up the dragon, even start the dragon, and 157 still not progressing. Not to mention Nautilus already got his HP decreased by the players of WP Academy. No contest once again. 3 dragons.
Yep.
1 Rift Herald. Void drops completely taken by WPE.
The only
Oh my
positive
God.
thing though for 157 is that out of all the dragons that can be secured as soul, it's a cloud dragon. So it's the least threatening dragon soul, I guess, compared to like having an infernal dragon, an ocean dragon, even a mountain dragon or a Chemtech, right? Having like cloud dragon is a smaller buff compared to the other dragon stacks.
Yeah, but in this kind of situation, 157 definitely need to deny every single fight that WPE take towards them. But as Rift Herald already spawned, the first dress destroyed from 157, and 157 still can't do anything. Up until now,
Oh, no.
almost 80 minutes, we don't see any kill for 157.
Many attempts, I would say, but no succession by 157. Under the tower as all 3 outer turrets destroyed by West Point Esports Academy. No answers by 157. Not even a single plate has been secured by 157. Mid lane though, Agrona got assassinated by Chason. And that's a big shutdown, I would say.
Finally, the first kill for 157. Let's kind of give 157 a hope because Kai'Sa is not dying yet, but they need to fully pamper Kaisa all over the way she goes.
If there's only a way to like transfer gold to a player, right? They might have done
I
it
will
already.
transfer every single of my money.
Just take my money, take my money,
my
and
money!
take the game.
Bang the card and take my money, Kaisa!
That's 2 items as well. Rage Blade completed, so that's gonna help out on the Phasma stacks. And, they can really rely on this player right now. Getting a solo kill against a Grona on an Akali is also not only just brave, but really impressive. Oh,
Well,
what's it?
we
Locket
didn't
was
see
used
the
by-
full. We didn't see the full clip between the fight of Akali and Kaisa, but I'm pretty sure it was like a greedy movement from Chirp. But now at the middle lane, something big probably happened.
I think it was unsealed spellbook. I think Revelate just changed the summoner to an ignite. Why he used the barrier a while ago. It wasn't the locket. Just caught me off guard, hearing the sound without a fight.
But at the same time, 157 need to be aware with the lane pressure that WPE put towards them, because 157 actually already lost the first lane of their turrets, and now Baron Nation is already up. Speaking of the lack of economies, lack of powers from 157, and they only could funnel to Kaisa. They couldn't get Kaisa taken down at this point, because if Kaisa's die now, Baron Nation will be over for WP Academy. Oh my god, that was scary,
was
because
so
Kaisa
close.
still survived.
Yep, one auto attack would have procced the concussive blow, and then he would have been dead. Because he used the cleanse a little early as well. But it was preemptively used, especially with the threat of the Glacial Fissure. Agrana just zoning away the memory sphere of 157. Good light binding though by Nwelnir, as the final spark also was expended, half HP on this Akali. Teleport incoming here by Ityami as the Lux just gets blown up by the damage here of West Point Esports Academy. They might have a chance though. Chason gonna be in the mix as the Chain of Corruption gets thrown onto him as well. Killer Instinct gonna be used, and once able to take down the Barrows, there might be a chance. 157 relocating themselves. 2 for 3 so far. West Point Esports Academy did win. They have a ward, some vision onto Ityami's location, but they just used it to disengage.
That was a good deny from 157 towards the WPE. I mean, it was also good for WPE to, push back Kaisa first, because they know the real threat from 157 actually the Kaisa. And Kaisa needs a longer time to give a backup towards her friend, but actually the presence of Kaisa itself already give a big warning towards the WPE. 157 actually find a way how to fight back, but they still lacking a lot of things. So preventing WPE to secure Baron Nation is one of the best things that they could do.
Later on, it's not just gonna be the Kaisa that is going to be a problem. The Gwen can scale massively into the late game as well, and Devoured knows that. That's why he keeps on really investing time, resources to try and delay his scaling. Right now, 157 feeling a little more comfortable into the fight, especially with Chason's performance a while ago. But take note, he doesn't have the Killer Instinct just yet, doesn't have Cleanse, doesn't have Flash. He's in a very vulnerable position, and now it's going to be targeted with a perfect execution, and the circle dropped onto him. Early shutdown onto the Kaisas now. West Point Esports Academy are just collapsing onto 157 one by one. Bodies are falling down, and there's no casualties this time on West Point Esports Academy.
What a good teamwork from WP Academy, especially Akali and also Aurora. I mean, you can saw how good the positioning of Akali to initiate the fight and making sure Gwen in a very hard position. And after that, a very good follow-up from Aurora, securing the kill that that Akali left for her. And that's the moment when 157 fall off. Their formation fall off, the players fall off, and the objective successfully grabbed by the hands of WPE. Beautiful.
And after this Baron Nashor takedown, it's just so much pushing power now for West Point Esports Academy. They're already 10,000 gold up against 157. And the gold accumulation as well on gold funneling is really well distributed onto everyone aside of West Point Esports Academy. And I think it was a really bad call as well for 157, knowing that they have expended almost everything in that previous fight. And now, well, he did secure the Fiend Hunter bolts as his third item for Chase On. So maybe later on when he uses the Killer Instinct, he can really grab onto Gotchi or Agrona or Relia as well. He has to be the one to take them down. But it's just so difficult because it's multiple members of West Point Esports Academy. He can't take them all out at once.
Exactly, and not to mention WP Academy, of course, will target Kaisa first. And when Kaisa take it down, that will be a big problem for 157. And now we see Lux taken down 5 versus 4 champions, and here and fighting in front of the turret is undeniable. Aurora taking down Gwen in here, and the same goes with Akali taking down the Nautilus. And why are we watching now? It's 157 crying because every single turret from 157 already crushed by the hand of WPE.
It's just utter domination at this point by West Point Esports Academy. There's no fight that they can lose at this point. It's like the previous fight that they kind of got challenged by 157 was a wake-up call, and now they just turned a lot more serious, turning the gear up much more against 157. They need to be very careful though, because Iftiami does deal quite a bit of damage, but they just take him down easily so as well. Nexus Towers already out, as now they might have overextended. Bank trying to get into the face as Iton following up. It's just denied though with that burst damage coming in from the virus. Holyo just deletes the Gwen in an instant, and the Nautilus as well with Chase On desperately trying to deal the damage, but it's never gonna be enough. And West Point Esports Academy, in one of the fastest games today, will take down 157 and move up further into the lower bracket.
They successfully top up their lives in Battle of Sea Proving Grounds, and proving their way that they are still very worthy to continue this journey in here, and they will facing another team on the lower bracket. And after saw that beautiful performance from the players from WPE Academy, I mean, they played a very calculated, yet the teamwork is a top-notch here to watch.
Yeah, it's clinical, it's surgical. The performance here of West Point Esports Academy. 157, they did have their lapses. We were a little bit concerned with the Lux pick into the mid lane a while ago when it did not do so well for 157. But the positive thing is that they managed to reach this state of the tournament, so there is a chance still for them, but they can also rely on the other team from the Thailand region to push the region further into the tournament, because next up we will be having Full Sense and DokoTCG. Full Sense is from Thailand, meanwhile DokoTCG is from MYSG. So it's something that we can be looking forward later on as well. Another thing we can look forward is West Point Esports Academy going up against Team FF. Or going up against Team KhanKluay.
KK.
Because KK did lose against Team FF, and West Point Esports Academy will be their matchup.
Yeah, and we already sending one team out from Battle of Sea, and we will look forward to the next match, but we will take a break for a while, so make sure to stay with us until we're back. Welcome back again to every single summoners in the live stream to Battle of Sea Proving Grounds with me, Abigail and Guiang as your caster, and we will continue to the next game.
It is going to be the match of Full Sense versus DokoTCG. Full Sense is from Thailand, meanwhile DokoTCG is from MYSG region. And they have very similar scores actually. Full Sense did secure a 6-1 score so far. So they they got into the lower bracket a little bit later than DokoTCG because they have a 7-1 score and they kind of had to grind through the lower bracket in order to reach this part of the tournament right now. Full Sense did lose to Faerie Charm, which is one of the teams from the upper bracket a while ago. And DokoTCG, they did lose against KhanKluay, which is Team KK. So really well-established names were their opponents and were the ones who took them down. So I think we have really good expectations for Full Sense, as Full Sense is also a well-established team as well that does participate in international tournaments. I love the uniformity as well from their photos. I like it. Their jerseys. I think they're the only one who has this. Do they? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Not sure if West Point Esports does have this as well, but this one is. Yeah, except for Shiro, he kind of has like a more of a casual vibe on his background, but the rest does have the photo shoot vibe. It does have like medals.
Probably, I think it's shells or something similar with that. And one thing that I love the most with Thailand teams, especially from established esports team, they always wear the same type of pants. I mean the Thailand pants. I always mention that as Thailand pants. You know why? You know, like the batik pants that they always wear. The one that you can find at the local markets. Yeah, that has 11 drawings with batik. Exactly. I love that. And they always wear that as the uniform. And for DokoTCG as one of the representatives from MYSG, I think we got a lot of MYSG representative. I mean, probably the most rich 8, the most regions that secured positions in top 8 is MYSG.
Yeah. We have 4 out of 8. 4 out of 8 actually is from MYSG. 2 of which is from 3 of which is from Thailand and 1 from the Philippines. That's how good MYSG is in the performance to Battle of S.E.A. And now we're gonna be seeing them battling against Full Sense. It should be an interesting match for sure, with Full Sense, a full stack roster as well. I do like the name of some of the members here of DokoTCG, Samsung Charger.
I love creative names, like a Doko. I think DokoTCG stands for Doko as a juggler from DokoTCG, and Dior. That's a very luxury name. Watermelon 123. Well, yeah. Watermelon 123 is for like, kind of giving me a, when you downloaded some games, they actually put you a random generative names, right? So Watermelon 123 seems like that.
It seems like that. Watermelon 123. So we have a food. We have a name, a food name. We have an item name. Maybe if I were to have, and I want you to think of one as well. If I were to have like a name, a different name for my IGN, maybe it would be for food. I think it would be like beef wonton noodles. It's one of my
beef
favorites.
wonton noodle. If it were me, I'm gonna pick ramen.
Ramen. Oh.
Yeah, 'cause I love noodles. I love ramen. I love noodles. But I kind of sad to see Zoe being banned by DokoTCG. Actually, I really want to see the matchup between Zoe and also Israel. Because why? Because they have special voice lines, and we all know.
I thought because of the
Zoe.
ship.
No. That's also the point. But the thing is Israel, both Israel and also Zoe and Luz, the triangle love in here, they have a special voice line towards each other.
Yeah.
I'm down.
We did see Lux a while ago as well, so it would have been nice to see like Zoe and Ezreal. Maybe throughout the day we would see. Maybe just maybe.
Yeah, probably.
So far,
and up until now we haven't seen Garen.
Yeah, no Garen yet.
No Garen. I mean Garen's so good pick, right?
Spin to win.
Good standard pick that provides spin to win.
It's the most complicated champion to use in the game. Most difficult. You have to be mechanically gifted to press your R when someone is low in HP.
Harder than Yumi. Harder than Yumi, I would say.
All right, which one is much more chill to use, Garen or Yumi? I think it's still Garen. I think it's still Garen. No one tops Garen.
Still Garen. Yeah. And take a look at the ban and pick session between Full Sense and DokoTCG. We finally able to see a unique combination here. I often to say this is a all combination, because you have Varus that provides AoE skill, and also you have Wukong that has a Cyclone that provides a circle-like AoE skill. But now they are strengthened their lineup with Atrox, which will give them a solid semi-tank fighter that will be very helpful in terms of team fight.
I think Orianna is gonna be a good pick here for DokoTCG, not gonna lie. With Wukong, Aatrox, so much crowd control present already on the side of the first 3 picks of DokoTCG, because even Varus has the Chain of Corruption for the additional layering of CC. But Full Sense, I think in terms of damage, they are really, really in it. Crowd control wise, they don't really have that much. At most, they can only rely, so far, with the first 3 picks, on the slow of the Rumble, the kick from the Lee Sin, and the snare from the Rise. Not much really to control this very aggressive composition of DokoTCG.
Yeah, I agree with that. So Full Sense probably will play a little bit more aggressive because they have reason. So Lee Sin only needs someone who can help him to set up the skirmish or ganking. And since DokoTCG already banned Orianna, so there's no circle AoE skills additional, but they have my beautiful
another
lady
circle
here.
Fierce.
Yeah, another circle. Fierce.
Still counted.
Still count as circle. and this will be bring a lot of problem towards the Full Sense if DokoTCG pick Karma as the support.
Oh yeah, because well, the shields are a massive problem, the snares as well.
Exactly.
Especially from the Inspire shield, and the Lee Sin with the Syndra pick actually can be countered. I mean, when you go in one scatter of the week, you're cancelled out. Then so much crowd control from DokoTCG. The punishment is severe from DokoTCG. That's why Full Sense needs to maybe plan this out carefully and execute it carefully when they go into a team fight. I think Ezreal is a really, really good pick. Much safer choice than other ADCs that we have seen so far, just because of the presence of so much crowd control on DokoTCG.
Yeah, and also he is a little quiet, independent because he also has escape skill, and not to mention Full Sense already picked up Leona. This will be a good pair, and in terms of team fight, because Leona movement speed is kind of fast, and not to mention the utilities that she can provide for team fight is every single of them is small cooldown skills, so it will help a lot in terms of setting up ganking or skirmish for Lee Sin.
Yeah, I like the composition more on the side of DokoTCG. Everyone has crowd controls and has circles. Even the Rakan has one. So yeah, so they do have this team so far, which is very interesting. So many ways to counter the Lee Sin, so many ways to really pressure down the Ezreal and the Rise. Meanwhile, Full Sense, they can only rely on the Leona for the setups. Maybe the Lee Sin as well, but in terms of crowd control, they don't really have that much. Damage is what they have. But maybe they can rely on that later on. Because even if you get crowd control, if you deal the damage or you have dealt the damage already to your enemies, then they won't be able to stop you anymore.
Well, yeah, I kind of afraid if Full Sense drag this game to late game because DokoTCG will be very strong at the big team fight, especially talking about how good the combination of every single AoE skills that DokoTCG will cast towards Full Sense player.
Let's see. I mean, what I only like about Full Sense is that they actually can leverage the early game, especially with the Lee Sin pick. Rise is kinda strong at level 3, even though he is outranged by the Syndra. They can work their way into maybe invading the camps of DokoTCG, of Doko. Maybe hence the name, DokoTCG. and give like a similar execution in the early game to how West Point Esports were bullying the jungle camps or the jungler of 157 a while ago. So
Yeah.
that may be one of the patterns that we can see between both of these teams. Let's see.
Yeah, to be honest, taking a look at the competition between these two teams, I prefer the combination of DokoTCG because it's kind of more rely on teamwork and skills combination that also very good in terms of a team big team fight and also contesting the objectives that which will play a very important role for the playstyle of DokoTCG. But on the other hand, I still see a very clear objective from a Full Sense because they just want to secure Snowball first. As Lee Sin at the late game damage will fall off, they can just easily transition to damage from Price. But let's see what will happen on the match between a Full Sense versus a DokoTCG. As Full Sense, the representative from Thailand, and DokoTCG, the representative from Malaysia, Singapore. Will DokoTCG proceed to have a match with a Very Charm, or will it be Full Sense to get another LCP wildcard deja vu with Very Charm?
It's an intense matchup, but I just want to mention it's a cute logo that DokoTCG has. I think we see like a dog or a poro, I'm not sure really, but it's a cute part of their logo, and I really like it. An intense game for sure. They have endured long and troubling games so far. We had so many games actually in this tournament for Battle of Sea. I think this is the 321st game.
Yes.
After today, for the entire tournament.
Yes, let's see. The battle is already started between Full Sense and DokoTCG. We are now focusing on the POV of the dual lane, as Trafalgar already, cast a skill towards the DokoTCG's dual lane. This will be there will be no early game skirmish. I was really hoping there would be a first minute ganking at this point.
Yeah, I was hoping for one as well. Let's say Yuyusaki just gonna be kind of aggressive in the bottom lane since he does have Blondie, forcing out the cleanse early onto Watermelon 123. And they're really maximizing the potential aggressiveness work of an Ezreal, especially because of those mystic shots, chunking down the bot laners of DokoTCG to half.
Yes, and not to mention, when you have Leona, you actually have one of the toughest champion from support. And considering the matchup for Leona is Rakan, I mean, ain't no way Full Sense will, just let that kind of chance slip from their hands. They will give a lot of pressure towards the DokoTCGs because they already know how good Varus with laning control and also lane clearing. So they main objective is just trying as far as possible, give a lot of pressure towards the DokoTCG. If they are able to take down the Varus, that would be the bonus.
Yeah, especially that it's an unhit Varus, right? So shutting down the Varus early into the game is going to be so beneficial for Full Sense. And keeping his distance. Blondie, if he manages to keep his distance from the Varus, especially with his range advantage, is going to benefit him really in laning phase, maybe even on team fights as well. So far, they're doing a really good job applying pressure. They're also kind of letting the wave build up, so that they can attract more of a gank with the help of Q, which is on the way already into the bot lane. Good chunk though, onto Blondie. Flash in into the Zenith lane as even Blondie flashes in. Q gonna be going there, but hasn't invested the flash just yet. Finally does. He'll gonna come through as Watermelon trying desperately to stay alive. But the first blood is still gonna be secured by Full Sense.
Even though it's kind of hard for Full Sense and it requires a lot of time to take down one champion from DokoTCG, they are finally successfully. But Shiro, on the other hand, become the trade, as Doko successfully secured one kill as well. So it's gonna be even for both parties.
Really nice maneuver there by Doko because he knows his attack speed isn't
Yes.
really fast enough after the time elapsed with his dash. So he backed off a little shortly, then flashed in auto and then another Q. That was enough to take down Shiro.
Yeah, and not to mention that Shiro already kind of mispositioned, so it's kind of easier for DokoTCG to take his life.
It's a good trade so far.
Yeah,
We see
yeah,
a
good
much
trade.
more active game, I would say, compared to some of the games that we have seen over the course of the night, where we see more farming and then fight starting on objective spawn. This time we see a really proactive move by both sides.
Yeah, I mean, you have Leona and you have Listen, and it's very easy for Full Sense to set up a skirmish like this, and not to mention, they can just switch bodies to, block the damage around the turrets, and they did really good job in here, as well as DokoTCG, who seek a, fast trade after they saw the forest being taken down.
Now though, Full Sense invading, Scatter of the Week gonna be used already by Dawning, but I think he got a little too overzealous. Flash in with the auto attack as S.E.A did secure the kill. You will not proceed anymore to Doko. They're just gonna be respecting the Wukong. But in the bot lane, Yuyusaki still trying to stay alive. The damage is gonna be enough coming in from Watermelon, and they might even secure a double kill even with the barrier. And this time, DokoTCG bounces back. With mid lane though, another kill for Full Sense.
What a chaos early game from both parties, but I can tell the Full Sense was a little bit greedy on the dual lane kill, because actually you can't forget that Rakan can heal Varus, and I really love the way how they work on this kind of skill, providing heals and shields towards Varus in the very right moment to turn the table towards the Full Sense.
And because of the over aggression, right, of Blondie and Yuyusaki, they kinda messed up in the bot lane. Giving 2 kills on a Varus that is unhit is kind of a nightmare. So he's gonna have his scaling accelerated much more with the goals that he has acquired, and even at the state of the game, right, we see him getting a little bit ahead in terms of CS, despite the pressure being made there by Full Sense a while ago. Was able to catch up, get those kills. Now has boots as well and Vampiric Scepter. So his sustain in the lane is gonna be much better as well with the lifesteal.
Exactly, and one thing that I love the most from DokoTCG is how reactive they are to, to answer what kind of situation that Full Sense put towards them. But the Barrelman, what a damage and what a kill! Yes,
That move
just staying
by
and
Q.
Edwards down.
He casted his Sonic Wave, casted Smite on the minion, and then just fully committed on that. Oh, it's just really impressive.
Yeah, that was impressive.
There was some
and
minion
that
blocking.
happened so quick.
So good.
Oh my
so good.
god.
I like that. I like that.
That was beautiful from Full Sense. And back to the 2 dual lane, I think we can expect more team fights towards these 2 duos. But if you look at the rotation from Doko, it's already set up positioning for taking the first dragon as it is the Inferno Dragon. But for DokoTCG, they need to be aware with the power spike of Listen at the early game.
Yeah, 3-0-1 is kind of scary on a Lee Sin. So Dawning, Watermelon, even the other members here of DokoTCG might be in a crucial spot being bursted out by the Lee Sin that has just picked up Eclipse. Doko is on the way onto the bot side, just forced out the Arcane Shift from Blondie. So he's just gonna be fine. Full Sense is still ahead by about 1,000 gold. DokoTCG will start this Infernal Drake. And looks like no contestation from Full Sense, or at least they will just try to equalize the objective
trade.
score by taking the grubbies.
Yes, the objective trade from both parties. I mean, this is the best options that Full Sense can do at this point. But if you take a look at how the tempo of this game bring on, Full Sense and DokoTCG, both of them actually really are keen to find a moment to skirmish. But DokoTCG is a little bit more reactive to what Full Sense do, because they actually want to scale a little bit, because they still have Aatrox and Wukong that needs to be set up. But the duel between Aatrox and Lee Sin, not a duel anymore, as Rise giving a backup towards Lee Sin. Syndra is a little bit late, and this will be a nail in the coffin for DokoTCG as Lee Sin kicking Syndra's hat.
Yeah, Samsung Charger tried to. I'm sorry, I can't help laughing when I hear that name. But the Aatrox tried
Kicking
to prevent Few from getting the red buff, but he just got caught out in the crossfire. Blondie, though, might be in a bad spot, getting charmed there by Diorn. And looks like he just overstepped his boundaries, trying to get a kill onto the Varus.
Yeah, very Full Sense duel and still kind of greedy, but DokoTCG, you can't leave for well 130 like that, because Leona will push forward with Lee Sin on his back. Now Lee Sin is trying to find a way to secure 2 kills at the same time, successfully take down Rakan. But Leona is the life that will be a trade for Rakan's life.
No! He got hit by the true shot barrage! He got info already from Donning, spotting it out, but I think it was already busy shopping. That's too bad for DokoTCG, and a good shot by Blondie.
Yes.
With a bit of a messy fight in the bot lane, I would say.
I would say that too. I mean, messy, but I mean, that's a very reasonable movement from Full Sense, to be honest, because to leave World Melon 130 in a very, alone in dual lane is not something that you will do. This wouldn't happen if Rakan doesn't leave him.
And right now, Full Sense still stepping on the gas pedal, making sure they apply pressure towards DokoTCG. And we see them rotating towards top side, helping out Shiro. Mid lane, while Donning is pushing the wave after seeing the Rise rotate. The wave is still gonna get caught here by Tai. So things are still good for Full Sense. 2,000 gold lead so far in 11 minutes of the game. Recall gotta get cancelled here onto Watermelon. He's just minding his own business, and then he just wanted to recall, man. Come on.
Yeah, come on. But Full Sense couldn't deny the threat potential from DokoTCG. I mean, I always mention that DokoTCG are very reactive towards in terms of trade from Full Sense. So this will leave the game in terms of team fight. Still everyone's game, but DokoTCG still, have a lot of potential at the late game.
Looks like there is gonna be another visit in top lane, similar to how they secured the 1-for-1 trade a while ago at the start of the game. This time it's gonna be Samsung Charger getting the kill. Gonna be very helpful on his scaling. Meanwhile, as a Realm Warp gets used, good catch onto Donning, follow up by Few, and a takedown as he is now godlike with 7-0 on his score. Wow.
Someone need to stop this blind man. I mean, Lee Sin already reached his power spike, and considering below 15 minutes to have Lee Sin this fat, this will create a lot of situation for Full Sense to do a lot of things like ganking and skirmish, and not to mention he is powerful in team fights and especially big objectives.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the reasons why Lee Sin is one of the champions you wouldn't really want to get ahead, because he can easily burst down anyone. Sundered Sky completed already, so he has more burst damage and also gained a little bit of sustain. And it's also a really good combination with Eclipse, because you have a shield, you have heal, and it does repeat when used on very different champions. So it really helps out Few to sustain himself whenever he goes in. Meanwhile, Yor, I think, is just caught out here by Full Sense. He was just trying to put out a ward And he just immediately saw 4 people clashing onto him.
Yeah, I mean, that was a quick execution from Full Sense, and that leaves Full Sense to, happily taking down their first dragon without contest from DokoTCG, because will be a very risky movement if DokoTCG right way contested objectives. But on the other hand, at the Baron lane, the duel between Rumble and Aatrox, it's gonna be a long duel, to be honest, without the help of both Lee Sin and Doko as Wukong.
We see Doko really struggling right now to help out his teammates, especially with the pressure being made here constantly by Full Sense. Invades coming left and right. It doesn't have much camps to work around with. He's gonna be forced to visit the red side camp, a few, but he will only just find a camp of Raptors. Meanwhile, he will lose a red buff, Krugs as well, and a potential visit onto Samsung Charger as well. Kick gonna come through as he's just being toasted down by Shiro, but I think he went a little too deep. Teleport gonna be incoming from Dawning, try and help him out. Oh, no kill by Full Sense.
Yeah, but they got a big information in here as the rotation from DokoTCG already dragging to the Baron lane, and this will leave a lot of options for Full Sense whether they want to cool down the tempo or they want to re-engage another skirmish. But Herald has spawned, so will be the main priority for Full Sense because they already successfully pushed the rotation from DokoTCG, and it makes a Full Sense successfully secured referral without contest, probably.
I don't think Doko will be there in time, or maybe he can. Okay, does have Oracle. Wasn't in range to spot out the other Herald. So easy takedown by few, and they can use it into the mid lane to open up the map now, and that kind of poses a problem here for DokoTCG. To be honest, because another dragon is gonna come out later. And I think DokoTCG need to really help out Watermelon 123. He's the only one that actually secured a lot of kills so far. He's almost on his Rage Blade, and later on, maybe when he gets like a Runan's Hurricane, it should be much more deadly to the members here of Full Sense. But we cannot deny the burst pressure here of Full Sense, especially just because of this Lee Sin. Just because of the Lee Sin. Things are just so hard here for DokoTCG.
Yeah, but DokoTCG, they still have a chance to win this game and especially at least win a big fight. But they really need to be careful with how they want to set up the combination of the AoE skills. And as the Rift Herald already spawned, the first threat of DokoTCG will be crushed. And this leaves Full Sense to have an access to jungle, to every single spot of the jungle from DokoTCG.
Yeah, top side, bot side, they're already clearing out the red side jungle of Doko. Potential round number 2, but it's not going to be 2 versus 1 this time. There's also the Leona visiting. He is craving for that takedown. But they did spot out some of the members here of DokoTCG, so they just walk it off. Good dodge by Samsung Charger. Just dashed in, or dashed out of the True Shot Barrage. Yeah. Small details.
Yeah.
It kind of counts sometimes.
Yeah, but
oh, flash in though! Onto Dawning! Quick maneuver by Dior with a quickness into the grand entrance as the equalizer gets dropped. Doko trying to layer up the CC to prevent them from following up. And it was a good defense by DokoTCG.
yeah, that was a good counter-attack from DokoTCG towards a Full Sense, even though they couldn't take down any champion from Full Sense. But it doesn't matter as long as there's no any other player from DokoTCG that taken down by the Full Sense. Otherwise, the economy will not on their side. And so that's just a good defense play from DokoTCG because the pressure is still on the DokoTCG side. I mean, considering the team fights, Full Sense is already ahead from them, and not to mention how free Full Sense player to get an access towards the DokoTCG's jungle. And even the skirmish and the ganking seems like very strong on Full Sense side.
Yeah, it's the main perk of the lineup here of Full Sense. The small skirmishes. They really doubled down on it and benefited from their composition. But we haven't really seen a full 5v5 team fight, and maybe that's where DokoTCG can shine. They're only down 4,000 anyways. So it's very possible for a comeback as well. I think on the next Dragon, this might be a chance for them to finally redeem themselves. Scatter Reek gonna be used here. Don, though, still forced to flash away as the Unleashed Power gets scattered onto Few, but still, the Ezreal is gonna be taken down. That's a huge takedown already by DokoTCG, as Doko just gonna be backing away. Few looking for a way to re-enter the fight, but looks like they're gonna be done for now. Without Ezreal, it's just so hard for Full Sense.
The MVP of that attempt of skirmish towards Lee Sin is Leona, because Lee Sin is almost died multiple times during that one moment, but thanks to Leona, that doesn't happen. Because Full Sense already know the objective in here. They need to protect Lee Sin at all costs. Because if they successfully shut down Lee Sin, this will open a lot of options towards the DokoTCG and will lessen the winning chance of Full Sense. But on the other hand, DokoTCG still got a big prize in here because they are finally get a chance to get their second dragon without contest from Full Sense.
Not gonna lie though, I would have wished for a different dragon, anything but a cloud dragon. But DokoTCG, they're holding on really strongly. Samsung Charger is very durable, and he managed to like prevent all that damage from executing him. But it's not gonna be the same case for Dawning. And it looks like it's just gonna be a buy one take one for Full Sense. Even the tower is gonna get taken out, and that's a lot of gold that they have acquired. Bot lane though, there might be a take here onto Shiro. Chin Corruption dodged, including the Cyclone with one flash, and now Baron is available for Full Sense.
Yes, you got the dual and turret from your opponent at what cost? At Baron Nature cost. And this will open even more options. I mean, I really love the decision making that Full Sense just did, because you mentioned that Aatrox is very durable. Yes, he is undeniably durable. And Full Sense also noticed that, so they just shift the damage towards the most squishy champion on DokoTCG's lineup, which is Syndra. And after that, they can really bully Aatrox at the same time.
He was really good on the Lee Sin. I just saw him do a Sonic Wave and then just smite the minion for that clear path on the Sonic Wave. It did not connect the Aatrox, but it's still really fascinating to see how consistent he is in being able to like think like that. And it's one of the reasons why maybe that he is just so damn good on the Lee Sin. 704. Death Dance already completed. We see the gold ballooning as well to 6,000 gold.
Someone needs to stop this blind man. And I think up until this point, DokoTCG actually tried many attempts to take down Lee Sin. But the protection towards Lee Sin is already fully loaded. But I think we'll finally see Lee Sin shot down, probably Trisha Barras connected to several champions from DokoTCG, but doesn't prevent Lee Sin to be shut down.
Yeah, it's a massive takedown by DokoTCG. They took a bit of damage though from Blondie. They kind of needed to fall back, but it's still a lot of gold. That's 1,000 gold for sure.
Yes, but one thing for sure, DokoTCG finally find a opportunity to get Lee Sin caught off guard, and they just need to keep that kind of momentum once again to even their scoring here with the Full Sense.
Samsung Charger just trying to stay alive. Oh my god, that Lifesteal and Sundered Sky healing is out of this world. Did you see that heal? What the hell?
Oh my god. Imagine if the support of DokoTCG is Yuumi, and Yuumi consistently be on Aatrox's side. Imagine how troublesome it is. I couldn't imagine. I mean, it's already hard to take down Aatrox, and imagine if he has Yuumi on his side.
There's
That
one
could be
thing
a
we have to
disaster.
conclude here. Full Sense needs more anti-healing because it's only Shield that actually has, and he
Yeah.
wasn't involved in that bot lane fight. So I think it was like Samsung Charger feeling a little more free to heal up. I think he got surprised as well with his healing compared to
Yeah,
his
yeah.
usual healing whenever Shiro is there.
Yeah, I agree with you that I mean, anti-healing is a very important item for Full Sense because relying on one player to have it could probably will not be as effective that they imagine. But for DokoTCG, at least we can see that they still have a chance, even though the goal diff is 5k. But considering how good this Atrox could be, this will make a lot of options for DokoTCG trying to set up another tempo towards Full Sense, and especially after the fall off of Lee Sin's damage at the late game.
We're both gonna be secured here by Doko as they got spotted out a bit by Full Sense. So that's some information for Full Sense. It's like they want to contest on the incoming Cloud Dragon, and it looks like they are much more comfortable poking around as well. You need to be extra careful though, because again, DokoTCG, they have a lot of crowd control. Equalizer gonna get dropped. Ashiro nearly gets dropped as well, forced to flash away. Watermelon is on the other side and wasn't able to free it at all as he's getting threatened by the kick of Pew. Looks like he's just gonna be forced to flash out, but the threat is just so real coming in from Full Sense. Samsung Charge doing a really good job sustaining himself, but it's not gonna be enough again with Full Sense taking all 5 members of DokoTCG with a triple kill from Pew. The Dragon's gonna be theirs as well, and they only traded out their support.
Oh my god, what a good play from Yu of Full Sense. I mean, DokoTCG already did a very good job at initiating the war. They successfully put the chain of corruption towards Rumble, so it makes a Full Sense in a very awkward position. But look at the positioning of Rice and as well as Leona. They know what they need to do, and when Rumble successfully got a space after Lee Sin striking back towards the players of DokoTCG, Rice coming to kill the backlines of DokoTCG, lessening the damage and the threat potential from DokoTCG towards a Full Sense player, and that's the moment the formation of DokoTCG falling off. Every single player from DokoTCG, the HP already low, and that's the moment Full Sense just, eating every single players that left in front of them.
I love the kick coming in from Pew as well. He was very patient. He kept on just looking at Watermelon 123, knowing that he is the biggest threat of them all. It's one of the reasons why he kept hugging over the wall as well in that fight, because he knows that the Lee Sin is angling on him, and now Full Sense grouping up into the top lane. Samsung Charger has nowhere to go. He's just surrounded already. Or maybe he can still. There's no vision.
Ooh.
And he teleported out. Okay.
What a crazy teleport, to be honest. I mean that's kind of give an anxious moment for us. But the Baron Nation is already widely open for Full Sense. Yeah, Full Sense already taking the HP from Baron Nation. But it was stolen by Syndra from DokoTCG. Now the tables turn. Full Sense going crazy. They need kill a lot from DokoTCG after stealing that Baron Nation. They're still holding, but the players from DokoTCG falling down after that. Every single players from DokoTCG wiped out once again by Full Sense. So the Baron Nation buffs will be vanished in vain.
But it's okay, because they essentially denied the Baron from Full Sense, got 4 kills, and well, in exchange of 5, I think it would have been just better if DokoTCG was able to shut down Itai as well, because he has 700 bounty under its name as well. But that was just so cool coming in from Donning. Look at him, the scatter of the week was enough, and it paved the way for DokoTCG to actually extend this game. Look at Samsung Charger as well. The heals are just insane. Maybe if he was able to take down the Ezreal in time, he would have been able to take out the Ryze as well. But he changed target, knowing that the Ezreal kept on auto-attacking him. And it paved the way for Itai to actually shut him down.
Yeah, but I also love the way Full Sense try to shift the damage towards the players of DokoTCG, preventing them to back to their base. Because they
They're mad.
actually know if they miss that opportunity, the table will be turned.
Yeah. They also got their revenge onto Donning. Screw you for stealing our Baron a while ago. They just took him out and just walked away casually. He was just a target. I don't know why. That's the only storyline I can think of.
Bye, bye you all. I mean, Full Sense. I really love the game sense that they showed us today in this very best of one series game. But DokoTCG still, has something on their sleeve, and I really appreciate that they are still fighting up until to their last blood in here.
Man, it's I think this is one of the most active games that we have seen for today.
Yeah.
Most kills as well. Yeah, I'm actually comparing it right now to the other games. The first game we've had like 33 kills total. Second game we did have 30 kills. Third game we had only 26. In this
Yeah.
game so far we have 36 already. So it's already the
Yeah.
highest. It's
Yeah,
nice.
I agree with you. This is the most intense game, and to be honest, up until this point, even though the goal gap between Full Sense and DokoTCG is quite big, this is still everyone's game because DokoTCG just showed us that they actually can do something to turn the table with this kind of composition, with this kind of AOE skills combination. So the only thing that DokoTCG need is just a momentum, a misplaying from Full Sense.
Now, one misplay, right? That was already a warning shot. The Baron steal by Donning. If they get another similar case like that, maybe a Baron steal, maybe a dragon, or much better, an Elder Dragon steal later. If ever we reach towards that state of the game, then it's just gonna give a 180-degree turn on this game. So far, they have been behind, but still fighting back. 8,000 gold lead at this point is still relatively high, but the outputs of team fights is actually not reflective of the gold lead that Full Sense actually have. DokoTCG is actually standing quite strong despite being very much behind.
Exactly, and Full Sense actually have to be wary with the presence of the Atrox, not to mention Rakan, that can give a full support and as well as the utilities towards his team, and also the crowd control effect. But on the other hand, the AoE skills that DokoTCG have is one that can give the most threat towards Full Sense, because we already know that Lee Sin already falling off in terms of damage, so they need to shift towards the other champion, which is a Rise, that could lay a lot of damage towards the DokoTCG's single players.
There's an interesting itemization as well that we see on the members of DokoTCG. So much sustain on Aatrox and the Wukong. Donning has Actualizer and the Storm Surge as well. So I think he's really investing on burst damage, especially when he taps that Actualizer. His Unleash power will really unleash a lot of damage towards his primary target. But he doesn't have a death cap yet, so it's not tapping really on its full potential right now, and he really needs that item.
Yeah, but the threat from Full Sense is not stopped yet, because if you look at Rise, KDA right now, someone also needs to stop this Rise. At early game until the middle game, someone needs to stop the Lee Sin, but now the damage potential and the threat potential is already shifted to Rise, because we already entered the late game, so the potential of Rise is already risen, and DokoTCG need to be aware with the positioning of Rise that always be protected by Leona.
Interesting itemization as well coming in from the Virus, right? We see a Jack show. It's now fight brewing out DokoTCG are layering down the CC. Quick disengage as the equalizer gets dropped. Watermelon though took a mystic shot. That hurts so much coming in from Blondie. But they did secure a kill onto Leona. Well, they managed to alleviate the situation. Full Sense though might be interested in going back to the Baron Nashor as they take away the vision.
Oh, what a brave decision making from Full Sense to re-engage the Baron Nashor without the support.
They're doing it fast. They're doing it really fast. Forcing out Scatterbait this time. It's not gonna get the steal, but they're still gonna be pursuing into the fight. Shiro will use the stasis to buy a little bit of time and space, but they need to disengage. Where Realm Warp is available and looks like they are interested in using it as well. They're gonna cast it as Dior tries to cancel them, but it's not gonna be enough. They even went to get the kill onto Dior and was able to bounce away.
What a perfect teleporter from Rise to save his friends, and now we're engaging back towards the DokoTCG's players, and two Tempests already taken down by Full Sense hand. Double kill from Lee Sin, and now they are trying to find more. Chain Corruption connects to players from Full Sense, but that doesn't help, doesn't delay the death of Varus from DokoTCG.
Man, things just got out of hand to DokoTCG. It's a disaster so far, especially after the Baron takedown. They lost their Rakan. They weren't able to get any more kills aside from Yuyusaki, and then they got caught out by Few, securing another triple kill under his belt. 13-2-10 is his score. He has been involved in 23 kills out of the 27 they have.
Yeah, I mean, this is the moment where the crazy part is going to happen. The teleport is ready, bringing every single person from Full Sense back and safe, and they are still re-engaging the attack. And I started questioning why DokoTCG with this kind of situation doesn't reset.
Well, it's a question that is yet to be answered so far by DokoTCG, but we know the answer that Full Sense is giving towards them, and that is severe punishment towards their overextension and lack of reset. And to think that Itai actually is still unkillable in this game. 8-0-13. He has been positioning himself really effectively in team fights, dishing the damage out effectively as well, while maintaining distance towards the threats of DokoTCG.
Yeah, now Full Sense with the Baron Nashor buff will pushing towards the rest of DokoTCG, giving a lot more pressure once again. And what will happen? And what will DokoTCG do towards this kind of pressure?
They have to resist the pressure, but looks like the damage is just too much coming in from Full Sense. The equalizer is dropped so magnificently so. Itai though got shut down. This might be the chance for DokoTCG, but the damage is just so much higher on the side of Full Sense. Blondie being able to pre-hit. Sustain not gonna be enough here for Samsung Chargers. He gets taken down as well. It's only Doko remaining alive. But what can you do when there's 3 people surrounding you? Absolutely nothing. And Full Sense will secure the ace and potentially the game as well.
Yes, only 2 inhibitors protected the nexus of DokoTCG, and with every single players down from DokoTCG, the only thing that they can do is watching the nexus being broken down by the hands of Full Sense, as Full Sense also proceeding to the next match, and they will have Very Charm as their opponent.
It's a really good performance that we saw from Full Sense. A demonstration of prowess, especially in closing out the games. I think it's one of the most entertaining game though that we have seen so far. I really like. I really enjoyed watching and commentating this game. We see a lot of back and forth action as well. A lot more resistance towards the losing team as well. DokoTCG, even though they're gonna be bidding goodbye to the tournament, they still were able to showcase how good they are in the game. Alright, Abigail, Mike.
Let's check.
It's a fun time seeing these kinds of players really at the edge of like in high pressure situations really shine, and we saw it. Unfortunately, we saw it more on Full Sense. So congratulations to Full Sense. Next up, we're gonna be having the match of Team KK going up against West Point Esports Academy in a chance to proceed towards the broadcasted games tomorrow. We'll see your casters, Guiang and Abigail. You're still watching Battle of Sea Proving Grounds, and we'll see you after this short break.
until I see you again. To the end, we begin. Touch the sky,
Welcome back, Sabiners, to Battle of Sea Proving Grounds with us, your caster Abigail and Guiang, and we are down to the last 2 matches of today.
We have, first off, we will have the match of Team KK versus West Point Esports Academy. Next up, we should have Faerie Charm versus Full Sense. So 2 of the last games to determine our top 4 in the tournament for the final matches for tomorrow. And I'm really excited because we've seen how good these players are. A while ago we did see as well how strong the winning teams are so far. For Team KK, this will be their last time to redeem themselves. They have been dominating the entire tournament for the past few days that we've been since February 11, and now we're gonna see them battle against West Point Esports Academy, which did have one of the most dominating games in today's matches. They had, their score was, I believe, 23-3 against 157, and to think that if they can materialize that kind of performance in their matchup right now, then it might be the same result. But we cannot deny the fact that Team KK did stand a really good chance against Team FF a while ago. They're still a really strong team, and I think this time they're much more prepped. They're much more hyped as well, and they would do anything to not have themselves thrown out of the tournament.
Yes, and this is gonna be an interesting match, and especially if we are talking the playstyle of each parties. Like for example, KK, we've seen how they play during the first match of today, and to be honest, for me, they're kind of a very passive team, even though they're from Thailand. Because the stereotype from Thailand team is they are very aggressive. And I mean, it also applies to every single region in Southeast Asia. Not to mention MYHG and also Philippines. They tend to be aggressive players, but I don't really see that from KK. And probably this is the time for Team KK to expose how aggressive they are. Or probably this is gonna be a statement that not every single team from Thailand is as aggressive other players.
And let's see, because West Point Esports Academy, they're really now opening up the banning phase with some focus onto mid lane and jungle as well. Looks like West Point Esports Academy is still gonna maybe attempt on securing that Dr. Mundo early, but looks like KK did spot it out quickly. This is one of the first games that we're gonna be seeing Dr. Mundo denied onto Devoured. Although his champ pool is very wide, he usually tends to use the same champion until it is like answered already or respected. Yunara though, gonna be respected by West Point Esports Academy.
Yeah.
It's one of the champions that we did see
Yeah.
on Akihiko a while ago.
Yeah, both parties just drop a respect band towards each other. So I'm down to see what's the first pick from a WP Academy. Caitlyn! Caitlyn, first pick? Well, so
Wow.
for me, it is a very bold one to pick Caitlyn as your first pick because it opens a wide option to counter her.
There are like assassins definitely can work really against the Caitlyn. What's good about the position now of KK is that since Caitlyn is a kind of strong early game to late game champion as well, but the damage output of Caitlyn really relies on her raw AD, KK can definitely invest as well on late game scaling champions. I feel this is gonna be a good pick, especially when paired up with something like a Lulu or a Milio later on. KK though also investing in taking a Rumble early on R2.
Yeah. To be honest, I can't really see what kind of strategies that WPE want to deploy. Because if you first lock a Caitlyn, as I mentioned before, it opens wide options to counter her. Well, yes, Caitlyn is a good pick in terms of the dual lane. She provides a good damage and also a good clearing lane potential. But at the same time, if she feels that, she's just a common officer, not more.
Yeah. Look at the investment of West Point Esports though. I think we're starting to see a theme: long range burst damage for West Point Esports Academy if they lock in the Aurora here for Relia. We did see him use it a while ago in the top lane against the Sante and got a lot of gold, and it can still be the case. It's like Devoured is gonna opt to use the Shinzao this time around. A little bit more playful, I would say, especially in setting up for team fights. The Crescent Sweep is really helpful in denying those long range damage source, especially because you deny the damage outside of the circle. KK is doubling down on engage as well. They pick up a Thresh.
This is very interesting from both parties. KhanKluay already secured a very strong dual lane, so they can match up the power spike of early game from WP's dual lane, aka Caitlyn. But at the same time, you need to take a long time to make the potential from affiliates coming up to the ground. But for WPE, I kind of got a grasp already about how they want to play. So Caitlyn is not the main star in here, but she will be a good pick for poking towards the champion from KhanKluay. But at the same time, they also put a very good late game insurance in here, and as well as for the team fight side, as they have Xin and also Aurora.
Ooh, good spot there on the Nico. Actually, Nico would have been a really good pick on the side of West Point Esports Academy for setup, especially when there's an Aurora. And since KhanKluay already picked up the Thresh, they won't be able to lock in that champion anymore. So many respect bans. Even the Orianna or Hex Zerens is gonna be taken out in response to the Akali ban a while ago to Agrona's champ pool. So that leaves maybe it's Syndra as an okay option here for Team KK.
Yeah, for Team KK, they're still lacking a tank champion. So a weak side battle lane could be an option for KhanKluay, but Jarvan pick? For me, Jarvan isn't a bad idea, even though he is not as tanky as that IX pack. But the Cataclysm combination with the box will provide an annoying position for WPE.
Yeah, especially if they pick up something like a Nazir, maybe a Talia as well. I think it really would work well in the composition here of Team KK. Revelate though, hovering one of his signature champions in the Philippines, Bard, because he's one of the more talented players in using Bard in the PH region. This would give a lot of setup potential here for West Point Esports Academy, especially with the Tempered Fate. Long range setup that can provide the clearance that they need in order for the Shinzao to go in. Lots of poke damage as well, especially with the Jace picked up already. So there's 3 champions that has really good poke. It's a Caitlyn, it's the Aurora, it's the Jace as well. I think the goal here of West Point Esports Academy is to chip down these scary members of Team KK, and once they see them in low HP, that's when they call the shots. That's when we see the Shinzao going in. That's when we see the Tempered Fate being casted in for the setup of the rest of the members of West Point Esports Academy. But the Mel will have its debut for this broadcast tournament as well. It's a good pick to actually even counter some of the projectiles here of West Point Esports Academy. At least some raw DPS, some executing power, and lots of really ways to disrupt team fights.
Yes, nice pick from KhanKluay actually for picking Mel as their last pick is well. With WPE actually has lots of projectiles type of champion, and also it requires a good setup for WPE. To be honest with you, well, they already got a strong side of Baron lane, but on the other hand, this will leave WPE down to an option whether they want to focus on Jace lane or Aurora lane. And for KhanKluy's side, they actually can play with a lot of things in here. Even though Aphelios is sort of like the late game insurance for KhanKluy, but if Rumble pampered enough by KhanKluy, this will be a nightmare too for WPE. Same goes with Mel.
Yeah. Yeah. It's an explosive lineup on both sides, and you know what they say, when you have an explosive lineup, things can really go downhill as well with that. Not much front lines for West Point. KhanKluay, at least they do have a lot of front lines, but in terms of control, with the pokes present on West Point Esports, it's not a whole lot that can be absorbed by the Jarvan and the Thresh as well. It gives a little bit of pressure towards them as well to initiate fights fast enough before they get chipped down massively in their HP because of the pokes, the triple poke from West Point Esports Academy. So interesting turnaround of events. I think we do have a well-rounded composition on both sides. I'm looking forward to seeing how they would execute this kind of composition, especially since I think early game can be much better here on the side of West Point Esports Academy. And it's kind of true to their nature as well. They really like being very aggressive in the early game, getting those invades done as well. And that's where Team KK needs to be extra careful.
Yes, they really need to be extra careful, and as well as for WPE, they also need to be aware with the skirmish potential and ganking potential from Jarvan. I mean, Jarvan is also a good early game champion, early good setup too for in terms for the side of KK. So and it also opens a very wide option for KK2, which lane that they want to gank, because Aurora can be ganked by Jarvan, and also Kathleen pretty much will be bullied by Jarvan too. But let's see what kind of decision that KhanKluay will bring to the table when they are matching to the WPE Academy as our fifth match of today.
Let's see. I'm really excited about this. But I also wanted to just give another shout out to Team KK on their logo. It's a really cute logo as well. I do appreciate the creativity of some teams, especially those who give a little bit of cuteness onto their logo. Because there's some teams, there are two types of teams, right? One that is really formal and much more serious in wanting to vibe in tournaments. But there's some who likes to get a little cutesy as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of balance the vibes of Battle of Sea Proving Grounds. I mean, some can be so serious, but some can be so chill. But let's take a look at the inside of the game. Oh my god, early game contact between two parties is undeniable, but the damage has been focused towards Kochi as the Kathleen, he almost died.
Yeah. Especially because of the lethal tempo of Akihiko. It was able to proc it out and stack it up much faster. Good dodge as well on the Q of Polio. So they're able to deny some of the damage output of West Point Esports Academy's bot laners while able to answer back much more efficiently. Right now at level 2 as well, there is the bigger threat, which is the hook combo or engage potential of Gojo. So I think West Point Esports Academy will need to step back a little with the good dodge on the shock blast there by the Hex Zerens not being pressured that much by the Jace.
I just remember that this kind of sad situation between Mel and Jace because they are lovers. Oh my god.
Alright, yeah. Was there an elk? It's Valentine's Day. Hello? It should be a day,
hello?
a night
It's
for
Valentine.
love. Did they fight over something? What did Jace do this time? Come on.
Yeah, it's always made on the fault.
It's It's like always the initial impression. Like,
Yeah.
okay,
Women always right.
what did the guy do? What did the guy do? Come on, why are you guys fighting? What did the guy do? What did Jace do? 'Cause
Probably
Jace always
Jace-
does something.
I can give a brief explanation. Probably Jace just doesn't notice that Mel just changed her hair, probably.
Yeah.
Or maybe Jace forget to tell Mel Happy Valentine, darling. Or Jace probably forget to bring flowers for Mel. Well, a lot of things.
Yeah,
But it must be Jace's fault.
yeah. Jace was spending too much time with Victor. and Mel got a little jealous. So, yeah. the little bromance happening between Jace and Victor.
Yeah, the
It's
bromance
okay.
Pro Max.
Bromance! Oh, flash in to flash out by Agrona. That was so close though. Very short range. Gone in the vicinity though, and he does have flash. Devoured as well is gonna be on the way. Let's see as they try to bait each other. They're still gonna be pursuing, especially after being accompanied by Revelate. Flag and drag used actually onto the Bard, as the damage output is actually quite high. Forces West Point Esports to back away.
Yeah. Yeah, protecting the queen at all costs. I mean, Jarvan is actually wanna teleport back to the base, but after seeing KhanKluay, Bard coming to the mid lane, he just show himself up, just give a presence towards the WPE. Don't do any mess towards my queen, but still. There's no any engage at all from both parties. They just poking towards each other. Something that I expect from WPE because they line up on the early game. The only thing that they can do is just poking here and poking there. I mean, you have Caitlyn as poker, and you also have Jace as the poker too in a mid lane, and not to mention Aurora, that is a late game champion that requires an item to create a burst damage. So the only thing that she can do is just poking.
Good response though by Gojo as well. Might force out a flash there onto Folio, but they did chunk them out real good. Half HP, quarter HP as well onto the Caitlyn. Another visit into the mid lane. This time the Jace doesn't have flash, and definitely Agron is gonna be taken down. That's first blood by Team KK.
Nice crowd control back towards the Jace, but oh my god, what happened? He wants to get back, but he cannot, and only need one projectile to confirm the death of Sintel.
Really good rotation coming in from Gojo. Was able to spot out Devour that was wanting to help. Maybe get a 1-for-1 trade into the mid lane. He just got caught out. 0-2 start for West Point Esports Academy and Team KK. This time having a fantastic start, especially for Hextra Rens.
Yeah, they are very patient to find a momentum here. And as they already secured 2 kills, even though it's not that big, but it opens a potential to securing the first dragon. But WPE also, kind of very quick to respond to that. So they just try to reposition themselves. But I think this is not a good position.
Yeah, Devoured is already dead. Here comes the ult coming from Hexerdens as now Team KK is just collapsing onto West Point Esports Academy. It's a 4-0 start. This is an explosive start here for Team KK. And they're even gonna be getting the dragon early into this game.
I get the idea that WPE wants to do, but the setup of WP is just a little bit premature towards the KhanKluay, and considering how many players that they deploy in front of the Dragon Pit, and that's why KhanKluay just can take them down easily.
And it's already helping them out so much in terms of the economy. 3-0 start for Hexerens. A kill as well was secured by Akihiko a while ago. This affiliate is going to be a massive problem later, especially the Mel. Even though there was a couple of changes made onto the Mel, the kit still remains the same and the damage output is still relatively high. Most especially when you give this amount of kills and gold. towards this champion.
Yeah,
Westman
and-
Esports Academy, if they want to come back here in this game, they really need to step up.
And don't forget that the threat is started to rise in here because Mel already got 3 kills. So for WP Academy needs to try need to find a way how to set the score with the KhanKluay.
And I think it's kind of hard this time. Maybe through top lane, because bot lane is kind of hard as well to exit given the composition that they do have with Devour this behind so far as well. Team KK is managing to really cripple the members here of Westman Esports Academy. The punishment that they have made so far, even down to like the summoner spell cooldowns, is really massive. Good spell block by Hexerens as now no flash on Agrona. It's still on cooldown for 5 seconds and he still cannot escape as he gets blown up by Hexerens. That's gonna be his 4th kill. Devour trying to give a 1-for-1 trade, but it's taking too much time. Finally he does, and he does step back a little bit, but a flash in by Hexerens forces another flash to at least disengage for Devoured.
That's a very big information for KhanKluay, and as well as what happened on the dual lane. WPE get a lot of pressure from KK team, and that's not looking good because the game is on from WPE to find a trading here. Akihiko is already dying here, but 5-star general still trying to give a lot of support towards the cat lane, and every single person at the dual lane successfully get back.
Yeah, it was a good tempered fate coming in from the Bard. However, the biggest problem there in that situation for Westman Esports Academy is that the Caitlyn doesn't have mana. So he couldn't really do the full combo on the Caitlyn. Even though there was a trap laid out, he couldn't use the Q and the E effectively as well. And it was being threatened by Gojo as well. And it's just a really nice retaliation by Team KK. You
Yes.
see a little bit of a CS lead as well by Akihiko. 20 CS lead. So that's actually quite high in the laning phase. Westman Esports, they are so far losing 2 lanes. The only lane that is kind of fine so far is top lane.
Exactly, but they also successfully grabbed the void drops, all of the void drops, because they successfully take down the Jarvan, so it kind of slowed down the tempo from Team KK, which provides a good situation for WPE. But now KK probably will try to set up another ganking because the rotation for this kind of players is kind of suspicious.
It is. It's not characteristic of what we usually see on Westman Esports. Revelate getting caught out, forced to use a tempered fate onto himself, but it's still gonna get blown up by Hexerens. Good follow-up though coming in from Westman Esports Academy as the ult from the Caitlyn gets blocked by Gon and just completely denies any sort of revenge from Westman Esports.
Nice body block, and it gives Team KK a lot of profits. They took down the support, they drag a Caitlyn, so it makes affiliates from Team KK even more comfortable to secure another set of WPE's minion. And he's also able to harass the turret of WPE's dual lane. So every single loss that WPE's got so far, they need to lessen that, because if this is happening until middle of the game, I can't see any good things that will happen from WPE, because it will be very hard for them to bounce back to the game.
Yeah, scaling is definitely much better theoretically on the side of Team KK. Especially with the Mel, the Aphelios, the Rumble, and their front lines as well. It's gonna get sturdier. Devour trying to pressure down Gon. Maybe to force out a flash, but it's so far not being really felt by the members here of Team KK. Excellence doing a really good job as well, shoving back. West Point Esports is completely being overpowered here in this early game so far.
Yeah, but the goal difference is not that big, so still everyone's game. But in terms of macro decision making and macro execution, Team KK is one step ahead from WPE. So for WPE, even though they can lessen the gap of the economy, but they are still lacking in terms of fighting power, but the Cataclysm just denied by
good block.
Sinzao, but the box is open, slowing down the players from WPE, and finally,
Whoa.
Team WPE successfully secured the first takedown, aka the first shutdown from Team KK. Aphelios taking down, but at the same time, Gojo as a support from KK. Takedown too by the hands of the WPE.
Really good maneuver coming from Devoured, knowing that his Crescent Sweep is can deny damage, especially when the enemies are out of range. He was able to disengage. That's why the damage from Hexerens was not really present, and a shutdown comes through as well. Even though Agrana died, it's okay. He cashed out a lot of gold towards that fight, and look at the gold difference now. The 2,000 gold lead a while ago present on Team KK is completely gone. Let's check out this replay once again to just see how good the execution was on West Point Esports. Devoured was supposed to die. The ult came through, but it didn't materialize because of his ult, and Relia just positioned so magnificently in that fight. Was almost able to take down Gon as well if he didn't sidestep away. It was a really good job by Gon, but the damage has been done, and West Point Esports Academy is back.
Yes, they are so back, and to be honest, that was a very good fight start from Team KK, but the Bard play in here from WPE is become the game changer at that very momentum, and that also opens a situation where WPE finally turned the table back and put the pressure towards the Team KK. They even secured the dragon.
Yeah. They secured the dragon. I believe they secured Grubs as well. So it's a massive turnaround. Because the presence of Devoured earlier when he went into the mid lane affected the members of Team KK as well. They were supposed to take Dragon, but they collapsed into mid lane to help out Hexerens. And because the result of that fight didn't really turn out in their favor, they lost access to the Dragon as well, in which West Point Esports Academy happily took the objective away.
Yeah. And WPE, after they get that one momentum, they can finally rest a little bit, but they also need to be aware with the potential of Mel as the person they just shut down, because Mel actually kind of threatened here, and WPE also need to think a way how to stop her.
It's even though they got a kill, it's still a really fed Mel. Good lantern by Gojo to try and help out Akihiko, as now Gon gonna be on the way as well. Gojo can still use a hook. Turn on to the members here of West Point Esports, but looks like they just walk off. And West Point Esports gets to live another day.
Yeah, referral spawn, and I think this will be a free referral for WPE as a Jarvan from Team KK busy invading the jungle of WPE. No one contests this referral, and this will open a good momentum for WPE as they take down one threat, opens an access to Team KK's jungle. They can put a lot of options to team fight or ganking.
Good flash out, but it's still gonna get hit by the Cataclysm. Gotchi though, or Polo still staying alive. Looks like West Point Esports Academy, they might have time for retaliation, or never mind. The damage from Hexerens is just too high, and it gets both kills as well.
Yeah, it's like a redemption kill for not contesting the Rift Herald, but Sinzao, kind of dangerous to walk casually at the river in front of Team KK's player like that, but thankfully he's still able to got back to the base.
Yeah, it was just taking this Scuttle Crab in the bot side. Was able to still take it despite the presence of Gon, especially with him not having flash. But let's check out this replay right here. Because the gap kinda got extended, their time in this bot lane tower. But the placements of the members here of Team KK was actually really good. They just waited patiently for Hexerens to actually be here. But the damage was just so high coming in from this Mel. Completely decimated both members of West Point Esports Academy. On the top lane though, Circle gonna get dropped as Dobby, trying to stay alive, does have a blast cone to relocate himself, but finds himself surrounded with two members of West Point Esports Academy. Gon gonna be the next target as Devour's gonna be on the way with a Temper Fate already casted onto that tower. Looks like they're not gonna be interested in chasing him down anymore.
Yeah, to be honest, that's a good counterattack from WP after what did Team KK do towards the WPE's dual lane.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, look at that! Mel burst damage! But on the mid lane, probably we will see more, but successfully denied by the Thresh. But Bart saying no, he will start to engage back again.
Oh,
And now you
flash in.
got Aurora dash in and killing Aphelios as well as taking the second turret from Team KK.
Looks like, even though Team KK is still ahead here in this game, West Point Esports Academy finds some light at the end of the tunnel through Relia. He is 4-0 so far here in this game. Even though the other teammates are having a bit of a hard time, they know they can definitely rely on this Aurora. The damage is actually quite high coming in from him, but it's gonna force out, maybe at least a dash out, as Devoured gonna be going in towards Gon. Might be in a dangerous position. MKK relocating themselves. Looks like they're just gonna be turning onto the Infernal Dragon as Gon got hit by a Shock Blast. Devoured looking to maybe enter as he got hit by the hook. Still trying to look for the angle. When becomes lightning did connect, but a smite comes through from this Jarvan.
Yeah, because Infernal Dragon is too sexy to not be contested, and that's why the Team KK also really need these kind of buff as their champions are also very, rely on damage buff here. But finally, Team KK successfully secured at least one turret after suffering the loss of 2 turrets.
The biggest problem here right now as well is the Infernal Dragon Soul. Whoever gets the soul gets tremendous amount of burst damage, and Team KK has really great benefactors as well. The Rumble, the Mel, and also the Aphelios. For West Point Esports Academy, definitely their pokes are gonna get loaded with so much more damage if ever they do secure the Infernal Dragon. Whoever gets it as well will definitely secure lots of Infernal Dragon stacks as well, so that increases their adaptive damage. And it's a scary situation to be on both sides because it's a massive objective now. The Elemental Drake turns to be a much larger objective for them. Really good catch by Hexerens, but got hit by the Temper Fate. He might actually get taken down. Good retaliation though, as West Point Esports still successful in taking down the kill. Devoured spawning the Rift Herald, maybe for an escape path, but it's taking too long. Still was able to get it! What? The escape is there! And he gets away to safety with the Rift Herald. Looks like the tactic worked this time.
Oh my god, what on earth is just happening? Well, to be honest, I was kind of sad to see the movement of Mel from Team KK because she's like a little bit too confident to stay on that bush, thinking that she will be able to handle 2 people from WPE side, not knowing that actually it's not 2 but 3 with Bart. And the Temper Fate put on the Mel's head is already become a death sentence for Mel, and Team KK actually did a very good job to get some redemption kill towards the WPE Academy, and or at least just lessen the suffer that they just facing. But WPE Academy, for me, it's just kind of basic to just get a Mel kill in here without able to do an extra one.
I'm still hungover with the great escape by Devoured. Him being really cheeky, he strategized that plan, spawning the Rift Herald as an additional escape tool, and he managed to clutch it out with 1 HP. That is so wild. I even heard him talking about it yesterday on his live stream. Always prompting, telling his teammates that he will spawn the Rift Herald as an escape tool. So that's one of the reasons why he really prioritizes Rift Herald, because it's a dive escape tool for him as well, not just a push objective. And he managed to escape a really tough situation with it. Now Baron gonna be started though. West Point Esports Academy. This is gonna be tough. KhanKluay needs to establish vision here. I think they have a good insight that the Baron is already being started, but the pressure coming in from the Poke members here of West Point Esports Academy is just really irritating for them. 9,000 left on the objective, and looks like there is a chance that this objective is going to be giving it away. KK though still going in. Temper Fate going to be used to delay the pathway here of the Jarvan, as now the portal is there, and looks like they're just going to be giving the Bard away as the sacrificial support with the objective already secured.
Oh my god. Well, actually, Team KK doesn't really have a map control at the Baron pit. That's why WPE can comfortably start the Baron Nature. And not to mention, they also have Bard to to attack back towards the Team KK in case Team KK just contest the Baron Nature. But hold on for a second. Mill, for the second time, are still confident walking by herself and got punished twice.
Yeah.
Mel
Twice in a
started
row
that.
as well. He might need to be extra careful now in his positioning, because he is still prone, especially without the spell shield. I think he is trying to build a spell shield item to be able to at least avoid some of the damage output coming in from West Point Esports Academy. But it's still kind of far from that. And because of the Mel being taken down, it's another dragon gonna be taken, this time by West Point Esports Academy.
Yeah, and now the game situation already swing to WPE's favor, because the Team KK tend to do, unimportant mistakes. Like, it's 2 times in a row. Mel
that
walk
was so close.
casually by herself, get punished, and that turns the tempo from Team KK to maintain the situation of the game on their favor, turn down twice too.
Oh, Relia? Whoa, almost. But the ult of the Gaten is gonna get blocked by Gojo. That was so close. The Shock Blast connects onto Akihiko. There's so many things you have to dodge. And that, I think, is causing so much chaos on the side of Team KK. The Baron gonna be going in, still gonna get hooked though by the Thresh. But it leaves the tower very vulnerable, and it's gonna be cashed in by West Point Esports Academy. The Baron forced to use the flash just to be safe. And I think they're done with what they did in the mid lane. They're ahead this time around with 2,000 gold.
Oh my god. There's no safe spot in the map. I mean, like, you look at the projectiles that WPE have. I mean, you have the Catelyn's ult, you have the Jace Shock Blast, and you have the gunshots from Aurora. Every single spot in this map is already a threat for you. And Team KK, even though they are leading at the early of the game until the middle of the game, now they're slowly dying. Because that's because 1 and 2 mistakes, unimportant mistakes that shouldn't happen.
Oh, 9-11 is the score, but looks like Hexer needs to call 911, or maybe not. Oh my god, that damage from Rally is just too high. Flag and drag, maybe just a stab by Gun. Misses the damage by a margin, but a flash in by Dobby is going to be enough to secure the kill. Tempered Fate at least zone the members of Team KK as they're looking for an escape path led by Revelate.
Oh my god. What is it? I mean, this Melis is just too confident. I mean, well, yeah, you got lots of items, you got lots of burst damage, but finally we are able to see the, oh my god, WPE just shotting players from Team KK down, every single person from Team KK already dying, and now one by one, players from Team KK needs to back to the base.
And they were sent back into the base. At least 3 members in total by West Point Esports Academy in exchange for just Relic. It was a shutdown though onto the Aurora, but they managed to get multiple members of Team KK, and it's definitely a net profit here for West Point Esports Academy. The gold lead is starting to balloon as well. 5,000 gold by West Point Esports Academy. To think that they were struggling a while ago. They were being decimated a while ago. The game started 4-0 in favor of Team KK, and now it's just an utter domination by West Point Esports Academy. We look into this replay and just see how well coordinated West Point Esports in following up to Devoured's engage, and Devoured even manages to stay alive. Agrana stayed alive with 1 HP, and now for the first time ever in this game, we see West Point Esports Academy being ahead in gold and in kill score, and might even be on objective scores as well.
Yeah, and one thing that I love the most with the WPE play in this game is, even though they are successful, they successfully punish the mistakes from Team KK, they still play very disciplined, and that's the core play of WPE's, and also the reason why they able to be ahead now against the Team KK.
Man, it's a tough time for Team KK this time around. The punishment, the setups are just too dangerous. The long range is a huge threat as well towards them. Look at the shock blast. Didn't connect onto Akihiko, but the threat still remains. And now, West Point Esports Academy possibly setting up for both incoming objectives as well. Baron and Dragon coming up next in a short while. Baron being the first one to spawn.
Yeah, Baron initial spawn, got the fight. I think it's gonna start between these two teams, and now
circle
Aurora
drop.
engaging towards the players of the Team KK. The circle is annoying for
Turn
Team
around.
KK. Now Chirp is unstoppable. Jarvan is down. It opens a lot of options for WP Academy, but at the same time, Mel come back with his kills, killing the players from WPE. They are looking for more from Team KK. The box is open, stunned by players from WPE towards the Team KK, but there's no one can stop Team KK as the Infinite Dragon already start. Team KK started to zone the Dragon Pit, but WPE still probably have a lot of things on under their sleeve, zoning towards each other, but Team KK trying their best to secure this dragon because they really need that buff for Mel.
And they actually do so though. 2,900 HP as the hook connects, and the Baron might actually get taken down. Temper Fate gonna be used to stall as the Crescent Sweep denies a little bit of that damage. 1,000 left on the objective, and looks like it's just gonna be secured here by Team KK, but the kills are coming through. Here comes the teleport as well as Agron is really mad. Circle's gonna be dropped. Hexer is forced to use the flash, but still might actually get taken down, especially with a Storm Surge by Relia, and that's gonna be 4 kills by West Point Esports Academy. Soul point though by Team KK. It might be a little hard here for West Point Esports Academy if ever they reach to that point, but looks like they don't want to reach that point anymore. They're going to be pushing mid lane. They still have 1 minion left, and looks like the wave is going to be crashing as well. It's only Gone remaining alive. They might actually end this game from this point. 12 seconds remaining as Gone trying to stall, with the Cataclysm going to be invested as well. Good catch onto the wave, but the GA going to get popped, and he's going to get popped alongside as well.
Oh my god, what a good counterattack from WPE to Team KK. I mean, well, WPE actually lost the Infernal Dragon once again, but Team KK doesn't expect, they really didn't expect the 2 players coming from the right side, and it's gonna be Jace and also Aurora blowing Mel's hat. Caught her off guard once again, and even though without the Infernal Dragon, they'll still have a Baronation widely open after a bullying players from Team KK pressing down to their best, and not to mention crushing down their inhibitors.
Now with the Baron, it's just gonna be a whole lot easier to crash those towers. Let's check this replay out and how really good the execution was to just deny the takedown from Team KK, stop Hexerdens as well, especially with the Tempered Fate, and get those clutches. Generally, the response from the rest of the members of West Point Esports Academy was just so good as well. The double teleport to flank the members of Team KK, and now gold is just ballooning even further. 6,000 gold in Tempered Fate to maybe catch Gone. Not gonna be successful. It really does the job in pressuring down this red side team.
Yes, with this Baronessure buff on WPE's hands, they are very confident yet disciplined to push towards the base of Team KK. And Team KK, now the only thing that they have to do is just to defend the Nexus.
It's the only thing they can do, especially with this situation right now. They're being surrounded as well. Aurelia has a good flank position. Devoured though got hit massively there by Team KK. And is forced to step back a little bit. Good placements with traps by the Caitlyn. As Folio looking to maybe poke them out as well. They're giving tremendous amount of respect here towards Team KK as the top lane is just going to be pushed here by West Point Esports Academy. Round number 2 though. Team KK still desperately trying to defend. Good return there on the shock blast. Chip down the members here of West Point Esports Academy a bit. And they're doing a really good job defending this bot inhibitor tower. But the others are already destroyed and might be a struggle for them.
Yeah, struggle is on Team KK's side. They only have one inhibitor left in front of the jungle, but now it's destroyed. And every single person from WPE will striking their way towards the Nexus of Team KK 5 versus 5. But the Nexus is almost widely exposed by the players from WPE Academy. One last fight probably will become the sentence of Team KK. Now is their time to protect the Nexus, but the poke damage from WP is just too strong to handle. Every single person from Team KK trying their best to body block the damage, but inhibitors could not handle that. Now the Nexus, the Cataclysm trying to delay the movement of WP's player, but the Nexus already crushed, and this is the win for WPE Academy, and they are proceed to the next stage.
Really great comeback here by West Point Esports Academy. Through the macros, through the pickoffs, through the comeback team fights that they have done. That started off in the mid lane. Just a demonstration of how good the team is from the Philippines as they took down this incredible team. It's really fascinating to see how well they came back here in this game, because Team KK, they were already ahead, massively ahead. The Mel was I think 8-2 at some part of the game. Then it wasn't the kills that kept on rising anymore. It was the deaths, and they were able to really prevent the Mel from being able to help in the team fights through those creative tempered fates, and also the engages coming in, the death brushes that Relia and Agrona were setting up, and slowly but surely they regained their tempo and bounce back through taking of the objectives and slowly just ended the game.
Yeah, and that proves to us, even though you have every single thing that can make you win the game on the palm of your hands, it could be vanished by one mistake. And that's the 5th game of today, but we still one last match. So we're gonna take a break, and don't forget to stay with us until we're back.
ready for the 2026 Battle of S.E.A. Across Southeast Asia, teams fight for their region and the pride of Demacia. They first clash at the Proving Grounds Community Tournament with only the best teams moving on to Rally Day for the ultimate showdown. They join forces with regional creators from Thailand, the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore to compete across all game modes. Summer's Rift, ARAM Mayhem, and Arena.
They're just gonna sit by and watch, but perfect executions.
Who will rise to glory and become the Battle of S.E.A. champion?
Grand finalist!
Battle of S.E.A.
Welcome back again to every single summoners in the live stream of Battle of S.E.A. Proving Grounds. This is the last match with us, the casters Abigail and Guiang, and we've been delivering a lot of teams to the next stage as well as to their home. And we have to send one team to the next stage and also one team to their home.
Oh, it's gonna be a tough one for sure for everyone that is tuning in, especially those who are really fired up for today's matches, because we have one last game that is sort for everyone to enjoy. It's the match of Faerie Charm versus DokoTCG. A while ago, Faerie Charm did have a good game against their opponent, which was SSS. SSS was really strong. I was actually surprised how strong as well SSS is. I think we kinda introduced Faerie Charm as the team to look out for, especially with their pro experience as well, in their LCP promos or LCP experience as well. But SSS proved to be really astounding and impressive. Now Faerie Charm has to redeem themselves. They have a chance, but it's not gonna be easy. They have to win against DokoTCG. Or yeah.
Yes. I mean, the very last match will be, yeah. With full sense, it's kind of giving me a LCP wildcard vibes from last year, and for me, this is a banger match actually, because it feels like a quick grand final for us to see. I mean, Full Sense is a very established team. Same goes with the Faerie Charm, even though they are not from an established team. But they proved to us last year they played very well as the representative from Malaysia and Singapore. But on the other hand, with 1 year past already, we don't really know what will happen if these two teams are meeting once again. So since both of them only got one chance left, they need to, as the title of today's tournament, Proving Grounds, they need to prove themselves in this very moment.
Yeah, maybe it's I think maybe a change in composition would suffice already, especially for Faerie Charm. Full Sense, they were very aggressive. I think both of them used Lee Sin in their last match, but it's Full Sense that got a really strong impression as well, especially their jungler, which was Pew. His Lee Sin performance like 13, 2, and 11 or more even at the end of that game. That's how impressive he is, and Future might need to ban that player later. But before we dive into like the details into like champions and compositions, it's just something I really want to talk about as well. It's a nice change right now in this tournament that we're also introducing like the community side of things. We have this community tournament where we see aspiring teams and even well-established teams battle for the very top, and no matter what the outcome is, there is still a chance for them to represent their country or they represent their region. Whoever is the top performing team in the region gets to represent them in the matches for 22 alongside with the influencer. And I think it's like a perfect mix between the fun time with influencers and also the competitive side with like the established teams. I like it.
I agree with that point, and I love the way how Battle of Sea also changed from last year, because last year is just a very quick format, and to be honest, I feel like that was a very standard one. And for this year, they separated to one for community and one for Faerie Day. And for Faerie Day is not the common system, because we are going to witness a new system how to play with the influencers, because the best performing team from each country will join the respective influencer, which is we will have 4 regions in Indonesia, Philippines, Thai, and MYSG, and they will represent their nation. So that also the essence of the Battle of Sea itself. And considering the format of the Rally Day is gonna be different with today's session. Because in today's session there will be a double elimination, but for the Rally Day, the influencer show match, they will compete against the other 3 countries across 3 game modes in Summer's Rift, Air Mayhem, and Arena. So they have to collect point based on the system to determine the best team in the region. So it requires a little bit more strategy than just playing the game.
Even especially here, right, in the ongoing community tournament portion, our bracket is getting close to the conclusion to determine which team is the strongest out of the 163 teams that registered here in this tournament. There's still the upper bracket finals, which is a best of 1, the lower bracket finals, which also is the lower bracket semifinals, which is a best of 1. So we are yet to see which team is going to be battling against West Point Esports Academy. Will it be Fear Charm or Full Sense? Then afterwards is the lower bracket finals, which is also a best of 1 before the best of 3 grand finals. And there's usually a saying about best of 1s. In the Philippines or in Filipino, we call that lason, which directly translates to poison, because anything can happen in a best of 1. That's why usually professional teams or like the players, aspiring pros, wants best of 3s, best of 5s, because you can make sure that you win the series more compared to like a best of 1, because just usually on a best of 1 mistake, especially if you're too overconfident, if you even make the smallest mistakes, you can get punished and lose your chance compared to a best of 1.
Exactly. And I think I also want to explain something. Since on the bracket we got a lot of MYSG representative, and if multiple teams from MYSG advance equally far, so we will set a tiebreaker match that will be played to determine the national representative for Rally Day. So there will be only one representative from every single region who will compete with their respective influencers as the representative of the country. But moving on to the last game of today, Faerie Charm versus Team Full Sense. This is gonna be an absolute banger match, because both of them show us a very good play, even though they are now on the lower bracket with only 1 life left. But Faerie Charm actually a very strong and calculated team that time when I was hosting for LCP wildcard. And for Full Sense, we already saw how aggressive they are, how reactive they are, and considering their opponent is a Faerie Charm who are very calculative, I'm down to see what kind of difference from last year that will be happen during this last match.
I think there's also going to be a substitution onto the roster of Faerie Charm. It's not going to be born this way, playing as a support. It's going to be AMG. There's a little bit of a switch up. I just noticed it a while ago when looking at the picking up the phone. I was thinking, there's something missing. I think there's something I'm missing. But okay, there's a change on the roster here of Faerie Charm. So this might be the adjustment that they made in order to finally get the win here as well. And when you're really down to the edge, you're really backed into a corner. You have to sometimes really make decisions as well. And hopefully this one is gonna lead towards a win. If they win though, there's gonna be 3 representatives of MYSG for tomorrow's match, and it's so far looking to become like a really strong recent demonstration of prowess for MYSG players. For Thailand, there's still hope for them, of course. I mean, they basically have secured their spot already for the 22nd matches. But Thailand or Full Sense wants to see where they can actually go to, the farthest that they can go in a community tournament like this.
Exactly. And considering the banner pick session between these two teams, it's also very interesting one because every single person in both Full Sense and Faerie just put a respect band towards each other. I mean, we have seen how good Shiro playing Aurora, but Gwen has also become a potential threat from Full Sense player because, as far as I remember, few also a very good one with Gwen. And for Full Sense, banning Jarvan and Nico is like the respect, but the Yunara ban for Quake, Yunara is playing a very big role, to be honest. I mean, even though she's very hard on the early game, need a lot of support, but at the end of the day, Yunara's late game power is massive, something that you need to handle carefully. But for Faerie, denying Varus is also a very perfect way to lessen the power of Full Sense because so far every single team that pick up Varus, they got wind.
Yeah, and it's a really nice read as well by both of these teams, denying some picks that is going to be beneficial on their side, but also some pocket picks that they have denied onto each other as well. And for Full Sense, I think it's going to give them so much more options as well, especially with the performance that they had against DokoTCG a while ago. They perform the Ezreal a while ago from Blondie was really nice. The Lee Sin a while ago from Few was really strong as well. And I think we're just gonna be addressing some of the technical issues as well that was experienced by some of the players. But rest assured, guys, that we're gonna be proceeding into the game as fast as we can to have you guys get some well-deserved rest as well. I know you guys are tuning in as well towards the conclusion of this match because that's gonna conclude the top 4 teams in this tournament, in which so far we have Team FF, Team SSS, and West Point Esports Academy. And a lot of Filipinos, I'm sure, is also tuning in, especially the members of West Point Esports Academy are tuning in to the potential outcome of this match, because whoever wins here in this game will be their opponent for tomorrow.
Exactly, and we also have to mention that today's tournament is not only a tournament for the community, but we also, drop some prizes for every single participant with the total prize pool $3,500 US. Not to mention the swag kit for top 16 team, and also the challenge. So far, we haven't seen any team win the challenge. I mean, we saw Lux being picked, but sadly, the team was lost. And there's one already. The one who picked Zero, I think.
Oh, well, it was Full Sense.
Yeah. Full Sense won the challenge already. So they are the only team who successfully got an extra reward from the challenge. Because the challenge is asks you to play with at least one Demacian champion in your lineup, and you have to win the game.
Yeah, it's a tough challenge, to be honest, because usually you do your composition based on like the lineup, right? Or the synergy of the champions. But it tends to be difficult. Wait, Shinzao is from Demacia, right?
Pardon? Ezreal?
Shinzao is from Demacia, right?
Shinzao? Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
so
Shinzao is also
West
from
Point as well.
Demacia.
They did the...
Oh yeah, West Point. Shinzao. Well, I got my mind mixed because I can remember Shinzao as Ionian.
Yeah, I'm thinking Ionian as well, but is he? Okay.
No. Sinjo is the Messian. The Messian.
Okay.
The Messian. The story is just
The only
changed
thing I
because-
know is that he
yeah.
kind of had a moment with Yanara when LeBlanc kind of wanted to mess up with the things and spawned the Atakan in in front of them.
Yeah. And I think since it's Valentine, I think League of Legends also very very devoted to the Valentine stories and to the love stories of every single character in League of Legends. Like for example, the story of S.E.A and Bracket. They you have a very lively and annoying Bracket. On the other side, a very cool wife, independent cool wife like S.E.A. But on the other hand, you also have a very full of intrigue couple like Guiang and Katarina, because they once were enemies and they become lovers accidentally.
Yeah. And there's also like the fan made tandems, right? Like the Jinx and Echo, stuff like that.
Yes.
Powder.
Yes,
What's the
how
powder?
how they could be if tralalala.
What could have
but-
been?
What could have been between Echo and Jinx if things doesn't go like that. But to be honest, one of the love story that kind of caught me in League of Legends is the triangle love between Zoe, Israel, and Lux. Because Zoe indeed needs to,
Is a ladies' man, I guess.
yeah. I mean, she needs to realize how old she is. So, she's
Yeah. Isn't she a celestial or
she's
something?
thousands years old. Oh no. And also for Israel and Lux, they are sort of like the most calm couple. The only problem that they got is just Zoe.
The only weird is the Zoe part, right?
Yeah.
I was kind of surprised as well. I think one of the cutest couple thing as well for me is like maybe Ashe and Lindamir. And there was like a warlord or something like that, and there was a cinematic with Kindred and stuff, right? And Ashe was there saving
I agree
Lindamir.
with that. And it's actually a Disney-like love story because they were married because of political situations, but turns out they fall in love with each other. I mean, oh my god, so sweet, beautiful, and very princess-like. But back to the game, we are now continuing the BAM and pick session between Faerie Charm and also Full Sense. And for Faerie Charm, they just unlocked Rihanna for Zavasky. I mean, that's a very reasonable pick for a Faerie Charm because Zavasky plays a very good Oriana, and having Mundo on their lineup, I'm not really sure if they're gonna lock it out here or not, but having a Mundo as your fighter probably will be the jungle, and as well as semi-tank for Faerie Charm will be a perfect match too for Oriana. But to have Vieira, this is gonna be big because we all know Vieira excels in duels, and she is the god of duels in League of Legends, and considering the late game potential, she is the monster.
Yeah, spread pushing power as well is kind of high, especially with its Fiora. I think the Keisante might have a bit of a hard time in the laning phase, although it's still Keisante, right? I mean, there's so many counter matchups already experienced by a Keisante player, and most of the time the Keisante still is kind of able to stay alive. It's a full engaged composition so far by Full Sense. Getting an Akali, getting a Keisante, getting a Vi as well, and they are doubling down on getting through the front lines and getting to Zavasky on the Oriana.
Yep, and no Alistar because when you have Alistar on your lineup, it's very easy for you to deny the setups from your opponent. And Full Sense actually doesn't want that on their opponent because Alistar will be a perfect counter for Vi. Oh my god, my kids.
Yeah, I kept looking as well. It's so cute. He was just walking around. I miss my cat. Usually, when my cat was here, he would like go on the table and just sit literally here, right in front of the camera. Actually,
How
I used
come?
to have
But it's night already, so it's Zoomies time for the three of my cats. A part of my cats, guys.
the Yumis of
Yeah, the
Abigail.
Yumis. Okay,
it's so
continuing.
nice.
Nami Ben. This is Nami pick isn't bad because if Faerie Charm wants to play a very big team fight, Nami's tidal wave will be a big problem towards them.
I think they're sensing that maybe Full Sense is gonna go with a hyper carry ADC to get through the Dr. Mundo and a utility support to help out as well. So both Nami and Lulu gonna be taken now. So even though they pick something like a DPS champion, may it be an Ashe, may it be a Xayah, may it be a Vayne possibly, if they want to flex that out. It's going to be extra difficult knowing that there's no utility support that can help out. So they might need they might be forced to use what they've used a while ago, which was the Ezreal and the Leona. It did do a really good job doing so, but it's not gonna answer the Dr. Mundo at all.
Yeah, but Leona pick could be an option for Full Sense if they still need a tank. But I don't think Full Sense need another tank. The only thing that Full Sense needs is just the champion who could deny the attack from Faerie Charm, or someone who can disable a Faerie Charm. Rakan will be a good pick in here as he also provided good support towards his teammates and also a good AO crowd control effect towards his opponent.
Xayah, potentially so they picked Renata as their R4 for Full Sense. And they see that, which is going to be a good pick, honestly. So Renata came first before the Xayah, and then they paired it up with the Lovers duo. It's here. Fun fact, actually, Rakan Xayah was equally popular and infamous as well in the Philippines before, because a lot of couples used this, and it was kind of a cringe for the gamers without the inspiration. So
Okay. But
you gotta
one
hate what
thing
you don't
that-
have.
Yeah, you're gonna. Well, I got find reason why you have to hate Xayah and Rakan, despite the weird behavior of Rakan. But actually, Xayah and Rakan plays a very good duo combo at dual lane, because when you have this pair, they're actually buffing each other. So for Faerie Charm, it also a very big advantage for them, because whenever you have extra buff, it means you can set up the team fights even better with even more options.
Yeah. The other unique thing about Rakan and Xayah, as well as a lovers duo, is that they're the only one in the game that actually allows like the synergized recall together. It's
fasten the recall.
It's specifically just for them, and it's been like
Exactly.
more than I think it's been 10 years or so since their release, right?
Yeah.
mean,
Even
it was
Lucian and Senna
26.
doesn't have that kind of buff.
Yeah, it's just for them. It looks like
Yeah.
they-
But
they-
Xayah and Rakan actually have the downside, because yes, Xayah have escape skill with Feather Storm, but actually these two champions kind of squishy, and it requires a lot of attention to make them shining based on their role, and especially Xayah. Xayah couldn't be left behind during the laning phase, and for Rakan, it's kind of tricky to play Rakan. You need to exceptionally good at mechanics as well as the timing, because Rakan isn't a champion who could shine without mechanics. So and also game sense. So if you are brave enough to pick these two champions, it means you will be the one who set the tempo of the game.
Yeah. There's also like one of the downsides of Rakan as well, being a strong engaged champion, but Rakan doesn't really have that much durability in his kit. So he's an
Exactly.
engaged champion essentially, but he doesn't have that tankiness. So I think it's something that they need to really watch out from. They have to really rely on the Dr. Mundo for the tankiness. Might be the one to face check first, then the Rakan comes in, then the Fiora and the rest of the members of Fury Charm will help out as well. But for full sense, it's a well-rounded composition. I do believe they have lots of tools to counter Fury Charm as well, especially the Renata. The hostile takeover definitely can be destructive when used properly.
Yes, and let's take a look at the very last match of today. A battle of Seer Proving Grounds between Very Charm and Full Sense. This is something that we saw last year during LCP Wildcard. And who will win in this game and who will go back to their home? Because this is the very last chance that they have before proceeding to the next stage.
Let's see. I mean, I think in this kind of composition, both teams would kind of opt to scale. I mean, for Fury Charm, they have Orianna, they have Zyrakan. Maybe they would be a little aggressive in the bot lane, but since they do have Dr. Mundo, ganking isn't really that much of an option. Maybe invades, but for full sense, yeah, they do have the Vi, so maybe some setups in top lane or bot lane would suffice. Possibly in mid lane as well if they do see the angle for it as well. But naturally, the lineups on both sides would opt to just scale and just wait for objectives. Compared to the other drafts that we have seen from the previous games. Mid lane though, there are a couple of pokes coming in from Itai. Doing a really good job.
Oh my god, very aggressive Ite, her rushing towards the Savasky. I mean, she's just a little Oriana. Calm down a bit. Calm down a bit. I know aggressive is the middle name of Full Sense, but I don't expect this kind of aggressiveness level.
Yeah, and normally when we see like an Orianna to a melee champion matchup, it is the Orianna being aggressive and poking out, maximizing the auto attack procs of his passive and also the Q, right? But in this case, Tai just went really aggressive, used the ignite as well and chunked him down real good. So at least that's gonna help him control the lane much better compared to the laning phase starting on equal HP.
Yeah. And I really want to see how this Baron lane duel will goes. Because, I mean, it's very nice to see Fiora on the lineup of Very Charm. She also opened a options for Very Charm to win the game with Fiora's skills to split pushing.
It's kind of odd, right? Fiora naturally controls the lane. It's so hard to win against it's so hard to win against the Fiora. But PS though, getting caught out, forced to just disengage. Looks like it's Full Sense that actually were successful in doing a couple of invades, and they in this Vi will still have time to actually go top side or to clear his red side jungle.
Yeah, I mean you have Vi, bro. I mean, if when you have Vi or Listen, I mean, ain't no way you don't invade your opponent's jungle. But let's take a look at the dual lane. The couples from Very Charm against the dual lane from Full Sense, Kalista and Renata.
And Blondie this time is not really having a hard time, especially with Yuyusaki by his side. Uh, this combination usually is pretty common as well in the pro scene. That's why we see a very aggressive nature of this duo bot lane. Whenever we see this champo, oh, might be a pause. Yeah, it's we're just experiencing. Looks like we're just experiencing a little bit of a technical problem, but rest assured, the game is gonna proceed and continue until the very end. So hold on for now.
Yeah, yeah. I'm also kind of imagine what kind of scenario that will happen during the game, because the matchup between Vira and also the opponent Keisante will be a hard time for Full Sense and Kisante, but Kisante here is not bound to be the carry of the game, to not bound to be the star, but his utilities is something that Full Sense need the most. But for Fiora, this will give a big advantage for Fairy Charm, because the split push ability that Fiora can provide towards his team, and especially considering if they are kind of left behind. And as we continue in the game, I'm still wondering what will happen between the matchup of Rihanna and also Akali, because I mean Ite is being very aggressive to Savasky, but we have to remember that Savasky pool is he's also Oriana main, so I think I couldn't project who will win this game. It's always down to the momentum between these two teams.
Yeah, naturally, like the Fiora would win 1v1, right? And we're starting to see the pressure building up into the top lane as well. Shiro is having quite a bit of a hard time, especially with his plates being bashed down early by this Fiora. So that's some gold being given already to the Fiora, some golden XP also being denied towards the Kisante with the aggressive nature of 1JW. And in the bot lane, well, the Kalista definitely can stay equally aggressive as well. At level 6 though, that's where the combination of Kalista and Renata gets really deadly, especially because of the engaged power that they do have. Yusaki can flash in for the hostile takeover and go on with a handshake, and then when he gets in a very vulnerable position, Kalista can just pull him in and take him out of a bad spot as well.
Yeah, and also Kalista is a very tricky champion to play with, because, well, if you can maximize her potential at the early of the game, she will be the monster. Because I once see Kalista jungle in Indo and it was wild. I mean, you can maximize the potential of Kalista in certain ways, but it requires a lot of conditioning, and especially a very confident yet fully good mechanic player.
Some stacks already loading up through Blondie. It looks like Wake and AMG are still gonna be fine. Few though, already starting the dragon, as we see TS still going with an invade into some of his camps to get back on the CS. I think it's already quite a bit of a lead that Few actually has already this buy compared to the Dr. Mundo. It gives him like this kind of opportunity to take objectives, because he knows that he is definitely ahead compared to the Dr. Mundo.
Yup, and for Fairy Charm, still a very calm day from their side. We haven't seen any big engage or ganking or skirmish. Or well, Opposens have had tried that once, but they got nothing. But still, Fosen got their first dragon. This is something that the only good thing that happened in this game for Fosen at least.
It's like there might be a potential dive as well into the top lane. Finally, right? Full sense giving some attention towards Shiro, giving some love towards him, because so far he has been doing nothing but suffering in the top lane. It's not a fun time when you're using a tank, then you're going up against the Fiora. It's like the most nightmarish situation. Look at him just being zoned out and forced to use maximize his shields, getting parried like that. The Grand Challenge is gonna be used as well. Might actually get taken down, flash in, and that's first blood by Fairy Charm. That's how difficult it is to use a tank against a Fiora. It's always gonna be a dead end. In the bot lane though, looks like Full Sense with Few trying to take down the Xayah, the lovers duo, about to get collapsed, but it's like at least the Kalista ult is gonna help out. They're gonna take down the Rakan, and finally AMG is out.
A good trade from Full Sense and also Fairy Charm. Fairy Charm is taking down the Kisante, but Full Sense successfully got one kill as well. And this is still everyone's game, guys. But for Full Sense, I really love how reactive they are to find a trade towards the kills that they just happened during at the Baron lane. But they need to be aware with the potential of Faerie, because as you can see, the CS from Faerie kind of look quite big towards Kisante.
At least he did pick up the Bramble Vest already, right? It's gonna reduce the healing a bit from the Fiora, which was a big hassle so far for the Kaysan. That's why he wasn't able to return any damage, because every time the Vital gets proc, there's so much healing, and basically all trades by LJW. It's always won by him. Fosens though, moving towards the top side, investing their sending out even Yuyusaki to help out Yu in taking the grubs. And Fear the Charm looks like they're not gonna contest, at least for now. PS though is spotted out.
Yeah, Full Sense trying their best to maximize the early game potential of Vi, and they are successfully securing 2 big objectives, 1 dragon and full fight drops. But the dual and Grand Entrance and also the quickness already casted towards the Kalista from Full Sense, but it is not enough to take her life down.
No, just with the flash. Doesn't even have barrier and was able to stay alive. Think it was a good attempt by Fear the Charm. A nice response as well by Blondie, and now Yuyusaki is gonna be here as well. And they know that they don't have flash.
Yeah, I think the best thing that Full Sense can do is just playing safely, protecting the turrets, not giving Faerie Charm a comfortable position, as Renata will protect the Kalista, and probably Full Sense needs a backup.
I think a reset is required here for Blondie. But in the top lane, looks like LJW is gonna get ganked. Cease and desist was also already used by the buy. It still wasn't enough. I mean, it's kind of hard to take down a Fiora, especially when he does have repose. And looks like they're just gonna be pushing bot lane with an attempt to zone them out as well. Just get a couple of plates. Gonna be okay already in terms of gold, as we see Fear Charm a little bit ahead, around 600 up compared to Full Sense.
Yeah, what a hard position of Full Sense dual lane, because they keep holding Kalista, not being able to coming back to the base, because they just give a lot of pressures and taking down every single points that they could collect. But Faerie Charm playing very safe yet aggressive at the same time. I really love this kind of tempo. They are very calm, but at the same time are very keen to every single chance to step with Full Sense.
I'm just a little hungover on what happened in top lane, because a few just took some of the minions meant for Shiro. I was like, is this stacks?
I mean, these duels can stay forever.
I'm not gonna visit your lane for free, my guys. Okay, you wanted my presence? I'll give you my presence, but you'll also feel it by me getting your minions.
If you want to know how forever looks like, just look at the Baron lane.
The Baron lane, oh. At least Few is helping out, right? I think it's
Yeah.
It's still good for Keisante. The most he needs is XP, because he does level up tremendously well, especially with his abilities. But the tower, man, it's taking a beating already. It's close to being taken down already. Full Sense though at least are getting all the objectives. They took down the first dragon, took down the grubs, took down the second dragon, which is an infernal dragon as well. It's gonna be very helpful.
Yeah, that's very helpful for them, and especially for Full Sense late game. And Faerie Charm just secure the very first objective, which is a turret. And I think this is something they also need to, equaling the game situation with Full Sense, as Full Sense already got a lot of objectives. So Faerie Charm needs to do something with their economy, and having Viera as fat as possible will be the main objective. And solo kill towards Zero for the second time, but will be traded with the life of Oriana, helped by Vi.
Yeah, if you did a really good job there, at least to answer back. But man, the Fiora is starting to be a problem. The Fiora is a big menace to Shiro, and it's not anymore manageable for this Keisante. Someone has to step up, maybe the Akali, but it's also kind of hard to do that because the Fiora is definitely well fed. Might even pick up like a Trinity Force to add in more injury to his opponents. Whoever tries to duel against him. We see as well,
Yeah.
you know, that lovers recall. In Filipino terms, we say sana all, which means
I know sana all. It's
you
envy
know,
you.
sana all. Yeah.
Yeah, I know sana all. I know Tasba, and also I know Tita and Tito.
Oh.
Lakas ng Pilipinas.
Wow. This Fiora is very malakas. Yeah. It's
and
strong.
also oy pogi.
I'm mind blown right now. You know so many words. What?
Yeah, I just realized that I
Maybe you're
actually know
secretly
a lot.
Filipino, huh? Abigail, maybe you're secretly. I now pronounce you as Filipino. You're now Filipino.
Well, fun fact, whenever I cast or host in English, everyone often mistake me as Filipino instead of Indonesian. Because
now
every single person
it's
from Filipino
formalized.
couldn't realize that I'm an Indonesian. Yeah.
Maybe you are Filipino. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
You're now one of ours.
Probably. My last name should be Fernandez.
So random. Fernandez. The most Filipino word I've heard all day. But the time though, at least is gonna try to assassinate. Featherstorm was waiting. Oh, the blade caller was perfectly timed. Oh, 1 HP. He actually lived. Okay.
One
It was just
HP
an odd
easy.
moment.
Oh my god, that was a very dangerous moment that you could not replicate in your home. It has to be, done by the professionals. That was scary, to be honest. I mean, and thanks to the slide of the Akali, she can avoid the tourism projectile. Now the Rift Arrow spawned. This is the right time for Faerie Charm to recontest, but the duel of a Fiora versus a Callista! The grand challenge is open. Fiora now has to face another opponent, but the grand challenge effect is already gone. But probably she will,
Finally.
give her life to Shiro, aka Kesante.
Yeah, the Grand Challenge healing was just so much. I actually thought it would be a 1-for-1 that the gold was, or at least a shutdown gold was gonna be given towards the ADC or to Blondie, but the healing was definitely high. And Trinity Force already completed as well for Fiora, so now he hurts much more. Mid lane though, there might be an engage with a flash to just dodge AMD, and now they might even be able to just take Quake down. That easy, so especially with the hostile takeover, that was well executed by Few.
Yeah, exactly. And what a nice burst that was pulled out from Full Sense towards the Faerie Charm. And now they are even successfully invading the jungle of Faerie Charm. They are now trying to secure another turret from a Faerie Charm, but Full Sense need to be aware with the positioning of Fiora.
Oh no, AMG is just caught out. Oh, very quick, but so is the members here of Full Sense. Held spawn into the mid lane. That's kind of odd. Maybe it was about to expire, but it can be used to just get the attention as well of the members of Full Sense. Still gonna be able to charge, give a couple of gold towards PS, and the other members of Fear the Charm. That's third dragon being started already. I think they need to disengage because the Fiora is definitely scary, and they really have to respect that. So that's just maybe a thank you for Fear the Charm as PS. Oh, the steal! It was still Few that got the dragon. What? It was supposed to be for Fear the Charm, and they're now disengaging without any casualties. They're still being chased down though by Fear the Charm, but it's not gonna be enough. That was so smooth by Few.
Oh my god, that was beautiful from KhanKluay choosing. But at the same time, Faerie Charm are way too focused with the duel itself, with zoning. And they forget that the jungle from Full Sense still alive and able to steal the dragon. But the dragon was paid in a very expansive way for Full Sense, because one dragon needs to be traded with 2 turrets, which means Full Sense already have no first layer of turret left.
Oh yeah, all 3 towers were already destroyed. But to think that the gold difference isn't really all too high, that just gives me like a good inkling that Full Sense is actually having like a good economy management despite not getting any turrets. Like they're able to get the kills, get the waves, and balance it out despite seeing like a 50 CS lead by the Fiora and towers taken down. It's actually a big deal. And now Full Sense actually grouping up towards the top side, getting their own plates as well, getting gold, and catching up to the gold of Faerie Charm. What? What's happening?
Well,
How?
to be honest, I'm not surprised with the economy condition between these two teams because the Full Sense already take a lot of big objectives like the 3 dragons, void drops, and also turrets. The only big objective that they just give away to Faerie Charm is just a Reef Herald, and considering that Full Sense also very good in skirmishing, like what will happen just now is a Voski in a very hard position. You know, that was a very quick punishment from Akali.
It's trying to recall as well and won't be chased out by Quake. I was gonna be able to go back into the base. It's a smooth execution again by Full Sense. Wow.
Yeah. There are excels in skirmishing and ganking, and not to mention how fast they are to securing early game objectives, and that's why they can still keep the economy in this way, despite what Faerie Charm done towards them.
Now they're the ones starting to knock onto the towers here of Faerie Charm. They're the ones ahead now in terms of gold. It's a smooth transition by Full Sense, as they were able to avoid the early game prowess of Faerie Charm. The only problem they have so far is just LJW, just this Fiora.
Yeah, and don't forget that the Faerie Charm 3 kills actually is just from Fiora. The other players doesn't get any assist, doesn't get any kills. Yeah, that's and it's kind of opposite from Full Sense because a Full Sense, yes, they just got 6 kills, but it was evenly distributed with assists towards every single players, and that's also could handle the economy gap even though just in a small size.
That's going to be a lot more difficult for Faerie Charm to apply more pressure, especially into deeper parts of the lane, especially for LJW, because he has to push. That's the only way so far here, based on the situation of the game. It's only the Fiora that can apply pressure. The rest of the members here of Faerie Charm, they're prone to getting retaliated here by Full Sense. Now they're grouping up into the mid lane, potentially an engage as Few gets them, but good response here by AMG actually getting the charm in, but Hostile takes over. It's just too much of a hassle. Shockwave gonna be used as well as Itai doing a really jump onto the back line. Still gonna be taken down, a shutdown by Sebaski, as now Faerie Charm looking to maybe push some more. Full Sense just disengaging, forced to use the flash as Few being the sacrificial jungler, serving the front line. Good use of the ult, the Kalista, to save out the Renata. But this gives an opportunity for Faerie Charm to just recall and not have any casualties in the fight.
Oh my god, that Mundo become a very big nuisance for a Full Sense team fight. I mean, that was a beautiful initiation from Full Sense side, but Kalista just poking towards a bronze champion. Mundo is someone who are targeted by Kalista, but sadly Kalista failed to take him down. And not to mention, Faerie Charm is fighting without Fiora, and by the time Fiora arrived, every single person from Full Sense just running away because every single person know the potential of what Fiora can bring on the table.
And it's tough. Dr. Mundo is such a big hassle, and I don't think anyone on the side of Full Sense can actually take him down, at least for now. But they're still going to be trying. Shockwave going to be onto the backside. Sebastian getting low with HP as he's just pummeled down by the Kalista. Gets even the double kill. as he takes out AMG, and now suddenly full sense are in control. What is just happening here in this game? They even have Shiro onto the bot lane as LJW was on the way. Maybe the lack of presence of the Fiora is just the problem here. Faerie Charm, they need LJW. As Baron now still being continued by full sense. They are kind of respecting the presence of Faerie Charm though. Looks like they're just gonna be giving it away. They're just gonna be giving it away.
Yup, now Shiro is become the tank to prevent the movement of the Fiora. Finally, Full Sense successfully secured the Baron Nashor, but they actually really want to run away. But Vi says no, let's fight, and Yonken Akali successfully taking down Mundo as well as Saya. Now the position of Faerie Charm already, flipped back towards the Full Sense. Full Sense having a Baron Nashor buff. Now they are very confident to pushing towards the middle lane of Faerie Charm.
The Akali, man, is a problem, especially towards Quake, especially towards Sebaski as well. The perfect execution damage is just too high. Let's check this replay out because it was well timed. They were focusing on Shiro, the tank dismember here, of Full Sense. Then they failed to see the Akali just suddenly being there or hiding under the shroud and getting those kills.
Yeah, and Akali was waiting for the very right time to cast the perfect execution. I mean, she was waiting for Cassante to initiate first to hold Vieira before Vieira catch an eye for her target. But Full Sense set it first and they closed it beautifully.
And now Full Sense slowly building their gold lead, 3,000 now. On a composition that is capable of decimating the back line. Even if PS can actually survive the damage coming in from Full Sense, it doesn't matter when the entire back line is already killed off. And that's usually the case. Because Sante as well is kind of strong, really tanky. Few, is he actually going to be pursuing? Looks like he does. Force out the riposte. Now he doesn't have that ability anymore. And here comes Itai as well. Just gonna be chasing him down. Attempting. Grand Challenge gonna be used to at least fight back. The healing is getting really wild. But the damage output from this Akali is just too much to consider. PS is already late to the party. And Full Sense is done.
Yeah, and one thing for sure, Fiora is the goddess of duel. But what Fiora can be with 1v3 situation? Nothing.
It's never gonna be a 1 versus 1 anymore. With Full Sense knowing how to deal with a Fiora. He is being very proactive around the map. I have to commend him for that. His presence, his execution, his way of stealing objectives a while ago. That's why they are soul point already. As now, even the ult gonna be invested onto PS, forcing out a flash. Just because of that all out from the Keisante. That's a key ability already denied.
Yeah, Faerie Charm is already denied at the point where Full Sense taking over the jungle control to their hands. And Faerie Charm now needs to rethink what can they do in this kind of situation. Take a look at the potential of every single champion from Faerie Charm. Yes, Vieira is still very strong in terms of duel, and also they still have split push options. But since the turrets are already gone, especially with the first layer, now they have to be more focused on the objective. And considering the Mundo itself, Mundo could be a good tank, but Full Sense already come up with an idea. We should gank them first.
Oh, they actually engaged. Faerie Charm wants to catch him every single Full Sense. Talent's gonna get coming from Shiro. But the members are already getting low in HP. But still, what? Blondie stayed alive in 1 HP and now PS getting low as well. Faerie Charm needs to disengage. But they're having a bit of a hard time with their Fiora down. Full Sense, they were able to hold the whole pack of Faerie Charm.
What a good defense for Full Sense, because I clearly understand why Faerie Charm was doing that, because they want to create a momentum to get the tempo back on their hands. But sadly, Full Sense already prepared for that because they still have Xante and they have Renata to deny the attacker from Faerie Charm. And once Fiora gone from the lineup of the team fight, Faerie Charm kind of done because I couldn't see the damage from S.E.A towards Full Sense front lines, as well as the scenario where Faerie Charm could handle the person from Full Sense, especially Akali.
And the shield from the Mountain Dragon is gonna help them so much more now as well. Full Sense having complete control of the entire map. They're even prepping up for the potential Baron spawning up there on the top side river. And with the shield, it's gonna be much harder for Faerie Charm to actually turn onto Full Sense to take down Blondie. A while ago, they were really focusing on him, trying to take him down, but his swift movements and also the protection, especially because of the hostile takeover. Let's check this replay out.
Yeah, and then this replays kind of explains a lot. I mean, that's a good job from Fiora, trying to crushing the backlines of Full Sense. But Full Sense is just trying, okay, guys, if we have to facing Fiora, we have to stay together, stay strong together, holding hands together, and prevent her to take us in a duel.
Yeah, they just show support towards each other. There's a term in the Philippines called the UBE strat or UBE strat. It means ultimate bonding experience strategy. So you just stay together.
Yeah,
And,
stay together.
You get to win. Friendship wins, no matter what.
And that's what Full Sense actually been done so far. But Fiora had already down to the last option that she could do, which is split pushing.
Yeah, that's the pressure here of Faerie Charm. They know that they can win against Full Sense in a 5v5 setup. There's gonna be a teleport though. Oh, the Fiora actually was able to get there. So no teleport for the Kitsante means numbers advantage for Faerie Charm, and they need to escape. You need to escape fast, and they do so far. That's a TP down to Faerie Charm that gives a little bit of a breathing time for Full Sense, especially for Shiro, which has this teleport about to be up. It looks like Faerie Charm is gonna bait them out in the Baron Pit.
Oh my god, this will be a big Baron Nashor contest, with the information already sent to the Full Sense players. Full Sense players are now ready to trying to recontest, but they couldn't contest, but now they can fight the Faerie Charm's player. One champion take it down, but Firestorm is already cast out, but nothing progress could happen on the Faerie Charm's hand. Otherwise, the only thing that we see is the death of 3 champions from Faerie Charm.
Yeah, 3 members down on Faerie Charm after they took Baron. Kinda renders their Baron takedown useless, especially if the last 2 remaining members here of Faerie Charm gets taken down. At most, what they only did is deny the Baron Nashor towards Full Sense. But as that's happening, with 3 members out of Faerie Charm, towers just completely fall down onto the hands here of Full Sense. Mid lane inhibitor tower gonna be threatened here by Full Sense. Top lane as well gonna be threatened by Full Sense. And with only 2 members alive on Faerie Charm, they can't defend either. It's just a massive pressure right now. Sebaski getting low. Still was able to get back safely. But PS trying to help them out and pushing back the members here of Full Sense. Oh, they actually went back. As AMG, it was a bit of an anti-synergy by Faerie Charm thinking the shockwave was meant to hit the members here of Full Sense, but Grand Chan is still going to be pushing through. 3 members fall down. Itai looking to disengage as Blondie getting chased now by the Fiora. This time he cannot escape, especially all alone. But there's a lot of Ren stacks there. Smite after a flash by PS. They're really trying to chase down this Kalista. It might have went too far deep, went over the wall, flash in! He lacked the damage! And again, he gets smacked there by PS. Full Sense,
Oh my god.
they lose 4.
Yeah, they score, but looking how crazy Full Sense team fight, I mean, that was fascinating to watch, but with only Akali protecting the base, but Faerie Charm still has a Baron Nashor buffs, they are wasting no time teleporting to the base of Full Sense, and I think this is gonna be the end for Full Sense if they are failing to protect the base. 3 players against 5 players, 4 even now. Now they are fighting towards each other. Full Sense trying to strike a very strong player. Who will win? Shiro successfully taking down S.E.A. 2 players probably will down in the very chance hand, but finally shut down, successfully secured by Viora. Young Kids is coming, will become the nightmare for every single Fairy Charms player, and Full Sense finally successfully protect the Nexus.
Yeah, they got too greedy. They wanted to end the game, but the death timers were in favor of Full Sense. They were able to respond back up and defend the base, and now they even were able to take down 3 kills. This gives them ample time to actually push the waves in favor of Full Sense. As we check this replay out, this is where Full Sense actually got a little overextended and a little out of place, I would say. Not synergized as they wanted to, and had a bit of a challenge getting through the target selection towards the member seat of Fury Charm. Blondie tried to clutch things out, but being chased by a Dr. Mundo and a Fiora is just too much of a hassle. If it was just one of them, maybe it would have won. But in this case, like the push in mid lane, it was too much for Fury Charm. I think they should have just tried to shove the waves, got the push into the mid lane, inhibitor tower, and then went towards the top lane to take down another inhibitor tower. But the presence of 4 people with summoners, with ults as well, against Fury Charm's members without their ults anymore, was just too much.
Yeah, I mean, I got the idea of why Full Sense trying to do that before, because actually they just want to make the better natural buff on Fairy Charm's hand become useless, and that was also a very good move. When you notice that you already leading in terms of minion wave, and your opponent already pressed down, even though they have the better natural buffs, so the very reasonable thing to do is just pressing them down once again, so the buffs will become useless. And I also agree to the point where Full Sense is kind of overextend, and that's also become something that makes a Fairy Charm able to get a comeback at this point. Fairy Charm just need to recompose the positioning, reform the formation, and trying to find a chance to strike back to Full Sense, because the game is already set down to everyone's game once again, because Fairy Charm successfully defend very well until this point.
Someone has to defend top lane though, because LJW is pushing there. It's hard to contest Full Sense right now because they have the Elder Dragon buff on top of the Mountain Dragon Soul, and that's not a condition you want your opponents to have when you're fighting them. All they could do is watch as the inhibitor tower in the bot lane gets destroyed. Someone is already going towards the top side. It's gonna be Tai. So wave clear is gonna be much more decent compared to the Keisante. Really Charm though, still are alive in this game. So it's just an equal trade of inhibitors for Fury Charm and Full Sense, but Full Sense will get their inhibitor in the mid lane spawn much faster than Fury Charm.
Yeah, exactly. But I think the last fight probably will down to the next Baron Nashor, because this will, set up the conditioning between these 2 parties. And the Baron Nashor is already up. Both parties aware that this could be the last Baron Nashor that will happen today to decide who will win this game. So every single of person in here trying as many as possible to get a big space to zone the Baron Nashor.
Elder Dragon expired as well on Full Sense, so no more execute damage. But Fury Charm still respecting them, especially because of their turnaround. There's also a wave building into the bot lane that's going to pose a massive threat to Fury Charm, and they don't have their split pushing power anymore. They're gonna send out Sebaski because they need the Fiora. They need the poking power and the engage power of the Fiora and the fast wave clear of the Orianna. But they are kind of lacking in firepower as of the moment. Teleport gonna be incoming from the Orianna, but the rest of the members of Fury Charm actually struggling a little bit. Few still staying alive. PSG forced to use his ultimate as a backline. It's high. Or uses stasis to buy a little bit of time. Repose is gonna come through and actually saves his own life. But they're gonna lose PS. And now numbers advantage present on the side of Full Sense. No casualty on their side. And they're gonna start the Baron Nashor.
It takes a very long time for Full Sense to take down Mundo, but it also takes a very long time for Mundo to join the fight. And now Full Sense, widely open, a Baron Nashor will become theirs. And this is a very good moment for Full Sense to reset as well as crashing to the lands of Faerie Charm's player.
It's gonna be a tough time now for Faerie Charm. Let's check this replay out once again.
Yeah, I really love the setup of Full Sense that they actually started the Baron Nashor, knowing that they also have to be aware with the positioning of a very Charm's player. And I also want to give kudos to the ET's positioning, because the only thing that Akali needs to do is just waiting the right champion to slash. And not to mention, they also need to open a space so Kalista can get a massive damage towards a very Charms player. And that also happened on their scenario.
Full Sense might have overstepped their Baron. Fury is getting a little bit of HP as Redemption comes through. At least he does have a GA. But the Yusaki is gonna get popped. Same as the Fiora. It's a trade blows here by Faerie Charm and Full Sense. But looks like the Fiora is a much bigger kill. Now though, Blondie unable to get a 1-for-1 to Quake. Gives him leverage for now. A bit of a breather as Full Sense still has the Baron Nashor.
Oh my god, well, to be honest, yeah, that was a overextend play from Full Sense and kind of, turn off their momentum right now. So they have to reset the game and try to re-engage towards a Faerie Charm once again. And Faerie Charm has really did a very good job on defending the turret. And to be honest, the timing was kind of off because it's supposed to not smacking down the Mundo, but on the other side, the Vice ultimate should be towards the Orianna. And once a Faerie Charm noticed that a Full Sense engage already failed, they didn't waste any time to strike back.
Yeah, it was an overextension by Blondie as well. He thought that he could actually get into the middle of the members here of Faerie Charm and get away. They didn't know they have the tools to actually stop him from getting back. And now Elder Dragon secured by Faerie Charm. This game is actually quite even. Very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, quite even, and Faerie Charm even has more chance to, turn the table because they have the Infernal Dragon buffs, and this will give a Full Sense a warning, a very big warning. So Full Sense will play a little bit more passive right now, because who wants to, challenge the Elder Dragon buff?
No one. Absolutely no one, for sure. Especially at this state of the game. Even though they don't have an Elder Dragon buff, they lost a previous fight. Now, what more? The Elder Dragon, so it gives a breather now for Faerie Charm. I think it's one of the longest games as well that we have watched. Definitely a good time for an Ender series, right? This is where we'll see like the conclusion of the entire top 8 boiled down to the top 4. Whoever is going to be battling against West Point Esports Academy tomorrow. Definitely the members of West Point Esports Academy and their coach and their staff as well are watching this game right now, trying to assess the weaknesses of both teams as well. So far, this Elder Dragon poses a huge weakness onto Full Sense because they don't have that much wave clear. They don't have a control mage just like an Orianna. And with the Elder Dragon, it's just so difficult to get towards their faces. The only way that Full Sense can win here is through engage. But it's so hard to engage a composition with an Elder buff.
Yup, another wave is coming to push the full sense inhibitor.
Wait.
But no, the shockwave is already casted towards the full sense players, and now the fight is undeniable. Fiora successfully taking down the fight, but every single player from full sense is still trying to fight back the very chance player.
They're fighting back!
Oh, no, Faerie, they're fighting back. Akali successfully taking down one player. Now, Fairy Charm is pushing back to their base.
Oh man, the opening there by Itai. Just distracting the back line. Even though Faerie Charm had Elder, they weren't even able to take down a single Nexus Tower. Full sense, they really do not hold back when they engage.
Yeah, by from the replay, I mean, the Faerie Charm actually did a very good job with shockwaves as the opener, and full sense just as usual having it take to find a perfect execution, a perfect time to do the perfect execution, and he successfully done that. And that was the moment where Faerie Charm actually know that they are started to crumbling. But in terms of pulling back their rotations, I also would like to give a kudos to Faerie Charm, because if they are overextended that kind of fighting, full sense will actually able to win the game.
Yeah. Full items already on most of the players, especially towards Blondie. Even has the randomist omen for extra damage reduction from the Fiora and from the Xayah as well, because Fiora crits as well and because of his third skill, and it really helps out in the sustain side of this Kalista. And without any Thornmail on the side of Faerie Charm, it's really hard to like return any damage from this Kalista. It might be some of the things that Faerie Charm might need against full sense. They're grouping up, setting up a death brush. Someone needs to check, but it's gonna be a dangerous feat as the cease and desist gets used onto AMG. Resurrect though, still available with the GA popped here towards the buy, but few might actually just get shredded. Backline though, as Itai looks to maybe assassinate Rage, but he does take out AMG, but the Blondie is still gonna get assassinated here by the Fiora. It looks like it's gonna be a win with a triple kill, gonna be secured by Quake. Make it all the members destroyed by Faerie Charm. It's only Itai remaining alive, and to think that it's a death rush by full sense, the one sentence with death is them as well.
And the only champion that has left on full sense lineup is just Akali, who can only kill one champion. Now Ite has to facing 4 champions at the same time. Now he's that even. Ace for Faerie Charm, and also win and proceeding to the next stage after taking down full sense.
Wow, Faerie Charm, 45 minutes is the game duration. Definitely the longest in this entire tournament so far, but a well-deserved conclusion. Faerie Charm clutching it out with a final fight definitely gives a strong impression to everyone right now watching.
Oh my god. It is not about one mistake. It is about who's the most patient team and who the most calm team that are able to find every single opportunities. I mean, that was a very good fight though, and also a very good initiation from full sense side, because they set a trap and Faerie Charm fall for it, but sadly there's no big damage dealt towards the Faerie Charm's player, and Akali from Ite only able to take down one player, and he has to rotate quite far while watching his friends die one by one. Oh my god.
It's a bit of a sad time for full sense, definitely, as they were really trying hard. There were a couple of mistakes that they made, especially in their positioning. They were kind of desperate to really take down the Xayah, take down the Orianna as well, but the Fiora this time found an opportunity. LJW just latched on to Blondie, to the Kalista, and didn't give him any chance to escape this time around. Looks like we have a conclusion already towards our 4 teams. It is gonna be Faerie Charm joining Team FF, Team SSS, and West Point Esports Academy in the top 4. Man.
Yes. but the proving grounds phase, the Open Community Tournament, is not over yet, because this is just the February 14th, and the tournament will continue on the next day before we jump into the rally day at February 22nd. And don't forget that this tournament also provides rewards for every single participant, especially for top 18s. We already put $3,500 as the total prize pool, and for top 16 teams, they will receive the Messian Spirit Swag Kit. Please, Caster also won that too. And congratulations to teams that actually cleared the challenge using the Demacian champion to do your Demacian duty and win the game with that, because they're gonna receive the Demacian Spirit keychain.
Yeah, especially the swag kit. Yeah. I just want to reiterate.
Abigail, Guiang, Contra, and Sagi would like to have that. XS. and XL for Contra, L for Sagi.
Thank you in advance to your generosity. But generous results as well, as we conclude day number 1 of our Battle of C. Team FF will face off Team SSS in the best of 1 in the upper finals. Lower semi-final, it's gonna be West Point Esports Academy taking a match against Fury Charm to determine who's gonna proceed towards the lower final, waiting for the loser of the upper final and then the grand finals. It's an intense day, and all I want to say is thank you for the swag kit. I mean, so thank you to Riot Games and to Invade Esports, to Invade Group for allowing me to shoutcast in this amazing event. I'm just happy to participate, to shoutcast, and to support the players that are giving their all in this tournament. What about you, Abigail?
Yeah, I mean, it was a blast to have you as my partner for today, and to have Invade to making this event beautiful. And this is very interesting to the men, so I would like to say thank you to Guiang, who carried me all the day, and also Invade, who called us to be together in this task, and not to mention to Riot. Please do more events like this in the future for the community as well as the influencers, making League of Legends in Southeast Asia great again. And lastly, thank you so much for every single participant of today, and as well as the viewers on this live stream. Hope you got a good night, and I think both me, Abigail, and Guiang will see you around at the next event. So see you tomorrow, see you next event, and bye bye. Have a good night. Happy Valentine's Day.